Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Get understand me.
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
My friends are libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them. Hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Play. Hey, it works today. Hello, Poval. Poval, that sounds like a peasant coded name. I don't know where it came from. It just sounds like, you know, like a peasant squire that one day becomes a good knight in an Arthurian legend. Arthurian? How do you say Arthur-like legend? Is it Arthurian? What's the right way to say that? I need a Britmonger to show up and give him correct my pronunciation. Woo! Is it Arthurian? Right, but I've heard it pronounced Arturian. Or is that just like a weird British, like, certain thing of certain dialects? Like, I understand spelling it out. It should be Arthurian, but when I came up with the username, I was not aware it was some sort of common Polish name. I didn't know. It sounds like I was right. Sounds like I was correct. I did a bunch of shit today, boys. Got my car inspected. Got my oil changed because I'm not changing my own oil anymore. I did that shit before. It saves you like $15 and it's a pain in the ass to do in this city. Cleaned up my car. Then I tried to take a nap, but my legs hurt too bad. Because, you know, even though I'm feeling better, I'm still diseased. So I was just laying in bed like my legs are on fire. So now I'm just energetic enough to be awake, which is good. My energy's back. I'm happy to have energy. But, you know, tonight should be fun. Little Gibbs panel, little chit chat with our boy Computer Carnage. We have a shaky history. I've never heard it called Arturian over here in the Isles. All right, I've heard it that way. You can't gaslight me, Nasmer. All right, you can't gaslight me and say that I haven't heard it that way. I know what you're trying to do. I know that you're trying to be like, I've never heard it that way, but who knows? Shut up. Did you put a star in British because British should be a slur, which I agree, or did you put a star in it because it's not British, it's British? British. Unnecessarily broken up. This is like aluminium rage bait. It's dolphin law time. I mean, Computer Carnage wanted to chit chat. Maybe he wants to chit chat about dolphin law. We could talk about dolphin law. I'm be honest with you though. I like it as a channel meme. Like I like it getting brought up and never explained, so that new people come into chat and be like, "What the fuck is dolphin law?" And then it just stays unanswered. Like I kind of, you know what I mean? Like Al Jokes always has baseball, huh? And people are like, "What does that mean?" And it's like, it means baseball, huh? Nobody explains it. There's no need to explain it. I will say this: I tried Kai Cenat's deodorant and cologne. It's pretty good. I saw the ingredients. I was like, "Oh, these are good ingredients. I'll try this out." It's the same price as like fucking the other good shit at Target. You know, like it's not like I'm buying it at a farmer's market or something. Like this is about the same level of the highest quality shit you're going to get. You know, like tapioca starch and shit in it. And no aluminum, which was important, or aluminium. Yeah, dude, he's like team of streamers or whatever have like a thing, and I've got like coconut cologne. And let me tell you, boys, no change in the ladies, because that's not how life actually works. Cologne is meaningless for the most part, unless you're already hot. But nevertheless, smells good. I like the smell of it. Isn't he the one with the Stream University scam or something? I mean, I don't know enough about the Stream University thing to know if it's a scam or if it's just like a bit. But yes, he is a very popular streamer that has like a Stream University thing. It seemed more like a bit, like you're paying to be a part of Stream University, which then gets you in clips about Stream University, which then brings you some level of clout. Jin Alpha loves him. So it's just Kai Cenat and fucking Skibbity Toilet, huh? Those two things are just fucking, like, that's all they got. That's all I know about Jin Alpha right now. Your little brother, I'm assuming little brother. I'm hoping it's not your older brother who has friends that are Jin Alpha, because then we have more questions. I'm assuming it's your little brother. They act like him in school? Oh, that's fucking awful. I feel like Kai Cenat, he seems like a good dude. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but he acts like a stereotypical obnoxious black person. You know, like when I say I went to the movie theater, but there were black people there. Whatever it is that you're imagining is Kai Cenat. Like, it's like, I'm not like, no hate. I'm not trying to say I hate him. It's just like his whole shtick is to be like an over animated, simplistic black stereotype. It kind of feels wrong. It's like you guys finally got rid of mumble rap and you got fucking this instead. Like Kai Cenat, not necessarily the person, because I don't know him as a person, but the character feels like one of those black people that would walk out in front of you in traffic and like walk real slow because it's their street and then would freak out. The middle school teachers are actually so close to ending it all. Their classes are full of 30 Chi Cenats. Jesus Christ. Maybe Gen Alpha will finally be the ones to break the stranglehold on the American education system in public schools by just acting like Chi Cenat to the point where the systems no longer function until they're sent to private schools where they don't let them act like that. Scott, imagine you go into the hood with Kai telling everyone in New York City you're black, and he'll try to make jokes out of you to view you as a white man simping. LOL. Those are a lot of things that I don't... That's too many things to imagine. Like, I'm not going to the hood in New York City. I'm not telling people I'm black. Other than, like, you know, the curiosity thing of the fact that I have some black in me. Scott, don't you live in the hood already? No, I don't live in the hood. I don't live in a nice part of... I live downtown. I live in an area in Richmond that is not the hood. I'm not telling you exact neighborhood I live in, but I don't live in the hood. Do I have bars on my window? No. Who's calling me? What? Dad? What? Oh my God. Hey, Dad. Stream. I have a moral duty and obligation to go fishing with my brother and dad Sunday. There you go. You don't need lip reading. Scott has cardboard windows and black roommates. No, I don't. I have regular ass windows. You want to see my dirty, fucked up room? Here you go, boys. Hold on. Damn it. Everything is fucked now. There you go. Very mid bedroom. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's a bedroom that I sometimes share with my children when they come over for the weekend. Like, it's not like I don't care. I just need a bed. I have a couch, a TV, a bed, an extra chair, a whole bunch of toddler toys, you know, like a full closet, you know. Bars on the windows could have made it better. Maybe. You never know. What is happening? Anyways, sorry, I'm back. You don't see many blacks in the U.S. survive with the ghetto communities they live in. This feels too much. Most of the time they die before the age of 30. The worst is that's a media narrative. Like, you're not wrong for a portion of the population, but like that's not really like reality. Like, most black people are just living in like somewhat poor inner city neighborhoods, but like most of them aren't living in like gangland. And like a good 60 to like 85% of them don't commit crimes. like they don't die in drive-by shootings or whatever. They're just normal ass people. Yo, I was so stoked today at my job. I got to learn new economic modeling. What do you mean by that? So what happens when you mess with webcams? I don't have a webcam. I have a Canon EOS. Right? I have an actual camera. Fuck off. You don't get this quality from a fucking webcam, all right? I upgraded. Now pay me money so that I can continue to upgrade the stream. Yeah, I mean, tell me more. Not in chat per se, but like put that shit in Discord. I'd be interested in reading about it. You thought it was a void entity? What even is a void entity? That's like fucking like what does that even mean? A void entity. Because one would assume if you're in the void, there's not a lot of entities there. Right? The whole concept of a void entity is kind of a contradiction. Like what if it's in the void, there's no entities there. It's mystical bullshit. I was going to say the welfare state is a factor for having those conditions possibly. I'd say it's one of the biggest ones. How did you even send $1.69? I appreciate it, but how did you even accomplish that? I thought Super Chats had a $2 minimum. What is this? Because it's not sent in a currency that then becomes $2 or like $1.69. Like I guess you can do that if you don't type any words and you just tip. I mean, I appreciate it. It's a good way to get the show started, boys. We'll get some more people in here soon. We'll have some fun. We'll chit chat. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where the go live notifications are. Follow me on Twitter. I post a lot of shower thoughts and crazy shit, especially on days I'm not streaming. Like, share, subscribe, get that done. And of course, you can always super chat. I always read the super chats, or I get to them at some point. And you consider becoming a member for only $3.99, only $4, less than $4 actually. And also consider getting YouTube Premium. I guess I don't know. Maybe if you get YouTube Premium, you won't have to give YouTube your ID because you guys' algorithm is all jacked up from watching a bunch of toddler videos, and they're gonna think you're dude. I'm gonna have to give YouTube my damn ID, aren't I? Probably not because it counts so old. So what do you think of YouTube new changes that will make people who view adult content and whatnot provide their ID? That's not the new content policy. Credit card that will be kept on file starting soon. So the new policies are going to use an AI, and if the AI believes that you are a child, then they will ask you for your ID in order to view said adult content. So if you have like a brand new YouTube account, I can definitely see it being used against people that are using VPNs, by the way. But if you have a brand new YouTube account, or if your algorithm is all kids videos, like you're just watching like fucking Skibbity Toilet and like, like those random dude streamers that like fill their house full of like bubble wrap or some shit, like then they might think that you're a kid, and then they might, if you want to view adult content, they might ask for your ID. What do I think about it? I think it's trash. I think it's dumb, but that doesn't surprise me that YouTube's going to do that. And I've heard from people, they're like, well, then you should just go to Rumble. And it's like, I think YouTube is doing this in the hopes that like they can protect themselves when kind of inevitable legislation comes from the European Union. So we'll see. Right? Because what I think they don't want is I think they don't want to force everyone to use their ID. And so they're trying to be like, no. We actually have a better, less obtrusive way of doing it over here at YouTube, which is we use an AI, and only if we think they're kids do we make them do that, and only to view adult content. And I think they're trying to get ahead of like what is likely inevitable ID laws that the European Union is going to put forward. Have you ever considered doing a year in review for the presidents just to recap all they've done? Seems up your alley considering the content. Void entities exist in Spelljammer, but I hate the D&D 5e remake of it. I mean, a year in review wouldn't be bad, like to do in November, like just before elections. It'd be fun. I think it'd be more fun to do with someone else. Make a list of like maybe like Zulu or Rob Noor or like somebody like that. You know, maybe somebody with like either, you know, 2 full-blown ANCAPs or that have some disagreements or you know, like a constitutional conservative so we can kind of like argue a little bit but still be close to each other or something. Or maybe like Lactoid or something. Someone similar ideology, but obviously not the same. Though Zulu would be interesting just because he's such a theory bro. I think that'd be fun. Rumble has become more mainstream though. No, it's not. Rumble's not mainstream. It's mainstream amongst... It's not mainstream. There are events on Rumble that people that like... Until I start seeing really, really large Rumble creators that aren't on YouTube and aren't on Twitch, then we can call it mainstream. It's not mainstream. It's a place that people who already have clout and money can pull their audience there, and then they get deals with Rumble and they can still make good money there. But if you're a small creator, it's a bad place for discovery and it's a bad app to make money on. And it's like, it's just, it's not bad. It's just not as good as YouTube. And it's a bit more of a struggle. And it just doesn't function as well. I mean, I'm not saying I won't go to fucking Rumble. I'm just saying I've been there before. It's just, it just has issues. It's not quite there. Right? All right, boys. I'm going to hop into, let me go into the Discord. Computer Carnage said he was going to hop in around 7. So I have a little chit chat with Computer Carnage. However long that takes, we'll have fun. Computer wanted to hop in. And then, you know, after that, you know, depending on how much time we have, we might look at some other stuff. And then we're going to hop in this panel, doing a Gibbs panel on, wow, look at Scott gulping that vodka. Stop with the misinformation. All right, this is Topo Chico. All right, Topo Chico is sparkling water in a glass bottle. It's one of the few ones you can buy at Costco in a glass bottle. And then we'll hop on the Gibbs panel later. I mean, really excited to talk about redistricting specifically, because I don't really get to talk about like my my area of expertise, I guess you could say, in some regards, having worked as a quality control census field supervisor on 2 different operations for the census. There's a lot of dirt that I've told you guys before, but many of you probably weren't here before, and you know, we'll talk about it some more when we do the panel. But Computer Carnage, I guess he had some questions. You want to do some AMA type stuff? It should be fun. Holy crap, Scott, is this a new level of gayness coming from your streams? Glass water bottle? There's nothing gay about not wanting microplastics in your fucking balls. Like, I don't know. I try to avoid, you know, unnecessary amounts of plastic, and like disposable plastic bottles leak a lot of microplastics. And they're not BPA free, even when they say they are. They're BPA free at the moment that they're tested in the right conditions when they've never been in a warm warehouse. But anyways, I'm going to hop in here. Let me hop in there. I got to do this. And then do this. Oops, wrong thing. What's up, computer?
Hey, Scott, how's it going?
It's going. It's been a long road. Our friend,
Yeah.
our frenemy-ship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I went through a lot of stuff before and stuff going in my personal life for sure. But I see what you're doing. I like
you're
this,
male.
You know, your streams, your takes. Yeah,
You're a
pretty
guy.
much.
You have a Y chromosome that you're gonna go through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And for those of you in the
100%.
chat with a Y chromosome that haven't gone through a lot of shit, don't worry, it's coming.
It's a matter of time.
Yeah, it is. It's an inevitability. I mean, some of you are gonna roll a nat 20, but the rest of you are gonna be fucked at some point.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you because I talk to a lot of objectivists a lot of time, right? And people objectivist adjacent. But I like the way that you talk about a lot of things because you're always contextual. And a lot of the objectivists I talk to, they kind of do this, intrinsicism when it comes to some issues, and they talk about
it's very like I'm going to give you the inductive argument, and it's like, okay, fine, but like, can you make it make sense, and like, can you pick on a vibe? And they're like, mysticism, what? And you're like, no, dude, just like, can you connect it to people's emotions and their life and their values? Okay, like you say that like our own individual values are so important, and yet you never attempt to connect with people's individual values. Oh, that's collectivism to assume. But no, it's not. People have shared values. Connect to those. Look at the world and how fucked up the world is, and make them realize that there's discordance or dissonance or contradiction, whatever term you want to use, between what it is that they value at an individual level and what they see represented out in the world. And if you can't do that, you're never going to convince anybody. And then you tell them that, and then they go, I'm not looking for normal people. I'm looking for the few philosophers. It's like, you're not John Galt, you fucking queer. Like, you're trying to spread an actual philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many objectivists out there that adopt that mindset and then fail to realize that Ayn Rand wrote, a fiction book that was meant to reach like the masses,
Right. And was also, and that's another thing too, is that all of her characters are caricatures. They're not real, right? There is no Francisco d'Anconia in the world. There's no genius mastermind, gorgeous 10, man with a six-pack, playboy billionaire with a secret lifestyle to save the world. Like, he doesn't exist. Okay. Like, he's the ideal man. Well, the three, kind of students are the ideal men, but in different forms, with maybe Reardon, eventually reaching that point. But they're the ideal, right? Like, they're a concept that is meant to be a symbol, right? It's a value in and of itself. It's an aspirational goal for man that is the idealized man as far as, the male chauvinist female Ayn Rand was concerned,
Right. Yeah, I think at one point a colleague of hers said she's the smartest man I've ever known, and apparently she was really happy with that statement, which I just think is hilarious looking back at. But anyway, specifically, that kind of ties into what I wanted to talk about is in keeping in with our kind of practical nature.
Mm-hmm.
I want to pick your brain on some ideas of how to foster a more, I guess you could say, like a liberty-loving culture in today's society, kind of as a foothold to, winning the hearts and minds of people. Because if you don't have any kind of that, like any kind of foothold, any movement, at least when it tries to get into, I don't know, mainstream, it's not gonna work. You're not. So if your movement's not popular, your government's not gonna be popular. Be it a covenant community, be it competing rights agencies, who's gonna start them?
Yeah. I mean, so one of the problems that I see is that people tend to be of two minds, and they never blend these two concepts together, right? So there are the pragmatists that are like, oh, vote harder, we'll eventually get there. Stupid idea. And then there's the better idea, which is, we'll go make Galt's Gulch, we'll go do the Free State Project, we'll go do Prospera, we'll go do Lieberland, whatever. And those aren't bad ideas. Lieberland is a bad idea, but
Yeah.
But like, but nevertheless, what's more just like unfortunate it's not going to get off the ground. And then Prospera got taken over by Honduras.
Yeah,
looks
which
like
is
it's
really
probably
unfortunate because they were doing some cool stuff.
Yeah, they were. My favorite thing about Prospera is that they were doing pharmaceutical research, and and all of the insurance companies that were operating as rights enforcement agencies collectively agreed that they would not insure level 4 labs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they were like the risk is too high. Like the
risk, for like
as
things
a
like
risk
COVID.
assessment. Yeah, so like like Wuhan Institute of Virology or like Black and Vetch and the border of Russia and Ukraine and like level 4 labs that we have in the United States. Like we have one in Boston, right? Like we have level 4 labs here. Where like if shit leaks, like another pandemic starts. Maybe, who knows?
Right.
We don't know actually all of everything that's in there. And so it's just like I always found that funny when it's like, like we'll look at the crazy corporations and the dangers, and it's like, no, they actually just did a financial risk assessment and determined it was too financially risky to do the dangerous shit our government is cool with.
Right. They looked ahead and realized they have accountability and culpability, which is something
it's low
governments
time
don't seem to do.
in a contract, right? As opposed to just a monopoly on power and violence. But so I think the real thing that we need is we need examples. And that's where you have to blend these two ideas together. Is that we do need the Free State Project. We do need Prospera. We do need Javier Milei, right? And we need examples electorally, and we need examples in like communities, right? And because like one of the things I dream of is some small town somewhere gets rid of their elected police department and changes their law to allow their sheriff to be a private company. Because as far as I can tell, it's a domino effect. Because I have very little doubt that a private company that was contracted by the city to do police enforcement, lacking qualified immunity, that had a contract that if they failed to deliver the contract, they would be replaced by another company, would outcompete both in terms of efficiency and money, but also in terms of rights violations. The number of rights violations going down because they'd be financially liable for it.
Right.
And that like, if you saw that, you'd see more. And I think that changes. I think theory is great, but at the end of the day, people want to go, okay, where has this worked? What did it look like? What is the empirical evidence that this works? They might not use those terms, but that's what they want, right? They want to say, okay, well, has it been tried somewhere? Okay, we'll try it. And we don't have the luxury of the founding fathers who overthrew the British Empire's rule in their land and the ability to start from scratch and try a new country. We don't have that, right? And so we have to take
at least not right now.
We can. The other thing that I would say is I'm from Appalachia. I have a lot of family in Appalachia. And one of the big problems of objectivism and libertarianism and, or the marriage of the two that I have been kind of on the bandwagon a little bit about these days is it's a very, I don't know if insular is the right word. There's a barrier to entry into this philosophy because of the amount of gatekeeping, which is good. But also the tendency of being able to understand these concepts usually requires either a background in economics that leads you here or some tragedy that befalls you or something that requires you to really engage in the theory. Because it's a very theory-heavy belief system. And I think communism is something we should look at to emulate in a certain way, which is that
I've talked about this before.
Yeah, Marxism discovered that you don't need the normal man to understand the theory at a deep level. Like you'll find a Discord server where you're trying to learn more about communism or something, right? And it's full of nothing but Reddit energy and insane people that are shut up and read more, that think their farts don't stink or whatever. Like, that's definitely a thing. But they
Some of them
speak to
haven't
normal
read
people.
themselves.
And I would say having knowing people from Appalachia, knowing people from like rural areas, all of these people hate the state. They all understand that welfare is a scam that fucks them over. They understand that regulations only support big farms and cattle ranchers and things, and they see the government as their enemy daily. Fuck the social issues, right? Like, that's city conservatives. City conservatives are worried about fucking trans issues. Okay, that's online conservatives, pundits, people that, want to, that make a living going on, different streaming platforms and hopping on Fox News and shit. And a lot of conservatives, out in the rural areas believe that too. But like, trans issues are not what's on their, like, critical theory woke shit is not what's on their minds. What's on their minds is how the government is constantly fucking them for corporations. And there's only one group of people that ever attempt to speak to them, and that's communists and socialists. Libertarians do not attempt at all to like when's the last time you've heard of a libertarian tent set up at a bluegrass festival?
Oh, never.
Right.
You'll see Republican and Democrat ones there, but you'll never see a libertarian one.
Right, and it's because they're like, oh, I'm looking for 1 in 1,000. There's only 100 people here, so maybe I'll waste my whole time. And it's like they don't realize, it's like, dude, go to a bluegrass festival. 30% of those people are your people. If you just tell them your ideas, a good third of them genuinely would be more on the side of libertarian, objectivist, philosophy, if you know how to communicate it and you're not being a weird theory bro. Than they ever would be about Republicans
or
Democrats. It's like, hey, do you hate the government? Oh, you do, don't you? They're constantly trying to regulate you and make it impossible for you to sell your cattle and food. And you have to sell all your shit to large corporations because the government made those regulations. And now they're trying to find different ways to tax you. And it's really difficult for you to pass your land on to your children because the government has instituted all of these taxes that they say are to tax the wealthy, but really they're just to fuck over small farmers so that Bill Gates can own your fucking land. You hate that shit? Because we're the only people that give a fuck about you.
Sure, but that's the easy part, right? You have to convince them. Why not vote for the Republican Party? Why not vote for the party that my father voted for, that his father voted for, And there's some issues, too, that you'd struggle with them. Like, I would imagine subsidies, farming subsidies, that'd be kind of a hard sell to tell them to drop that. Because they don't see how this, the future, market would be different without everyone getting these subsidies, where you can actually compete on areas that matter. Instead of
it's a
bunch of
difficult
corn.
sell. Right? I'm not saying you're going to be able to sell it to everybody. I'm not even going to say you'll be able to sell it to a majority of people. What I'm saying is more people out in the country with live free or die flags that tell you to get off their property are your people than in fucking cities.
100%. And
you know what I mean? Like, we're focusing in the wrong areas of America, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I want to, I wish more libertarian parties, the political entities, were better active and had better marketing, which you think they would, considering so much of their background is business people or people into economics. You think they'd have some idea of how to do good marketing.
You been to any of these events?
Some small ones.
Yeah, I have too. Mark and I, we joined the LP, and we joined the Virginia LP, and we went to go talk to them. We went a couple meetings, and it was like, oh, you guys are hopeless. I'm literally just we're just here to spend money at this restaurant. Nothing is getting done. And they're like, oh, we're going to go to this event and set up a tent and it'll be cool. And it's like, okay, all right, yeah, sure. I'll do that event and do a tent or something. It's like they're all doing it to be a part of a boys club, being in the Masons or some shit. There's no real serious political movement there or even an attempt. And you try and bring in fresh ideas and shit. And they're just like, yes, interesting. And then nothing happens.
Well, it's because, the libertarians and people with that kind of mindset, they're all very individualistic, which is a good thing. But one of the cons of that is that unity is kind of hard to convince them on for particular things. It's hard to have a unity, in the right libertarian quadrant of the world. And they always have. I'm surprised. I want to look into Milei and how he his political journey before becoming president, because that's not something I'm very well educated on. But how did he get there?
Rage. That's it.
You know what?
Anger.
You know what'd be a good thing?
Like he never stopped being a firebrand, and being like, these fucking evil socialists are fucking you over and over and over again. And he was genuine. It wasn't like an act he put on. It was genuine, authentic rage.
Yeah. You know what? I thought this was a few months ago, and I thought, this would be a great time for libertarians to start marketing. Is prime libertarian campaign season is definitely tax season. You will go to talk to anyone. They will be the most libertarian of their entire life when they're filing their taxes.
Right.
That they will hate the state the most in that moment. And so how do you reach those people, and how do you make them realize, hey, maybe you should consider this after tax season? Because the state's smart, right? They make people pay this once a year, so it's just something bad they can get it over with. If you had to pay your taxes openly once a month, people would get so much more pissed off. And so they're so genius for taking that concept and doing it just once a year.
Yeah, I mean, so there's this concept of, in sociology, they call the submerged state. And it's a concept of like how visible is the state in your life, right? And so, for example, like in America, we do the earned income credit, right? And so the earned income credit is not a very visible form of the state. Sure, like you said, it's visible come tax season that you get this big tax write-off, right? But like, for example, in other countries, like they do, like in the Swedish countries, the Nordic countries, they do like baby boxes. So like when your baby is born, you get this box shipped to you, and like you can fold the box and it turns into like a temporary crib, and it has like a little mattress in it, and it has like diapers in it, and it has like a whole bunch of shit in it that like a new parent might need. And most of it is trash and gets thrown away. But it's like it fosters this weird connection between the state and the citizen of like almost a loving relationship that they.
It's like a fascistic paternal kind of idea. It's I don't know. I've been in this fear so deep that when I start to hear, when I see it for what it is, I get disgusted. I don't know if you get that kind of feeling, but I certainly do.
I am so I've had like a personality, Big 5 test done, and I'm like 1% neuroticism. Right? So I'm in the 1 percentile for neuroticism. So I actually have difficulty holding on to anger. So like I'll get disgust. I have some volatility to me. Like I'll get disgusted or I'll get angry, but I have a hard time holding on to anger or disgust. I'm like actually kind of too nice. The persona that you guys see on cameras, I mean, I'm not being inauthentically me or anything, but I do get worked up, and part of that is being an entertainer makes you get worked up, right? Being in a debate where you don't want to lose gets you in that mindset. But in my day-to-day life, I'm a lot more chill than most people, probably too chill. So there's that. But no, I definitely do get disgusted by it. I mean, I had personal things in my life that pulled the wool from my eyes. Like I didn't become a libertarian because I read theory. You know what I mean? I didn't become a libertarian because of like, taxes or fucking reading econ books. I was a socialist. And then as a teenager, my great aunt died in a nursing care facility, right? Because my great grandma died, and then so we had to put her in a nursing home. She died from bed sores and starvation. She didn't die from natural causes. She died from neglect of the nursing care. Her body rotted in pain, and then they didn't feed her because she needed to be fed and she needed to be flipped, and they did neither. They just put food in her room. So my mentally challenged, intellectually disabled, whatever fucking new term you want to use, rotted and starved to death while smelling food in a hospital. So we sued them, and then we ended up being a part of a bunch of other people. Somehow our lawyer got bought off, and then eventually, and so we ended up having to get new representation. And then eventually we got our day in court. And then with our day in court, they didn't show up. Like, the people we were suing did not show up to court.
Right.
And the reason is because they had bankrupted. And then they sold everything off at private auction to the same owners.
Wow.
So they fired all their staff and all their people, and then just reopened and hired everything. And so we got it was 16 million, I think. We never saw a penny of it because they were bankrupted. And we had like an hour-long trial where we brought forward witnesses because the other side didn't even present a case. So we basically were just bringing forward witnesses so the judge could determine compensation. And then it also came with a 10-year gag order, which I didn't know
on you guys?
On us. After the trial. Not during the trial, after the trial. So we were barred from speaking to the media or anything for a decade. Yeah. And
that's so shady.
And I was like, oh, the entire criminal justice system is here for corporations and to keep us in line. And they murdered my great aunt, and then they never paid a dime because the system is set up to protect corporations. And so understanding that story, maybe you guys understand why I was a communist socialist in my youth. Right? Have that happen to you when you're 15 and 16. Right? I got older. Life happened. And then my Uncle Joe, who had some violent issues and a crack problem, like a crack addiction. And he beat up some women. He deserved to go to jail. He got into an argument with one of his girlfriend, his then girlfriend, who was a black woman. He's in Memphis, Tennessee. He's a white guy. And she stabs him with a knife. And then he stabs her back. Well, she died. He didn't. He ran to his mother's house and then called the police once he got to his mother's house. His mother's house was like 30 minutes away. Problem was, judge was up for re-election and a white man killed a black woman.
Oh, no.
So he had an all-black jury, not a single white person on the jury. The entire case was made about racism and his hatred of black women. Because, and they used the fact that he did have a domestic violence charge because he beat up another black woman, but that because he only dated black women. It wasn't because he hates black women. But they made it a racist thing, right?
Makes sense.
It was inadmissible in court that she was schizophrenic. It was inadmissible in court the toxicology report showed that she had been off of her medication. It was inadmissible in court that she had stabbed another ex-boyfriend. And he wasn't allowed to be called forth as a witness.
Did they even try to justify that?
The judge agreed. There you go.
Jesus Christ.
The judge that was up for re-election in Memphis, Tennessee, wasn't about to let a white guy get away easy on murder of a black girl. Now, Joe's still in prison because he got life in prison. And then he joined the white supremacist gang. And he's currently in prison, sick, dying of AIDS that he contracted in prison.
Yeah.
The third thing that happened in my life, short version, is I was in the Army because I needed college money or whatever. I was kind of already disillusioned with communism at that time, and realized, I was kind of just in a confused space. You know what I mean? And so I was in the Army, and I was kind of like a left libertarian leaning kind of weirdo, right? I just wanted the government gone at that point. Because I stopped seeing it so much as a corporate issue. I kind of saw them all as the same monster. And it was like, we just got to like leave me the fuck alone. Stop.
So are you like a mutualist kind of?
No, I was like a left libertarian, like a prag.
Okay.
You know, guns, God, ganja kind of person turned into that, you know, and with like some woke ideas before woke was cool. And then I was in the Army, and there was a deployment. A group came back from deployment to do their post-deployment health reassessment, which is like health checkups and stuff 90 days after they get back from the Army. Or sorry, after they get back from deployment. And
because you were a medic, right?
Yeah. Well, I was in soldier readiness processing, so like I did like HIV blood draws, scheduled meetings like this, did like made sure nurses got their paperwork done. A lot of administrative work with some, like insurance briefings for new soldiers coming in so that they can sign up, get their paperwork right and shit like that. Here's where the hospital is. Here's where you go if you're sick, shit like that. And constitutional minarchist conservative? No, not at this time, Mark. I was definitely still more like I was not a conservative at this point. Yeah. And so we had like 11 soldiers. I think it's 11. I could be wrong on the number. I want to say 11. I could be wrong. In a unit come through that were on an airfield, so they were like not on the main post. And what we had discovered is there was a doctor there who was basically calling every soldier that wanted to go to sick call a malingerer, telling them to drink water and just shut up and you'll be fine. And so we found like 11 people that were in need of like immediate medical attention. Like one guy had bone spurs so bad that like he eventually ended up having to have surgery on his legs. Like another guy had like an insanely high blood pressure. It was just like a lot of people that were like legitimately sick and needed to go to the doctor and like get medical attention. And the guy was the doctor there was just like, oh, fuck off. We know you're a malingerer. And these people just got back from deployment. And when I say deployment, I mean they just got back from Kandahar, right? Like not an easy deployment. And so, we dug into it and we realized this doctor's not doing his job. He's harming these soldiers. Like he's not taking care of soldiers that just got back from like a horrible deployment. One of the doctors we had on deployment misdiagnosed a cardiac tamponade of one soldier, and he had more or less had a heart attack when we got back and had a full syringe of blood pulled out of his heart. Oof.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and so basically, long story short, me and this nurse, we go up the chain of command all the way up to the colonel to be like, we got to fix this problem. And then the colonel buries it. And so me and this nurse, we are like, okay, fuck this. We're going to the inspector general's office because nobody's doing anything. We've told them for months now, like, what are you going to do about this? Is this situation going to be resolved? This doctor needs to be investigated. He might lose his medical license. Like, this is serious. And at the time I was vaping out in like the smoking area. And so I was at the same office where IG was. And so I was like kind of smoking buddies with one of the guys from IG. And he came out and he basically subtly warned me like, hey man, I can lose this paperwork or I can file this paperwork. It's up to you. But I'm going to tell you that doctor is friends with the post general and nothing's coming to this. And you're going to be attacked for this. And you're going to risk your Army career for this. And it's still one of the greatest shames of my life is that I was like, all right, I did everything I had the power to do. I'm out.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have done it differently. I don't know. But nevertheless, those 3 experiences made me a libertarian. It was theory that brought me from minarchism to actual ANCAP and Mark, right? Conversations with Mark working for the government when I was working on the census. But those conversations in theory dragged me, all the way down to an ANCAP. but it was personal life experiences that made me a libertarian. And I think that's why the way that I communicate libertarianism is so different than most libertarians, is because I didn't become a libertarian because I read books and was like, this makes logical sense to me. I became a libertarian because fucked up things in my life proved to me that the entire government and the judicial system is designed to protect wealthy, powerful people and is nepotistic, it's inefficient, and it is designed to fuck us over and control our lives for the benefit of maintaining the order. And the current order, as George Carlin said, is it's a big fucking club and you ain't in it.
Yeah. It's so funny. There's so many people, just regular life out there, that had this illusion that, oh yeah, corruption, that's in every other country's government, but not here. We're in the United States of America. You know, there's no real corruption.
That's true anymore. That might have been true pre-COVID. I think most people, they just think it's the other party.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what your COVID definitely woke a lot of people up, which it kind of made me start thinking about, you know, it's something I would ever commit to ideologically, just because it's very pragmatic. But the idea of like a reverse accelerationism or like a right-wing accelerationism, just for the namesake, nothing to do with actual leftist garbage accelerationism, just kind of dialectic crap. But just the idea, you know, like it seems that the more powerful the state gets, there seems to be a reactionary kind of cultural force that comes later, and sometimes that force seems to become libertarian. You know, like Argentina for years and years was socialist and, you know, semi-fascist really, but state-led economics and stuff like that. And now it's Javier Milei. What a twist.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we get, you know, there's a while there in Argentina where 1/3 of the population just disappeared because they were black, and nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like, hey, what happened to all the black people here? And they're like, they like interbred or something. We don't know. It used to be 1/3 of our population. Now it's like 2%. Anyways, back on to other things. Don't you like this small German town in Argentina? And you're like, what the fuck is going on in your country, man? Like you're getting mad at us. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you know, Perón literally idolized Mussolini. We shouldn't be super surprised, I guess. But I'm like, you talk to anyone 10 years ago, any liberty-leaning person, who would have said that Argentina was gonna be, you know, leading the charge in terms of freedom? I don't know. I never made that.
It's insane. I mean, Argentina has made insane strides under Milei so far.
Yes, it's.
I mean,
it's almost unbelievable.
UNICEF reported roughly a month ago, that 2.4 million children have been lifted out of poverty since Javier Milei took office. In the first quarter of this year, 7.7 million people in Argentina have joined the middle class.
Yeah.
The middle, like the way that they measure middle class, like, you know, is obviously different from country to country because it's based off of like GDP and based off of like median income and stuff like that. But
I don't think it changed between the times of them measuring it, though. I think it was consistent to there.
No, I mean like what would be considered middle class there wouldn't be considered middle class here. Is what I mean.
Still an improvement.
Right. It would be middle class for Argentina, and it's returned to pre-COVID levels. Like, he has gotten his country back to where it was before COVID.
Yeah. I mean, some people just don't know.
Problem, but he's dropped the inflation down massively.
Compared to what it was, though, I mean,
he went
can
from
only expect so much.
250% to 30% year-over-year inflation. And if he continues that trend, he can get it to manageable inflation that matches, you know, GDP growth, right? I mean, because, some inflation is kind of like negligible. So long
a few years ago, economists they said what he could do with what he was planning to do was impossible. They said what we had right now is impossible.
And now they're all
it's growing.
Now they're all saying that it's actually because Peronism was such a terrible form of socialism that his just seems better by comparison. But really, what we need is socialism.
Right, but that doesn't hold up because I mean, Argentina's, at least GDP, now I have issues with GDP, but regardless, Argentina's economy is growing faster than China right now.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
hold on, pause. It's growing faster than China's lies about their economy.
Right. Because they do government investment to a bunch of bullshit.
China has like something like 800 million people living on $5 a day in wages.
Yeah.
And they say that they've eliminated poverty.
Even when you adjust for the price, party parity, it's still they're so impoverished. If you look at the ratios of what they spend on their income to housing, you think housing's bad in America. Oh my God, in China, housing is inconceivably unaffordable.
You also can't buy a house in China. It's illegal. There's not a single homeowner
I mean, you can't really own it. Yeah.
Because you can't like you lease it for 100 years or until your death.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that there's not a true homeowner in America either.
Boval goes, but look at the LED skyscrapers. It's so true, dude. Did you see yesterday's stream where I showed that video from like the Chinese infrastructure thing from Twitter?
I might have missed. Is it some fucking tanky glazing China's glowing buildings?
No. I'm going to show you something because I feel like this is I got to scroll through my shit until I find it because I don't think I bookmarked it. But I'm going to show you a Chinese propaganda video and then I'm going to tell you what I tweeted. Okay? And this is here you go. Are you looking?
Yeah.
Let me pause my music real quick because it has music. And then let me cut this music down because it's way too fucking loud.
Wow, they carved through a mountain.
Wait for it. All right, so there's the propaganda video. Okay, now here's what they wrote. This random person that got 14.6 million views. The Chinese are cutting through hills like a knife to build highways. Jaw-dropping footage shows China's carving through cliffs to build the stunning, I'm not going to pronounce Chinese shit, Grand Canyon Bridge linking villages. Okay, and then what I wrote was, Chinese propaganda of infrastructure is easy to see through when you realize these structures are usually open to the public and they have one car on them. It's like the whole
Why is
video
that? Do they charge
falls apart.
tolls? Does no one own a car?
No, it's because no one owns a fucking car in these villages because they build these things hoping that it will then spur growth because it's all economic calculation problem. There's no like need for it. It's all centrally planned. Like, oh, once we build this, then this will connect these villages and all these villages will get all this money because there's this new bridge and all this. Meanwhile, if you watch that video, it's a drone footage of a thing open to the public. There's one broken down car on it, and then there's one car driving on it, and then there's one guy on a bicycle. That entire video has 3 vehicles, and one of them is a bicycle.
I mean, I didn't even notice that part. I just saw the fact that they were going through hills.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like I'm telling you, it's the perfect fucking thing that just breaks through Chi-Com propaganda. Because like the moment you see them like throw like, because it's in all of them, you'll see it and you'll be like, why is there only one fucking car here? What's going on? Like the ones in like Beijing and shit like are full of cars and shit and it's fine. But like when you see them like be like, look at this new giant bridge or, dam we built. And you look at the dam and you're like, there's a road over that new dam they built and there's one fucking car on it. Something's weird here. You would never see that in America because even though we also centrally plan infrastructure, we do it based off of like people clamoring for it, number one. And number two, we bid it out to companies and then companies are willing to pay a certain amount of money to build a thing so long as they can charge tolls on it. And then whether or not it gets built, like, so the price mechanism is a part of it, even though it's still centrally planned. So it's a problem.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't get built if a company isn't willing to take the contract.
I'll have to keep that in mind next time I'm driving and there's shitty road quality and it pisses me off.
Unmute your microphone, source, and mixer an hour ago. Okay, hold on. Are we good? Yeah, I don't know. Like, stream got interrupted for a second or something.
It's the Chinese. They know you're talking about them.
Dude, I piss off the Chinese.
Yeah, their army of bots came to DDoS you.
Yeah, right? All right, we're good. But yeah, that was just, I don't remember what the fuck we were talking about before this. So,
Well, I mean, I had a couple things I want to talk about anyway. Like, you kind of gave your story of what led you to be libertarian, and ended with being ANCAP. Which, because I remember when you were not ANCAP, I think.
yeah,
like right, several years ago.
I was a minarchist several years ago. I read Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory, and that was the last I didn't agree with it. I'm not a pacifist. But I was still I was coping in the sense of like, okay, well, we need a state of some kind to like give us a judicial system. And, I don't see like a market being able to do that. It doesn't make sense. But I hated the judicial system anyway. So I was ripe to find something. And then I read Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory and I was like, look, I wouldn't do that, but that is a market solution that is completely viable. And since once that illusion is gone, that we need the state to do it, my natural inclination of the hate and the inefficiencies of the state kind of just the last piece of the puzzle falls in.
Right. I talk with ANCAPs a lot. I'm not an ANCAP myself, but I talk with them a lot because I want to try to understand, see if I can get there. I've been a minarchist for years, never truly went to ANCAP land, ANCAPistan. I would advocate a covenant community, right?
Well, that's
now I've talked to some. Is it though? Right?
I mean,
because
the term covenant community comes from Hans Hermann Hoppe. Yeah.
I just don't understand because when we talk to ANCAPs, right? I'm like, what's the definition of a state? Okay, they say a territorial monopoly or a maintenance of a territorial monopoly on what's it? Violence, I think the term he used. That's Rothbard.
Yeah, I mean that's old theory. That's
okay.
Like,
What's
Rothbard's
the new?
old theory. Well, I mean that's where Hans Hermann Hoppe, so Hoppe is came up with covenant communities to in some ways to improve upon that old theory, right? So a state is like when you say they have a monopoly on violence, well, a corporation would have a monopoly on would meet that definition of a state. A company would.
Yeah.
A private property owner would, right? So that definition doesn't make sense because it would contradict private property rights. Okay? And so in order for a state must be non-voluntary. That's the missing puzzle piece that many ANCAPs get wrong. If it's voluntary, then there's nothing wrong with voluntary governance, right? If I get a job, for example, right? Well, what is it at a business, Fortune 500 company? Well, what do they have? They have rules. They have a dress code. They have times I'm supposed to come in, times I'm supposed to leave, workplace behavior, managers, right? They have all of those aspects of the quote unquote state. But the difference is that it's voluntary. At any moment, I can choose to not be a part of this. And the only reason that I am a part of this is because I chose to be a part of this. I needed a job. I needed money. I went to them and they said, sign this contract. And then you agree to abide by our rules and our governance. And in exchange for that, and doing this work for us, we'll write this contract out that is a title of transfer of currency or property, right? And so the same thing is true of a covenant community. It's just it's the same concept, right? So the Amish are a great example of this, right? Because they have Rumspringa. So even if you're born in Amish country, when you're becoming an adult, they kick you out. They tell you go out and experience the world. Don't come back unless you're willing to voluntarily adopt to our lifestyle, our rules, our everything. That's not a state, because there's not a single person there that doesn't want to be there. At any moment in time, at any point in time, they can leave that area. So if someone sets up a covenant community, even if they have a system of taxation and a system of governance and a democracy, all the things that you would associate with a state, if it is, so long as it is voluntary and so long as they're not kidnapping or entrapping children that come of age, right? Then it's no longer this bullshit social contract that they're forcing upon people. It is now a system of voluntary governance. It's not a state, right?
That's what I advocate.
The other aspect isn't necessary to a state, but is basically true of every state, which is that they have property that is illegitimate. So the existence of public property, right, where you can have multiple property owners, or property that they have simply stolen by conquest, right? So the United States government, even if it like became a completely voluntary state or something tomorrow, right, it would still have to pay restitution for all of this land that it conquered and stole from people, and its taxes from the past, and it would have to get rid of public property, because that is a contradiction. Like you could have some type of agreement towards a system where, you know, that if the functions similar to public property, right? Imagine 100 people start a town somewhere and they all collectively decide that they want a playground. And so you go to move there to be number 101, and they say, hey, if you want to live here and buy a plot of land here, that's fine. But first you have to sign this contract or this agreement that says that you'll help out with repairs or money or whatever for the playground, and that everybody gets to use the playground. So there is one property owner of the playground, but it functions in a similar way that public property functions.
Open access, you know?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I've called myself a voluntarist for years, and I've talked to many people like yourself who call that the same as anarchism, which is fine. The thing is, there's a distinction, there's a divide in anarchists, right? The ones who, you know, talk about this this idea of like a, you know, a covenant community kind of society, and you can have multiple covenant communities, fine. And then I've talked to other people.
Hoppe argues for 1,000 Liechtensteins.
Right. To talk to other people, you know, they talk about rights enforcement agencies, right? It's kind of the difference being they're non-territorial in a sense. They're not like they don't possess a specific territorial jurisdiction. They just have clients, right? Not citizens, but clients.
Well, the clients have territory, and then so they police that territory. I feel like I'm following.
But there's so many
I just want to make sure I'm
right?
careful with the words here, because when we get this deep into theory, sometimes words get misinterpreted by viewers. You know.
No, I completely understand, right? But when you have conflict, like conflict resolution, what they're for, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be cross property lines. You know, I could have conflict with someone who is 100 miles away from me. You know, it's completely possible. And so we talk about arbitration, right? So you have these different rights enforcement agencies, right? And they come together, they arbitrate, right? So I have mine, you have yours. Well, what happens, you know, my biggest issue with the rights enforcement side of anarchism is, is there an appeal system? Like in your mind, is there an appeal system?
I mean, if you wanted one.
But they'd have to say I have an issue, right, with I see an issue with the other person's rights enforcement agency, or even my own, right? But I don't realize that until after I'm in a conflict. Okay, well, there's no higher court that I see that you can appeal to. You know, in the United States, right, with its court system, you could appeal to, you know, you go to your local court, then you appeal to a higher court, then you go to your state Supreme Court, and go higher and higher and higher and get to the Supreme Court, right? I just don't see that kind of process with a rights enforcement agency. And if there is that kind of process, well, then the highest court would essentially just be your covenant community, right?
Okay, so here's the deal. Right, so let's break this apart. So first and foremost, I agree. Like the difference between ANCAP and other, you know, anarchists, right, is that like ANCAP isn't utopian, right? Like we don't believe that like there's this perfect, there's no like, oh, once we all have class consciousness, like these problems will go away, right? Like people lie, cheat, steal, take bribes, etc. People are going to be fucked over with no legal or physical recourse. We live in that world now. We'll live in that world in the future.
Right.
Only ANCAP is, an ANCAP system is the only one that has the possibility that isn't inherently conflict inducing, right? So it's the only one where there's a possibility that you aren't fucked over in some way. Goddamn, that mustache is majestic. Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's talk about this. So first and foremost, I'm person A, right? And then there's person B. I live in Ancapistan. They live in, they live in an Amish community or something, right? I purchase an insurance plan for a rights enforcement agency to represent me in all of my rights enforcement, just like I would, and I purchase Geico insurance. I look at the different companies. I like Geico. Geico seems to have good ratings. Geico seems to deal with stuff. Now, I want to do business with someone outside of Ancapistan. Okay? Well, now that I have an insurance company, the insurance company is going to inform me, hey, we protect you in these areas. In the event that you attempt to do business outside of Ancapistan, you need to make some prior agreement with us. Otherwise, you're an insurance risk, and we're going to have to drop you as a client. Because there's a billion Liechtensteins out there. So the moment I go somewhere else, I go, hey, I'm going to Amishville or whatever, and they go, oh yeah, we've dealt with them before. This is the people that they work with. You're good. Or they go, we've never dealt with these people before. You do this at your own risk. We don't cover this. We no longer cover your rights in this instance. Okay, so it behooves Amishville, if they want to keep selling their little fucking outdoor wooden sets and like little fireplace things, right? That they have some representative that is able to work with all the people in Ancapistan or their insurance companies. So either I do this at my own risk where I'm in a state of lawlessness. I have no protection, or I don't. And so if I choose to, what is the most likely scenario, given enough time, is that Amishville just sets up some company that the insurance companies are willing to work with. Because if the company is bad, then they're going to say, no, we don't cover them because their company sucks. And then the arbitrating firm is most likely going to be a third party that these companies agree to at some point in time whenever they want to do business with all of their clients before any transactions or communications take place, and say, in the event that we can't settle things out, then we'll go to this arbitrating firm. Because here's the thing I look at car insurance, and the reason I look at car insurance is that over 90% of all, and it depends from company to company, but well over 90%. 90% is a low ball of all disputes between two drivers never go to court. So arbitration is unnecessary for 90% of shit, at least insofar as we're talking about car accidents. Because Geico and Nationwide talk to each other, they review the evidence, and they know, the only time they're going to go to court is when a client forces them to go to court, or when both people think they have a good case. And that's rare, right? More often than not.
But it happens.
It does happen, but more often than not, they just go, your client's clearly at fault. And they go, yeah, our client's clearly at fault. Let's pay 10 grand. And then the other one goes, let's pay 20. And then they go to mediation or negotiate. And then they come to 15. And then they go, hey, I got you 15, or we're going to have a 1-year process. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you're probably not getting that much more than 15. And you're going to end up having to pay lawyers. It's going to take you a year. And then people take 15 and then they're done. Right. And so in the current system, what happens is then they go to a court and they sue each other. And under an ANCAP model, what they would do is they would use arbitration. And so what you're asking is, okay, 90% of cases are fine, and then of that 10%, what happens when arbitration gets it wrong?
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I agree with you that maybe it might behoove somebody to have a higher court. And that might be a thing that an arbitration firm offers as a
terms of service.
Right. That says like, hey, we have an arbitration, in these events, we have these rights, or we have these things, or if these mistakes are made, we have a higher court that is like, that handles the entire East Coast or something. And you can even appeal to that. And that might be beneficial, or it might not be beneficial, based upon the price mechanism. So we'll actually be able to determine, because the fact of the matter is that people will get fucked over no matter what system of justice we have. Because until we have some perfect machine that can know all information, we are third parties doing an investigation and then attempting to determine the truth based off of what evidence is available. And so there will be no system that perfectly is able to always get it right. And so this is where the price
I'm not asking for that,
is
right?
so good, is that if what you're saying is a legitimate problem, it will be monetarily worth it to people to spend the extra money to have that appeal process. And if it's exceedingly rare, then it won't be financially worth it to do that. But some people are going to get fucked. That's true. We live under that system right now. Plenty of people
I understand
get
that,
fucked.
right?
Plenty of people in America go to the Supreme Court and their emeritus briefing gets shot down by the Supreme Court because they only take like 55 cases a year or some shit. And there's people sitting in jail right now that did not a fucking thing wrong, but because of one reason or another, they can't do anything about the appeal process.
No, I understand that. I'm not using the standard of perfection, right? My more issue is with and the points you made, I mean they are convincing, right? I fully admit it's going to be a minority of circumstances. Most things will be resolved peacefully. However, in that instance where an appeal has to be made, this is my thinking, and you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, right? But in that, say 10% of incidents, whatever court loses, right, their client is going to disagree with the ruling, essentially.
Yeah,
whatever
course, yeah.
Rights enforcement. Right. So
Most
they're going
of
to
the
take a
time,
reputation
you know what I mean?
hit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is in corporations' incentive, right, in these 10% of cases to, not take losses, right? Yeah, of course. I mean, that sounds obvious, right? But it's more than that. It's, it's almost better to, in these some situations, to it might be better to not come to a resolution in preservation of a reputation.
Yeah, for sure. Here's the problem with that, is that it costs money to take things to court. So it's a financial loss to take things to court.
Yeah.
Now you're saying more often than not, because here's the thing, the insurance let's say you victimize someone else and you both have, rights enforcement of some kind, right? Let's say it's a property damage dispute or something. The reason you're purchasing this is the same reason you purchase car insurance, if it were voluntary, right? Which is, in the event of a collision, I don't have to pay $20,000. Nationwide pays $20,000. I just pay a monthly
risk
fee.
management.
It's right, exactly. So in the event that you commit some minor crime, we'll say, right, or right, even if you're wrong, like, you're not the one paying. The company is the one that's paying on your behalf, and you're protected from. And now they might drop you as a client, right? They might increase your rates to an extreme degree, and there might be, and there's almost certainly going to be like adhesion clauses or like clauses in there that say, in the event that you murder somebody, in the event that
like a
damage
terms
goes
of
over
conduct, of course,
$20,000, in the event that yada yada yada, you might end up having to pay. But assuming that it's like a minor dispute, you're likely not going to have to pay anything. So it's in the best interest of a rights enforcement agency to not drag their client through court, if they can pay off this settlement quickly, because it's cheaper for them. That's why they have a large amount of clients. I mean, like insurance is kind of like the classic economies of scale, right? Because once you have 100, once you have 400,000 clients, it doesn't matter if you have to pay out $2 million from somebody, because you're getting because you're getting, $180 a month from all of them averaged out, right? And so I don't disagree that like they will fight vigorously for their client, but I mean, that's good. That's what we have in our current legal system, right? There are lawyers right now that know that their client is guilty, but we have a right to a fair trial in this country, right? As far as, the Constitution is concerned, not necessarily, like, I don't think that's necessarily a legal right from an ANCAP perspective, right? But from a constitutional perspective, you have a right to a fair trial. And so you have a right to that defense to vigorously defend you to the best of their ability. So, I mean, it's no different than hiring a lawyer in today's system, is that your insurance company would vigorously defend you because their reputation is staked upon vigorously defending you. But if someone offers, but that's part of the thing with minor stuff, is that like there's no reason to go to court if it's a minor thing and they can make this go away with money right now. Everybody walks away happy. Yeah, maybe your insurance premium goes up or something, right? But I mean, like that. I also wouldn't be surprised if insurance companies unregulated by the state, where they can figure out how they want to charge people based off of whatever metrics they have available to them, right? We'll be able to kind of figure out, okay, you've had a perfect track record for 10 years and then this thing came up, and in our system, we color coded it as yellow. And the yellow color code that like people investigating it meant maybe this person didn't do it, but we're going to pay out because we can't really prove that, like, because there's some evidence that they may have done it, and this is going to be like a long drawn out court hearing, and so it's just easier and cheaper to get rid of it. So then because you had a perfect track record and your only crime thing or whatever was color coded yellow, your rates don't go up, right? Because the more accurate their information is, the lower the more efficient they'll be, and the more efficient they'll be, the more they can accurately charge high risk people more money and reduce the cost of low risk people. And by doing that, they make more profit by having a higher rate of profit and by, being more able to determine risk and being able to
a good side effect too.
None of this is a problem that you're showcasing.
Yeah. I mean, a good side effect
scary.
too, by the way, is what you said, is that will incentivize lower risk behavior, less stupid behavior, hopefully, in the society, just as a secondary effect. But I'll say this, like, you've gotten me closer to ANCAP, I guess, with this conversation than I've been before. I won't commit to it yet because I still want to think about it more. But I still got a couple questions, right? So,
I mean,
with
like these days, I'm only calling myself an ANCAP for others' familiarity, right? Like these days, I really have kind of I've slowly bit the bullet and followed like a good little worker, a good little follower behind Liquid Zulu, and been like, no, I'm an anarcho-objectivist, because ANCAP is an incomplete philosophy, and it has a lot of problems in that it doesn't answer the question, well, what ought we do? And that, to me, I am sick of being like, oh, well, that's when I have this other philosophy. It's like, no, these two need to be married because they belong together. And they were made together, for crying out loud, right? They were made together.
Yeah, it's true.
They never should have been apart. Like, if Ayn Rand had just been less of a fucking cunt, and if they and maybe lived a little longer, you know what I mean? Like, we might have a complete philosophy between these two people, because she critiqued Rothbard in correct ways that ANCAP has been fixed since. Like, some of her critiques of Rothbard are correct, and they have been fixed by people like Stephen Kinsella and Hoppe.
Yeah, objectivist legal theory is so vague and just not there. Like, if you look at Ayn Rand's work, like her political theories, constitutional republic, that's pretty much it. It's just not much elaboration on
her philosophy. And then when she writes a book, what does she create? An ANCAP. Her perfect society is an anarcho-capitalist covenant community.
It's hilarious.
Right. And then they're like, ANCAP will never work. And it's like, bitch, your saint that you won't call a saint but you act like she is one. Literally wrote a covenant community in her magnum opus. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's why ANCAPs love Atlas Shrugged so much, because it speaks to the values.
I mean, honestly, I mean, like, I had a lot of people chipping away at me to make me an objectivist, and I didn't want to. There are still instances where I kind of lean on virtue ethicism, and that's like where I can't do the calculus, right? But really, that is just objectivism, right? Like, it took me a while to bite the bullet that it's like, okay, when you're in the domain of unknown, what do you value? Oh, I value honor, I value honesty, I value work ethic, I value, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not virtue ethicism. That's objectivism or anarcho-objectivism. Yep. You're just in the domain of the unknown, where your ability to predict what the outcome will be based off of your actions is very limited. I mean, that's kind of true in everything, but
you're talking about having principles and sticking to them, like practicing the virtues to lead to the values, right? That is objectivism. That's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
And sadly, there's a lot of people who call themselves ANCAPs. David Shapiro, who have a terrible David Friedman, sorry. I don't know where I got Shapiro, but David Friedman, like the moral backing.
Yeah, just insert a random Jewish
makes
name,
us look
you
bad.
anti-Semite.
No, I've been shitting on Shapiro a lot lately because he pisses me off. But besides the point, I want to talk about let's do what Ayn Rand did a little bit, but go more into it and talk about like what is your ideal covet community like legal structure? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those.
Would you
things
have
where I don't have a
constitution?
good
I
answer.
assume.
This is one of those things that I can't answer. I don't know.
Well, I still have some thoughts. Do you wanna get
listen to my
stuff on it?
It's like I mean, like I could have some ideas or something, right? But like the cool thing about being an anarchist, an ANCAP, or an anarcho-objectivist, whatever you choose, is that I understand that I'm a dumbass and that I'm an expert in maybe two things, right? And that there are other people that are better than me at other things and that will have better ideas. You know what I mean? And so it's if I could answer what the perfect structure would look like to me, then I would have to believe that central planning works. You know what I mean? So it's like the only right answer is whichever one matches my values most and seems to function the best.
So look at this through a frame as like, say we're in that scenario where there's 1,000 Liechtensteins, right? And you're looking at mine, right? Okay, and this is you're judging the kind of ideas I've set for. Obviously, in that scenario, you'd be able to see the effects it has. We can't really do that right now, but just bear with me for a minute, right? I guess I'll start with the hottest take I have in this. I don't think citizenship. Now I want to contrast citizenship with residence. I don't think citizenship should be automatic.
This has been a good discussion. Should libertarians moderate some of their views to get elected into some offices, or renegade as a Democrat or Republican? Short answer is you shouldn't moderate your beliefs. Slightly longer answer is you should campaign on one or two pragmatic things, and you should be honest about what it is that you can and can't accomplish, and what is not within your power or not within any practical sense, right? So when someone asks you, like, should we abolish Social Security? You should say yes. And if I have the opportunity to do so, I will. But let's be honest, one senator isn't going to be able to get rid of fucking Social Security. But I can tell you one thing, I'm not going to vote for anything that expands those. And I'm not going to vote for any fucking bill that's going to take away your gun rights or, a couple other like key issues that your campaign is based on. There's your answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, do a Ron Paul, don't do a Rand Paul. You know what I mean?
I mean, they both got elected, but yeah.
Sure, they both got elected. I have a little bit more issues with Rand Paul was a little less secular for my taste.
Rand Paul is a paleo lib. He's not a libertarian.
Yeah.
Ron Paul is libertarian, but I think, I don't know about him. It's very controversial. It makes a lot of libertarians piss off when you say Ron Paul isn't a libertarian, but he's not. He's a paleo-lib as well, and I appreciate him. I respect him. Right?
Yeah.
I got a lot of love for the things he's been able to accomplish, but at the end of the day, he's not a pure libertarian. He just isn't.
Oh, but he's the close. I'd say he's the closest we've got in Congress, for sure.
Yeah.
He's the closest we've got on
you had
a presidential
ideas.
debate stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
The hottest one would be citizenship isn't automatic. It's not, and it's distinct from residency. So residents and citizens, they both have their property rights, their personal rights respected, right? So all residents have that. Citizens is a separate, I guess it would be a class, of politically involved individuals. So basically these people would be the ones that have the right to vote. So regular residents, even if permanent, don't have the right to vote. You think so?
I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it works in a covenant community. You know what I mean? It's just like, it just depends upon the community. It's like, I don't know. I mean,
look at America, where everyone has had the right to vote, and look where that democracy has gotten a pure democracy. Like, America didn't start off as a democracy; it was like reformed into one. I'd say it more so is one now than it was, and I think that's been the matter for the worse. There's a lot of like paleocon people that would be in here and they'll talk about like women's rights, and I'd be like, look, I don't think it should be based on gender. But I don't know, like some of the arguments they made, like that at that time is when you saw a lot of progressive policies start showing up. How do you explain something like that? You can talk about the Frankfurt School and stuff as well, sure, but having everyone be able, I guess in this community, right, the basis upon becoming a citizen, which doesn't have many special rights, it's just being able to vote, being selected for jury duty. It's based on passing a test, okay? A civic test. It's not a hard one, but just, do you understand liberty values, the laws, we have them, and why? The Constitution, do you comprehend that? I don't think that's so much to ask, as long as it's limited to that. And I think it makes a lot of sense.
It's just like, these are I mean, I don't know. Like maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. Like, this is really a question for, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Because it's just like, there's so many variables about how homogenous, how insulated, how open a covenant community ought be is going to be one of those things that is determined by the market, the culture, the material conditions, if you will, to go Marxian with it. Like what is happening in the world, what is happening in your community, that like, maybe you're right, maybe that works, right? But I don't know. I don't see that as an inherently or intrinsically good or bad policy for a covenant community. I think it really just depends upon, well, who are your neighbors? How many people are trying to immigrate to you? What is the stability of your system? How big is your society? Like, all of these things affect how you ought organize it, right? And so that's the whole point of, in many ways, the philosophy of federalism was a new idea of one government will never get it right. So let's have, 13 colonies kind of all being their own experimental labs. And in some ways, I see anarcho-capitalism and objectivism as an extension of that idea to its logical conclusion, which is, well, let's not have 13 colonies. Let's have as many colonies as people want to create, where people share their values and they coalesce together voluntarily. And let's have the whole 1,000 Liechtensteins, right? Let's have 1,000 laboratories. And some will fail and dissolve because they are not efficient, and because people simply move, because it's, you know, prices suck and there's no jobs and the land's expensive or whatever, right? Or the covenant community was too restrictive, right? And so we'll just kind of see what works and what doesn't work. And, you know, as I mean, it's kind of the Tao Ching, right? Is like the line between order and chaos is curved for a reason. And that's because it's context dependent, right? Like different, like what is an orderly society, or how ought a society operate a restaurant changes when a pandemic hits. And then all of a sudden we have new fucking questions, right? And so like none of this shit is stable. It's always moving through time with new people, new cultures, new ideas, new technologies, you know, new
it should
challenges.
be, right?
Right. And so it's like both. I don't want to say that your idea is inherently bad, because I don't think it's inherently bad. I just think it's completely context dependent, and trying to guess at what those systems might be for what level of input from people in the community should be involved in a political process. How big should that apparatus be? How much things should be collectivized in terms of like wealth towards potential projects, and who that works for and who that doesn't work for are just the answers to those questions are infinite. They are as infinite as they are to a recognition that value is subjective. You know?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So it's like I wish I could give you a good answer, but unfortunately I'm not a Republican.
Hey, what do you mean? That is a good answer.
You know what I mean? Like
don't downplay yourself.
Yeah, but like that's how I feel about that. So it's like maybe.
Well, Scott, I started talking to you saying that I like that you were a contextualist, right, and not an intrinsicist. So I don't know if you got what you said was useful, right? Kind of like something that said like, you know, it's going to need to shift and evolve, and sure. I think we need to. There's a lot of lessons. Because America, right? America as a night, like the ideas that put the Enlightenment ideas, was really the first shot, you know, the first big shot at that kind of idea of liberty. Yes, of liberty, you know? And it worked for like, I'd give it like 100 years. You know, I'd say it worked pretty well.
It worked longer than all of the Founding Fathers thought. Because if you read the Founding Fathers literature, you can read Ben Franklin, right? But more importantly, read like Thomas Jefferson, or read George Mason. Like George Mason, for example, Madison. Madison said that once Congress realizes how powerful the power to tax is, this entire experiment fails. Like he knew that. Yeah. This was a temporary solution. Thomas Jefferson said, you know, the tree of liberty needs to be watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants alike. But he also said it in the context that it's a miracle, right? That we've had so many peaceful resolutions via the ballot box, and maybe this system can change and evolve. But he also said the Constitution is for the living and not for the dead, because he understood that times would change and things would need to be restructured, right? So many of these people, you know, it's a miracle that what they set up has lasted this long, anyways.
It's really a, you know, there's so many black pill libertarians out there, but you have to look at the United States in comparison to countries like China and, you know, like even the EU now, like England, this crazy shit they're doing. And look at even 250 years later, the Constitution is still putting up some resistance to tyrants. You know?
Yeah.
It's still working, kind of. You know?
Well,
it's just a testament to... Yeah, we still have guns. You know, Jesus Christ.
That's mostly all it is, really, at the end of the day.
The Second Amendment was ahead of its time, honestly.
Oh, for sure. I mean, without guns, we'd be Australia having a 2-year lockdown during COVID.
Were they the ones, or was it China that welded people in their homes? That was China, right?
China welded people in their homes. Australia was the one that put people in concentration camps.
Yeah, and blasted them with fire hoses. Like some flashbacks to the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you answered. I touched on the topics that I wanted to.
I got to leave here in 9 minutes anyways.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I appreciate it. I was really useful
Yeah.
for me. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I love having these conversations. I'll tell you, man, if I ever get clout, this channel will have a lot less debates and reaction videos and a lot more just interviews and conversations with interesting people. Like this, like if you guys give me enough money and I get enough popularity, you're just gonna watch me slowly turn into an ANCAP Joe Rogan. Cause like I'm not fucking cause like I do reaction channel and I do debates because reaction channels are easy content to do that allow me to talk to you guys and allow me to get your opinions, and like we kind of go together. And I do debates because it's an easy way to link communities and defend and push my ideology, right? But if I had a ton of clout, it would just be like the Libertarian Party interview of India interview that I did. It would just be that type of content all the time. And then maybe like before we have like a 2-hour hangout session, maybe react to like a 20-minute video, or, you know, a really big video comes out. Maybe I'll react to that or something. Occasionally somebody really wants a debate. I'll do a debate. But like I'm an A tier debater. Okay. I am an S tier interviewer. And like, in terms of what I have going on, I'm not that good of a debater. It's just so many people in the online debate space without that much clout are so fucking garbage that I look
that's why
good in
Charlie Kirk
comparison.
has done so well.
Yeah, I mean Charlie Kirk's like a B tier debater.
Yeah, it's not even that good.
Yeah, he's not.
But he's
Ben
just
Shapiro's the
facing
same.
college
He's like
students.
He's like a B tier debater.
One last thing I just remembered I'd like. It's not even deep. Is I liked when you taught, like, going on Tim Pool. That was awesome. Like, good job on that. Because I think that's the way to really get yourself out there. I mean,
I don't know that I'll ever get back. Plus, I was literally inflamed with my autoimmune disorder that day.
Yeah, I was gonna give some.
Like my jowls were swollen because my lymph nodes were swollen. I was sick. And I was just like fucking energy drink it up and just fucking go push through it. But I mean, that was like the final like nail in the coffin of like, I have to go on an elimination diet. I have to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Right. I won't say his name because I don't know if you've gone public about it. But what we talked about, who you're planning to talk with, that's great. Like, good job on that. That's awesome. You know.
Yeah, I'm trying to nail him down for a time. We're just figuring out a time. And plus, he doesn't get back to me until like every 2 or 3 days. But no, I haven't said
another
anything
one. But the one
so
last thing is, do you know who Tick History is? That YouTube channel.
Yeah. I've watched.
He's been going down this. He's been going. I don't know if you know. He's been going down this rabbit hole, this objectivist rabbit hole, for like the last 6 months. I want to say. And he is a guy. I think he has like 300,000 subscribers. He's a guy.
Is never going to be on my channel. I want you guys to know that, because the first bridge I ever burned in this space was Tom Woods, because I still have questions as to why he was fucking hanging out with a 16-year-old girl that eventually became his wife when he was tutoring her
what the fuck?
In school, and then denied it later. But there's a Polaroid with a date on it of them in like a Walmart parking lot together with their parents. Like, he straight up groomed his first wife. I'm sorry, he did. Like, maybe we don't think that's that big of a deal because it was with parents' permission and she was 16. But I think it's fucking weird and creepy. And the way that he answered all the accusations, oh, just fucking takedowns of me, oh, fucking Prague's trying to come after me, and then that piss off young Ripa, and young Ripa didn't want to have anything to do with me. But nah, I don't fuck with that. Like, we have enough people that accuse us of being pedophiles, to the point where I don't want to sweep under the rug for people that like are like grooming teenagers. Like,
no, that's yeah. I wouldn't.
And people
either.
can hate me for that, and a lot of libertarians are like, "Ooh, you said the thing you're not supposed to say because we all support each other. You're not in the cool club." It was the first way I burned bridges. So no matter how popular I get, I'll never fucking have Tom Woods on, even if he like repented, partially for my own moral reasons, but also because he'd never come on this show.
Yeah, I completely respect that. I was talking about Tick History. He is a guy I have actually been in contact with. So like I've contacted him before, and he's probably gonna be, I would say, I don't know if he's the biggest objectivist, but he's gonna reach the most foreign audience to objectivism, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Leonard Peikoff and Yaron Brook are bigger, but they are only talking to objectivists these days.
Right, they're not reaching new markets, new audiences. I've had him react you need to? What you should do is do a reaction.
8:26. I have to take a piss.
I'll finish up.
DM me this strategy.
Okay. All right.
I gotta take a piss and then hop on this panel. Computer Carnage.
I will.
He's in the Discord, so you guys should be in the Discord too. I love you, brother. It's been a long time. Happy to have you back. I kicked him out of the Discord at one point because he wouldn't stop going hard on people and pissing people off. All right, like it's
I was right though.
I was like, "You're gone for a week," and he was like, "I'm gone for 6 months because I need to I'm being toxic." And I was like, "All right, all right." But yeah, let me get out of here. I'm gonna take a piss.
All right, have a good stream, man. Good luck on the debate. So
yeah, and then,
nice talking to you.
All right, peace. And then when we come back, boys, we will we'll hop into the panel and we'll talk about redistricting and immigration and stuff like that. I don't know what GG plus RE means, but I'm gonna go take a whiz bang. I'm back. Brittany's back, bitches. All right, let me hop in here.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear you?
Word. Yeah, no, thanks for coming.
Make some things happen tonight. It's going to be cool.
Yeah. We're just missing... Who are we missing? Cat, she'll be here. Black Toy will probably be here, do you think?
Yeah. All right.
This will be fun.
Yeah,
Hey, Fabian Liberty is in the house. Can't hear him, but he's here. Oh, there he is. Perfect.
We'll give him 5 and then we'll kick this off.
I was I was doing the thing.
How are you doing, Scott? Is your health good?
Dude, I'm doing phenomenal. Like, it's being slowly but surely figuring out what I can and can't eat with my autoimmune disorder has been a long and lengthy process, but like
I caught a few minutes of that the other night. Yeah.
Yeah, my health has dramatically increased. Awesome, dude. My emotional state from not being able to eat fucking anything has sucked.
Yeah, my mom, she doesn't have exactly that, but she has a similar thing where she can't eat certain shit and like had to like she went and tried like everything. She had like all sorts of like neuro stuff going on. They like put like electrodes in her and all this stuff. And so finally I sent her to this acupuncture lady who's also like a doctorate. She has like, I don't know, some actual doctorate in like medical stuff. But she's got like 2 doctorates in Eastern medicine. She started doing the Eastern medicine shit and changed her whole diet, and now is like, oh, I used to be a bitch because I was in pain all the time, and now I'm real mellow. I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, I'm still in pain all the time because I still have a joint disease, but I'm a lot healthier in terms of my energy levels and not having headaches and not feeling like, not being bloated and swollen lymph nodes and shit. That's the thing that, like, yeah, when I went on Temp Pool, I was really sick, and that was kind of like my wake up call, like, oh, dude, I gotta get this under control. I look horrible. I feel horrible. I'm not performing like I need to. I mean, I still absolutely bodied Connor, but I mean, that's such an easy opponent.
I mean, yeah, that's like beating up a kindergartner,
Yeah, you literally, all you gotta do to
I
win a
think
debate against
kindergartners
Connor is
go-
let him talk.
Yeah, I mean, that's really how you beat all leftists, in my opinion.
just let them keep going.
Yeah,
What is it with right wing people? And I'm not picking on you specifically, Gibbs. And it's the left
Yeah, you
does
can
this
pick on
too.
me.
Let me stop. It's the friend enemy distinction. I get it, but like, I just like the tribalism in politics, where like people assume that everybody on the like opposing philosophical kind of like divide, whatever you will, are like all dumb. And it's
no, it's not that. It's not that.
It's
That's
like, I
not
hear
what
it all the time. I know
I'll
you're memeing
explain
a
it.
little bit, right? So I'm not like
They're not
picking
dumb,
on
they're
you
evil.
specifically. But like I hear this all the time where it's just like, oh, these rightoids, all you got, oh, like look how dumb they are, and the same thing with the other side.
I'll
It's
explain. I'll explain.
It's
to
like,
you
no,
the
they're
difference,
not, dude.
In my opinion, I'll explain the difference. Actually, I think that many of them are highly educated and intelligent people. But there's the
like,
problem.
I'll give you an example on your own show, Enemy Charlie, right? Evil leftist. Her ideology is evil. She promulgates evil throughout the world. Very intelligent girl.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's a
but
twofer. She's a leftist and female, and somehow she still manages to be smart.
Well, no, okay. So, but hear me out, right? Like, I mean, Charlie, you can reason with, but like the argument that I'm making here when I say something like that is, okay, it's that most of the Republicans or most people on the right, I feel like, have real world experience. Like if I talk to them, they're basing their stuff in
intelligence
like
versus
live,
wisdom. Yeah.
live, and they'll say stuff, and I'm like, okay, I can see how they've come to this conclusion. I see like where they're going. Then I'll hear somebody that's like a pure philosophical leftist from like super highly educated thing, and they'll start spewing stuff like, and the Duck, if you're watching, I'm sorry, but you're the perfect example for this. He'll be like, we need to rebuild the whole society from the ground up, and nothing is good. And I'm like, if this is actually the policy you're prescribing, then nobody's buying. And like the fact that you're actually pushing this like is good. Same thing with like Connor. You just let him speak and he explains how he's actually a Nazi. And every time it works, every single time. It's not without fail. I just you say a couple comments and just steer the insanity, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, it does help sometimes to give people enough rope to hang themselves. I agree.
Yeah.
Lactoid, bro, the motorcycle looks like it's been good for you, man.
Hell yeah.
I was out riding mine today. It was awesome, dude. It was awesome. It was great.
Dude, it is like a whole nother experience. It's truly liberating, actually.
Now we just got to get Grid with a beard.
No.
Yeah.
My wife, since I've been married, I barely get like more than stubble before she's like, that's got to go.
Yeah, your wife's Chinese.
Right.
Yeah, they're not a big fan of the beards. Especially like the rougher white man beards. They're like, nah.
Nah, they love it. First of all, if it's rough, y'all are knocking out. My shit's luscious, soft.
Well, it's got to get to a
glorious.
certain length before you can like condition it and get it like luscious like that, right? Like you gotta let that grow out for a couple
don't
months.
use oils. Yeah, don't use oils. It's bad for your skin.
Dude, I cannot not use tea tree oil. I have to use tea tree oil. It is the only thing that like locks in after anti-dandruff shampoo to keep me from not being like a walking snow globe. Like without tea tree oil, I'm just like, who wants some garlic salt? You know.
So
like,
I tell you what I did. Since we're on our beauty tips, I'll use like if I'm ever having like really dry because Texas is really hot. If I ever get like the dandruff real bad, I'll do the Selsun Blue for like a little bit, but it's too bad on your hair for long term. So I'll do that for like 2 or 3 times for like maybe 2 weeks, because you don't wash it every day. And then I will do after that. I'll switch to like Revlon or something and do like a moisturizing shampoo, and that like eliminates and moisturizing conditioner that eliminates like all dandruff immediately, and it keeps it silky smooth.
All right. Salicylic acid and tea tree oil, man, or I'm fucked.
I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna get cancer from the shampoos at some point, but that'll be okay. We'll just move on. But let's get the panel started. How are we doing today, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Give Me a Break. Today we're talking redistricting and illegals in the census. I think it's gonna be a spicy one. Since there's a lot of us, we'll just go ahead and give intros. Tell us who you are, and then tell us what you think of the topic. We'll start with specifically redistricting. First, we'll probably do another intro for the illegals in the census later. Was that your question, Fabian?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to. It's okay. I'll kind of wing it because my thoughts.
I mean, if they're tied together,
yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be overlap, but yeah, y'all feel free to give an intro in y'all's opening when we go to y'all. Let's start with Tyler.
Just unmute.
Your mic is.
Average debate enjoyer. I am a Black Hebrew Israelite Moorish national citizen. My right to travel doesn't stop when your ass gets in the way, so get it out of the way. I'm going to run that bitch over. Let's go! That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Castle.
Hey everybody, Castle. If you don't know me, I'm a center-left streamer, and you can find me on Twitter. I can give the socials afterwards. Happy to be here. I think the topic is pretty relevant based on what's going on, so excited to get into it.
All right, fantastic. Fabian.
Yeah, I am a anarcho-objectivist. That's ANCAP and an objectivist. Sometimes I do some philosophy. Sometimes I do some reactions. Sometimes I do some debates. Sometimes I do some interviews. Find me Fabian Liberty. Just Google me. You'll find me on YouTube. Please do not follow my Twitch. I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 2 years. And it doesn't seem like anybody else is actually talking about the topic yet, so I guess I'll cede my time and just let it go into the open.
Well, that's the first. But all right, Lactoid.
I think you missed somebody, right? Or are we just jumping around?
Well, yeah, I guess we're gonna just jump around. I'm gonna go with the names.
All right. I'm Lactoid. You can find me.
He's got a list.
Which one on YouTube?
I'm not on the list.
Yeah, I try to alternate here. We're gonna go in a big circle. I also was moving private.
I'm like Donald Trump.
Yeah. We'll go to Vigilante next now, just because you said something.
I'm the Vigilante TV. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. I need to stream more. I haven't streamed in a fucking while, but yeah.
Fantastic. Grid.
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating people that, we're a small lobby, but we're powerful. And you would say that I'm right of being right sometimes, but mostly I'm just right. And I like the topic. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I anticipate at least one rage quit. Calling it now. Tyler's going to cause it. And he's all fired up about this. So you can find me at An Unreasonable Man on Twitch and YouTube. And we'll get into this shortly, I guess.
All right. Fantastic. Premier Katya.
Yeah, hi, I'm Premier Katya. I don't stream, but lately I've been a filthy, dirty Discord and Reddit mod. Usually people can find me around Peace Coast community these days, so hi.
Fantastic.
Katya, get me unbanned from that one. Thank you.
Okay. It's not just up to me, but okay, we'll try.
Now, we're going to personally hold you accountable and only you.
You, Lactoid?
I know, it's crazy.
So mild-mannered.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I'm dangerous.
No, I'm dangerous.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. All right. My name's Prime. Do debates. It's a lot of fun on my channel. See a lot of the regular faces there. You'd enjoy it. Come check us out.
Fantastic. I guess we'll do intros now since everybody just read their names out and told us their things. All right, we'll start with Tyler this time again. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts on the issue at hand.
Oh, so redistricting. They both have access to the same sets of tools. If they want to try to pull the let's be fair about it route and that gets them more voters, or the let's be hyper partisan about it and that gets them more voters or more votes or whatever, that's the game they play. And eventually, it might bite people in the ass, because when you redistrict a strong district and to make it so you get more seats, you generally spread your lead out. And in a blue wave or red wave election, you could completely shoot yourself in the foot. So it's a high risk, high reward maneuver. And as long as, again, they have access to the same tools, I don't see any problem with it, nor do I care much. And I just see a lot of pearl clutching from the side that's going to not benefit as much if everybody hampers down in the way California or Massachusetts did.
All right, Castle.
Yeah, I kind of agree with some of that. I think the way that Texas is doing it mid-decade is a bit of what I'm opposed to in this whole situation. But like Tyler said, if you don't have an independent commission and you have the votes in the legislature on your side, I think that's just the way the country is going in that direction now, where everybody's hyper-partisan and wants to kind of own their state at this rate. And I think it's leading towards a kind of self-destructive path for the country if this continues to happen, and maybe leads to some type of reckoning. But for now, in the short term, it just seems like both sides are just going to go their own ways as far as they can, which I don't think is a great thing.
All right, Fabian.
Yeah, far be it from me to say that there was ever any civility in politics, because, the name of the game of politics has always been a means of enslavement of the people. There is no liberty under a state. But I think there is something to be said about the slow process of our culture losing social pressure. And as that occurs, you begin to see the shift take place in politics as well. And I think it really begins in earnest with like Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton, working together and making state-based politics such a federal national issue in a way that they weren't before. Obviously, it really kind of starts with the Civil War, when states' rights kind of lose out towards federalism, but, or towards the federal government and becomes less federalistic. But I kind of agree to a certain extent with what Tyler said. I think this goes a lot deeper than most people understand. And when we kind of start talking more about the census, I can kind of like maybe elucidate that a little bit more, because I was a quality control census field supervisor for 2 missions on the census, including the Post Enumeration Survey. So I was in charge of most of the state of Virginia in that. And I can tell you the difference between when Biden came in during the PES and how dirty this game is, and how illegals are used, and how inefficiency and fraudulent the census process is towards redistricting. And of course, yes, gerrymandering being, a thing we all love to point the fingers at one party, but again, both parties do this. I think it's, there is no right answer there though. Right. Well, I mean, there is, which is anarchism. But I mean, apart from that, there is no right answer, because independent commissions are very often biased. The legislator is very often biased. Sometimes you see, when state Supreme Courts step in, they can be very biased, like, because, the courts are packed full of people too. And, sometimes a state might have Democrats in control for long enough, or Republicans in control long enough to where a court gets packed in many of the same ways. Now, obviously, in some, they're up for re-election, they're not for life. But yeah, there really isn't a right answer to this problem, other than a return to a culture that I don't think we can return to without extreme growing pains. Like, we're in for a world of hurt for the next 30 or 40 years until we begin to limit government again and destroy welfare systems and like return towards a more natural order.
All right, Grid.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that we're that was a lot of interesting comments. I guess, I'm a simple man, and I see it as first of all, as a constitutional conservative. I believe that Article 1, Section 4, and the 10th Amendment both apply here, states' rights. And while I believe that Texas is absolutely pushing the limits of that with their immigration policies, which I'm sure we'll get into later. Gerrymandering in this case is not about actual citizens and representing them. I believe that what we're going to talk around all night is the fact that we want to count illegal immigrants and aliens and people who are undocumented or whatever you want to call it. We want those people to be counted as part of this gerrymandering effect, and quite simply put, the Constitution doesn't allow that. It should not allow that, and it undermines the very essence and nature of our country. And if you're for it, well, you suck, and you need to move on with life. And I think that's all I can really say at this point.
All right, thank you so much, Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two subjects are related, and so it's hard to speak on one without the other, because I think the question here really is the legitimacy of the government if we're gonna determine legitimacy here by democracy, which we do, whether that's the right thing to do or not. If we're talking about, I guess, just narrowing in specifically in the redistricting, it feels kind of dirty, for sure, right? I think it's a little bit messed up when, I saw that tweet from, I think it was Gavin Newsom, which he said, oh, well, look what we could do to California, right? Like, we could ensure that there are 0 Republican seats in California if we get one, if you guys want to play that game. And then, of course, the response from the Republicans is, you guys already play this game. Look at New England, right? There's millions of Republicans living through like large sections of New England, and yet they don't have any seats, or fewer seats than they otherwise should have. And so both sides do it. The question is it fair? It doesn't feel fair. I would like to see some kind of effort to address this. I don't know how it can be. I know there's some proposals like an independent commission that goes in and draws these districts. I'm actually not necessarily opposed to this system, but it would have to be in the context in which perhaps other things that are occurring, like counting certain people in the census, let's say, that gives Democrats an edge, that would also have to go away at the same time, because you can't have one unfair system benefit, get rid of one unfair system that benefits one party and then leave another unfair system that benefits the other party, because it's going to create a kind of lopsided effect, and it's going to cause the party who's kind of having their cheat stolen from them now, they're going to be pissed off. Well, why don't you steal away his cheats too? It's a competitive system. Of course, you're going to see that.
All right, Premier Katya.
Okay, so yeah, I'm personally, like, if we want to just talk on philosophical bases, I'd say that I'm generally against gerrymandering in general and redistricting in partisan lines, like, as a whole, and I've always held this position because I feel like it is rather undemocratic to allow the party in power to continue to perpetuate their power just because they happen to hold it at that moment. Nobody likes when somebody has power in a democracy and uses that to remove aspects of it. I'm super not a fan of that. And I mean, Democrats did agree with me, which is why they did try to pass a bill to ban redistricting in this way and to promote doing like nonpartisan commissions in 2021, but the GOP actually blocked it, which is quite unfortunate, but now here we are. As far as the stuff that's going on with Texas and California, I think, all is fair in love and war as far as, Texas trying to add another 5 Republican seats, and then Gavin Newsom saying that we can add another 5 Democratic seats. Like, if we want to play that game, then, you know what? I'm glad that in this case, both sides are trying to play equally, so we shall see. As for the citizenship and census thing, all people, regardless of citizenship, have been included in the census since the first census in 1790. So if we want to, suddenly clutch our pearls and, piss and shit about, people who are not citizens being included now, that's a new thing that people have just made up this moment. So, I mean, if they'd like to, that's fine. But acting like it's a brand new thing that just happened is a bit strange. So anyways, next person.
All right, Prime.
Constitution says that you'll have to determine your representatives by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years. I'm guessing that's indentured servitude. and excluding Indians not taxed, and 3/5 of all other persons. Those are the ones that look like me. So yeah, they're included. It says nothing about citizens, unless there's something else that I'm missing. But it says nothing about citizenship. So I don't know where the conversation even goes from there, right? You can say it's unfair, well, it was also unfair to only count 3/5 of, Black people. But in any case, I appreciate that there's a discussion
Bro, I'm
about
really bringing up
gerrymandering.
old shit.
It's fantastic.
Let's
that,
talk about slavery.
We
All
are
right, I guess.
relooking those rules. It happens, of course, now when Republicans think they're at a disadvantage, and now they really care. Like Katya said, Democrats have been on this. Like, hey, maybe we should, rethink how we do this. To be fair to everyone. Republicans were like, how do we get our unpopular ideas, use that to take over as many districts as possible without actually providing for the people. So here we are once again, and hopefully with the threat that will use their own weapons against them, Republicans will wise up. They won't, though.
All right, thank you so much, Vigilante.
Yeah, so I absolutely think we need to implement nonpartisan redistricting committees nationwide. When we pushed for the redistricting amendment here in Ohio to do the citizen-led redistricting, which was specifically 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and 5 independents, I actually worked on that petition to get that on to our ballot, and then our piece of shit attorney general fucking framed it in a way that made it look like it wasn't what it was. So it's absolutely a weapon that is mostly used and mostly opposed by the Republic, or independent redistricting is mostly opposed by Republicans, and that's probably because it's mostly used by Republicans. You can argue that the Democrats do it too, because in certain cases they do, which is unfortunate because it's not something that should be available to anybody. It should be made federally illegal. Gerrymandering is actually specifically one of the reasons why I'm not really a states' rights person, because it allows for inconsistent rules throughout the country, like where we see with gerrymandering how you have it's technically illegal in California and certain other states, and then it's perfectly legal fucking everywhere else, which is actually retarded.
All right, thank you so much. All right, well, I've seen a lot made about specifically how there seems to be a lot of the pot calling kettle black, and they're being ironic, and the messaging being really bad whenever these people that fled from Texas went to Illinois, where it seems super gerrymandered. Is there any truth to this? What do y'all think here?
I mean, so look, it absolutely happens everywhere, even in places where there are independent commissions, right? Like in California and in Arizona, they've both been gerrymandered in favor of the Democrats, despite the fact that they have independent commissions. Now, in California's example, it appears like it's hard because demographics shift, right? So it's really hard to like quantify in like a perfect statistical way because of the census, the other kind of topic here, and shifting demographics, and California has so many people move out, so it's hard to know 100%, but it does appear that it has gotten fairer, or it has gotten closer than like 2008 redistricting in California. But nevertheless, when you have an independent commission, who appoints the people on the commission? Well, the legislator is almost always appointing them, or the legislator has veto powers on the commission. And so what you end up with is an independent commission that is then skewed slightly towards the party that's in power. So like maybe it's better, right? Like I'm not like at the end of the day, fuck democracy. I know Katya, you had said something about, nobody likes it when people in power get rid of democracy. Democracy is the worst form of government you could ever fucking have. So I love it when democracy gets taken away from the people, because you people are too fucking retarded to be trusted with any political power. But yeah, so I mean, like maybe it's a little better in terms of being, like more fair and balanced, whatever those vague terms even mean. But like saying, oh, we're going to put in an independent commission, it doesn't solve the problem insofar as you believe that there is a problem. It just maybe makes the problem, insofar as you believe there's a problem, slightly better.
You're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily solve the problem, right? That there is no perfect system to do so. I mean, you don't care about democracy in the first place, so there's that, right? But that you acknowledge that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bite that bullet all day long.
Yeah, sure. But for the rest of us, of course, it doesn't solve it for the exact reasons that you just said, right? Like someone appoints those individuals. There's going to be a level of skewing involved. But
there's also
like,
just statistical
the goal
problems.
is always to, it's tough. It's a tough situation. But the goal is for the rest of us to move to a fairer system. Acknowledge everything.
Well, then you have
said,
to move away from
correct.
democracy. That would be a contradiction. But I get what you're saying.
So again, I was ignoring that part, but like acknowledge all the other things you said. But yeah, that's just the goal.
So hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I want to get to your
I
intro.
kind of want to respond to one thing, and I don't remember who said it earlier.
Hold on, before we get too far, let me. Ical just got here. I'll go to you right after Grid if you don't mind. Let's just let Ical.
How are you doing?
Let Ical get an intro here real quick since he's walking in.
Good. You just want me to weigh in just on gerrymandering in general?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't know what everybody else said, but I mean, I follow this. I've been following this with my debate squad like for over 10 years. And I can tell you that the balance in the House right now is pretty darn even. The number of seats, the margin of seats that came across from the 2024 election is about the same as what the popular vote for the House was. So the balance is there right now. So my solution is to say, okay, if Texas is going to do what it's going to do now, and it looks like other red states are going to follow suit, then go ahead and let the blue states have their trigger laws that will allow them to do the same thing. And my guess is it will shake out about where it is now.
All right, go ahead, Grid. I cut you off earlier, so now he's giving an intro.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, no, it's fine, man. I was going to get into something, but I want to stick with the gerrymandering thing for now.
So I just wanted to jump into what you were talking about earlier. You said your question was about New England. I would say New England's a bad example. If you look at a lot of the states there besides Massachusetts, a lot of them have such a low amount of House representatives in the federal government that mathematically, it just doesn't add up for them to get, some of them only have 4 representatives, 3 representatives. So Rhode Island, for instance, 38% votes Republican. They have 0 representatives that are Republican in the House. But mathematically, it's very likely that they could if they're getting outvoted 2-1. Where I would actually think the stronger argument is on the West Coast. If you look at California, Oregon, and Washington, those are the places with Oregon. 42% of the state voted Republican in 2024. 16% of their House representatives are Republican. California is 40% Republican. I think it was 38%. In 2024, 17% of them are Republican. If you look at places like Texas, it's almost you look at their state house, it's 41% to match how many Democrats voted in the 2024 election. Their state senate's at 37%. Their federal representations, I think, in the high 30s as well. So the worst, most egregious Republican states that I can find, I like to try to find those out of the bigger states, and I'm having a hard time finding a bigger state with those issues. Now, it's because of the what was the part of the Voting Rights Act that forces states to form majority-minority districts that's keeping some of these Republican states from gerrymandering at that level. I'm sure if they had their way, they've been going after that for 15 years. I'm sure if they had their way, they would gerrymander just as hard. The parties do not unilaterally
That's what
decide.
protected gerrymandering by the Democrats in California.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court shut them down because they said, well, no, because of the Voting Rights Act, you have to do it this way. So it's actually okay that the state is gerrymandered because it's gerrymandered in the right way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm sure the Republicans...
Tyler,
would
your mic cable might be loose, man. There's a hum every time you talk.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to talk about larger red states that are out of whack, we can talk about Florida, for example. I mean, right now we're looking at only 29% Democrats, 71% Republican, while the actual number of voters was something more closer to 60-40. I mean, that's not as big of a gap, but that was just my first example to think of because I'm here. But I will continue to look. I know I think South Carolina's a bit off. I will double check.
So if we want to bring up ones that are like actually heavily gerrymandered, Ohio's not considered a swing state anymore for the most part because of gerrymandering. So our congressional breakdown, we have 15 total seats. 10 are currently held by Republicans, 5 are currently held by the Democrats, and 43% of our state voted for Harris in this last election.
Mm-hmm.
So it's off by 10%, roughly.
Hold on, I don't think you can say that about Ohio, though, because if you're going to say Ohio is not a swing state anymore because of gerrymandering doesn't affect the presidential election.
Mm-hmm.
It's a popular vote within Ohio.
Yeah, it's just swung Republican.
It's the House. It's really just the House.
But it should be. I mean, like your argument would be more along the lines of it should be like 8 Republicans and 7 Democrats, or 9 Republicans and 6 Democrats, as opposed to 10 Republicans and 5 Democrats.
Pointing towards.
Yeah, I mean, you can say it's gerrymandered in the House, but that's the only. But what I wanted to point out, especially with California, but this can apply to some big red states too, is if you have a very large popular vote margin, like 22-point margin of Democrats over Republicans in California, then even when you have an independent redistricting council, right, like they have in California. Let's say you take an average district that has a 22-point margin, and you reduce that margin by 15 points, which would be massive reduction. You would still have a +6 advantage for Democrats in that district. It's very difficult. It all depends on what your goal is, right? So if the redistricting commission, if its goal is to create as many competitive districts as possible, okay, that's one thing. I think that's actually a noble goal. But if your goal is to make it so that each district has a margin that reflects the state, then that's not going to really balance things out. It's just going to mean that the 22-point margin that's statewide would also be within each district. So that wouldn't fix anything.
It's also important to note, and I know, I apologize for kind of swinging to the second topic, right? But these issues are so closely linked, we have to discuss it. And it's also important to note that if you have a state with 0 gerrymandering, right? Let's say it's like it was done by an AI or something, and it was done, perfectly by whatever standards it is that we presumably prefer. Value is subjective. That would be nonsense to say that it could do that, but let's say it does. And you have a sanctuary city there. Well, you're going to get a district that already looks gerrymandered because you're going to have illegals that are counted in the House of Representatives for seats that give new seats to a state, right? So if you accept illegal immigrants, you get extra power in government the more illegal immigrants that you bring in, and so sanctuary cities are going to have a lot of people that aren't voters, right? So when you're trying to compare like districts versus how they voted in an election, that might be part of the reason why you only see like a 10% difference in like Texas, but see a bigger difference in, let's say, California, because when gerrymandering is done by conservatives, it's kind of already fixing, if you will, if you assume that it's a problem, it is in part countering the balance of power that illegal immigrants give to Democrats to allow them to have more political power in the country.
So
one of the things.
I'm so happy that Republicans are recognizing how valuable undocumented immigrants are, right?
Well, no, it's just Democrats that use them
all
for
our,
votes.
in
Right,
all our
it's just Democrats that look at them like slaves.
We should be
for
fighting
votes.
for them, right? We should be competing for.
I know you
as
brought
many
up slaveries, right?
So undocumented immigrants, we should be competing to get them within your district, right? To boost those numbers, and of course, a pathway to citizenship so they can pay taxes and contribute.
Yeah, I don't think that's
how we should compete for people who commit voter fraud, because then we'll start winning elections.
As much as I really want to beat up on California for gerrymandering, and certainly the way they've done it is quite heinous. But the real reason there that they have such a problem getting. Sorry.
I would say it's kind of minor in California. I mean, it's still gerrymandered in California.
Yeah, the
It's not as
gerrymandering
bad
in
as
and of
other
itself
states.
isn't the problem. It's the way that they've done their voter laws and platforming so that they don't have a real primary and it's almost impossible for an actual Republican to get on the ticket to begin with. So it doesn't really matter when someone that can't act, if they can't even get on the ticket, then they can't get any votes. So that it's just kind of a very self-sustaining system that they have there. So certainly that doesn't apply simply to the House. That applies to basically all elections in California. So it's pretty interesting. Be interesting. But they aren't the demon. Go ahead.
Who do you think the Democrats are running against during the elections in California?
Democrats.
That's not
What
how
are you, an
elections
idiot?
work.
You not
don't
understand
fucking
how
run
it works
against-
in California?
You don't run against the same.
California doesn't run two primaries.
Republicans
They run
don't bother to
single
run in a lot
primary.
of places.
They don't.
Well, they do.
don't
Sometimes
run-
Democrats will eat each other's votes up, and then a Republican can come to the top too.
So
if that's the case.
It's
In
possible,
California-
but you're never going to see that like in certain parts of California or New York City, for example. Like,
So the way it works in California is that it's a single primary. So you'll have 4 candidates, right? 2 or 3 of them will be Democrats, and you'll have a Republican. The Republican will not get on the ticket to start with. So then you just simply have which Democrat do you want to vote for this year? That's the way it works.
Yep.
And that's evil, and that should be changed.
Why is that?
That's
evil?
not quite how.
I'm just curious why you believe that's evil.
Because I think that you should have opposing parties facing off in the actual election. You shouldn't have it shouldn't be choosing 2 Democrats or choosing 2 Republicans. So if we put this on the other foot, if we said we're going to have just 2 Republicans, I would say the same thing. I'd be like, I don't like that. I don't want
Right, but
to
what is
see
it?
that.
What is it about having a D or an R next to your name that somehow makes it less evil? Like you have 4 people running, right?
Well,
in a
sure.
state
I mean,
that's
you can
like
make
a
that
big
argument.
left-wing state full of a bunch of commie retards, right? And then they get to choose between, which 4 commie retards they want, right? Like why would it be
That's a
less
solid
evil
point.
to have a right-wing socialist that that's like barely a Republican so that he can get Democrat votes? Is it less evil because he has an R next to his name? I don't know. Like California's just kind of a hellhole of their own choosing.
Yeah, I understand. I guess you just kind of have to look at whether you believe in a 2-party or 3-party or 4-party system versus a single-party system.
Yeah, I just don't see any morality in a winner take all 2-party system. It's just a violent system.
Let me get away from this a little bit. I want to ask a question. So I posted a photo in the it's not a photo, it's an article in the back room right now, and it shows
It's got a picture on it.
Yeah,
I'm more likely to read it when it has pictures.
It's got lots of pictures. It's got interactive maps, actually, really cool. So check it out. Yeah, and it shows the different redistricting plans for Texas, the current proposed one. And I've seen the meme one going about, about like what Illinois is drawn like a crayon, or like a kid drawing a crayon did it with the little scorpion tail in one district. Do we think like the fact that we're combining portions of 2 cities to make this is like not like a correction? Do you think it's like not a correction? Do you think it's like bad that these shapes are kind of like oblong or weird, or combining 2 different regional areas to get somebody represented? I don't know. What do we think about this? Does geography play a role? Does it matter? I don't know.
Honestly,
I'm
just looking at it, like fucking the proposed legislation looks less gerrymandered. It's not.
Honestly,
but
if
it
I was
looks
a
less.
layman that just looked at this map, I would pick the right map because it looks like, they actually tried to do the districts locally. There's the one in Houston that's a little weird, but other than that, they're much more connected. Like that one in Austin in the previous map looks like the fucking tip of Alaska.
Well, it goes. So the reason I bring this up is because this is actually a local issue here, right? I live in San Antonio. I don't live on the side of town that's in, but they're like this guy's really representing Austin. He's not representing our local people, and they're like, so that people there are like, well, do we want the redistricting? And they're like, it'll represent us more locally, but we're gonna lose probably elections, kind of. So it's like kind of like a.
Tyler, the Republicans made that district. It wasn't Democrats picking where the district was in Texas.
I wouldn't blame it. I'm just saying, as a layman, if I were to look at
so
this,
they're fixing it. They're fixing the districts.
Yeah, if I was just to look at this as a layman with no previous knowledge, I'd pick the map on the right because it looks like it's less gerrymandered.
Yeah, they're repairing the damage they did before. That's all that's happening, right?
Yeah, if you guys want to see some really fucked up districts, I put a district map in the same chat. In Florida, we've got straight up districts that are not like a contiguous land mass.
Do they have a map that I can play with?
I just put a map or a little bit of a map in the chat. Yeah, District 14 has 3 different landmass areas as part of it. Well, 3, potentially like 5 actually, if you count those little coastline areas. It's a bit ridiculous, and that was done, obviously, to chop off the Democratic area of District 13 and put it with District 14 that was already a Democratic area. But I'm salty about this, but yeah, it looks fucking ridiculous if we want to talk about geography.
I mean, it kind of looks...
It
looks like they just grabbed the coastal regions in one area.
Yeah, it
looks perfectly normal here.
Doesn't seem too crazy.
But talking about looking at shapes, which you guys were bringing up.
Because they just grabbed the whole inner peninsula in one district.
Shapes
that
they look ridiculous, but
it didn't used to be
it's
like
hold on. Go ahead, Brian, yeah.
But geography does matter, right? Like in terms of there are some areas that are just lightly populated, right? And you got to reach out and grab them, right? Like from one district to all the way across this landmass to grab it. So just on visual inspection isn't enough, right? What our friend Aiko was trying to tell us, what are the goals, and what's terrain looking like, what's the population distribution, all that factors in. So it can be it can fool individuals, but I think for the most part, right, most places are more well populated, right? It's easier to see these things when you're looking at a heavily populated district or area like a city or something, and then you see all the craziness. Why does that happen?
Well, I actually agree with you quite a bit on that, but just using the Texas one, do you agree that this is a problem when you have 2 actually populated areas? You have a major portion of Austin, and then you have a major portion of San Antonio. These are very unique local geography issues. Do you do you see why I'm kind of wondering it'd be one thing if we're talking about the islands on Contia's map. If there's some island with 50 people on it that you need to pull in to a major thing. I don't think that's exactly.
You don't know the area. Nope.
I don't know, but
you cut off half of a major city and shoved it with a second major city like that. That was the problem.
But I was using more for Prime's example here. If you had if I was going to take Corpus Christi and I put Padre Island on there or Port Aransas or something on there with them, that that would be fine, right? Because there's 1,000 people and they're probably governed by what happens in Corpus, right? But if I'm talking about a third of San Antonio and 40% of Austin, and then just this string that attaches them, I don't know. I think that's gonna hurt them locally. Do you disagree with that?
So okay, I don't know how the current.
I don't know how these were
map
made originally.
Sure, yeah. I don't know the history of how the current maps are made. It could be the case that the current map is also quote unquote unfair, right? But it's less unfair than the new proposed map. So it could be that neither of these options are necessarily good in terms of how Aiko and I would describe them as good. But yeah, one more favors one party, the new one favors a Republican party than the current one.
I want to ask real quick before we get off too far off the Texas topic in specific. Would it be considered insurrectionary to take action that delays a state-sanctioned vote?
Under some definitions, it could be.
Just wondering.
I was going to say
well, he's. I don't know if you, he's just talking about the fact that the Democrats ran away so that the vote wouldn't occur, which is, I guess.
But that wouldn't be violence,
illegal,
though. I think
whatever.
violence is part of the.
I mean, do you think that there's a legal reason to go get them? How would that hold up in court if the FBI intervened on behalf of Texas?
They tried. Well, they floated the idea, but not in Texas.
Floated today.
They floated They floated the idea in Oregon when it was the Republicans who fled the state in order to stop a vote. I think if I'm not mistaken, the court said the federal government couldn't take action, but that Oregon itself could try to arrest them and drag them back.
Can we just get rid of whatever law says that a certain amount of people have to be there in order for you to vote on something. I'm sorry, like, why is it a power that either party can like leave and refuse to show up for work, and then they can't vote because not enough people are there? Like, if you refuse to be there, then fuck you. You abstained.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, like we have cars and planes and helicopters now, and all these people are using insider trading and day trading, so they all have enough money for fucking helicopters anyways.
If they schedule the vote at like 3 a.m. or do some sneaky shit where it's on a holiday or it's at random, and they vote with like 3 people there who are like, "Hey, we're gonna do that then."
Then just get rid of that, right? Just say that like all votes have to be during normal business operating hours on Monday through Friday, not on a federal or state holiday.
Well, then
have a certain notice, maybe.
Hold on. The problem with that is, well, the problem with that is they already have
I think
that.
that fixes the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but they already have that. They already have that here. But what he does, what you do as a governor, is you have a special emergency session. And which is like, oh, we're gonna have like, oh, like you would use it for like, we're going to war, or oh god, there's a natural disaster. But they'll be like, this is a national emergency, and they'll just declare it. That's kind of what's happening right now. And so then they don't have enough people that meet a quorum.
48 hours when they hold a special thing, so long as it falls in those days, and you either are there or you abstain.
Scott, right?
Democrat or Republican, I don't care.
Scott, I'm your commie governor, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna sabotage the Republicans, and so I like using my state power. I capture the Republican senators, right? I hold them up in a room, right? I give them 48 hours. Hey, you got to be at the Capitol, right? In 48 hours, we're gonna have a big important vote there. Oh, you couldn't make it. Oh, well, but it was.
This is a stupid analogy. He's already kidnapped people. Like, that's already a whole nother violation of law.
I feel like any governor. I feel like any governor that would do this would probably not really care about like the vote of a.
Imagine we live under a communist revolution,
dictator.
But then this won't work that well.
He's like, I'm going to kidnap people, but I will respect the vote, no matter what it is.
I called myself commie because that's what you think I am, right? So I was playing into that.
Fascism. It doesn't matter. It's just all another form of socialism.
Whatever. The point is,
there have been fascists who have been outvoted and ousted. I mean, look at South Korea.
It makes perfect sense for exactly the reasons I explained, right? The bodies have to actually be in the building, right? Giving all those other stipulations does not say there is enough bodies there to make sense, right? So yes, you actually have to be in the chamber. This is the most.
It literally requires a fascistic governor to fucking stage a coup in order for it to fucking work. Well, if he's staging a coup, guess what? We're already in a whole new territory of a fascistic governor staging a coup. Like, it's a silly argument.
I mean, that also allows things to be scheduled during events or things that a lot of people would be at of a certain party that could be kind of, biased as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could do something fucked up, like schedule it during the RNC or something, which I said, make it a 48-hour notice.
Hold on.
Special
48 hours.
You're saying that, hey, like, it might be the case that executive power might undermine things, and like, oh, well, I guess by that point it's too late. But the whole point of having these protections is to make it as difficult as possible to do that.
But it's not a protection. It's not protection just because you call it a protection. It's just a means of people running away from doing their fucking job.
100% solves the problem. Right?
I'm sorry, but if you're already a piece of shit fucking politician, right? Then like, I don't give a fuck about your goddamn life.
That was redundant.
You should be in there. You should be in there. Yeah, I know. You should be in there whenever the fuck you're supposed to be there. Republican, Democrat, in other words.
But I just feel like the current system is less easy to.
Let me just reframe Fabian's question just a little bit.
It's happened multiple times now where people have fled to another state to try and stop the legislative process and then chanted about how democracy matters while intentionally circumnavigating the concept of democracy. And I'm saying, get rid of this stupid fucking loophole.
Well, so hold on. I just want to reframe it from like a non-libertarian standpoint, real quick too, because I think there is something interesting about what he's bringing up, right?
This is not libertarianism; it's just normal.
Sure, but like some of it, there's some of your philosophy is definitely involved in this a little bit, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But when I'm looking at this, like right now, right, I've seen people argue, okay, you're elected to do something, your job is to be here, right? And then if you leave, you're technically breaking like house rules, and you're technically breaking the law because now there's a session that's been on the books, and you're breaking quorum or whatever it's fucking called, like by not being there, even though you're you're supposed to be there. Is it not say something to like your like people that elect you, like, hey, I elected this guy, and they're not even there to do their job, and instead they're trying to use like a technicality thing that's like actually illegal? Is this like what?
Well, I'm
like
just saying,
something we
don't
want
even
to
make it a law.
acknowledge?
I'm saying, like,
or is that
don't
a bad
even make
thing?
it a law. It's only illegal and only like
It's
this
already
legal
policy.
issue because we have these rules that say that if enough of these people collude together to try and flee, then they can stop the government from functioning in this aspect, so that they can get the media on their side and get people outraged and hopefully.
Well,
the
I
other
guess what I'm
people
asking,
will
if the
stop
rules on
doing
the
that.
books,
Well, I'm saying, like, just
and
make
it's like a
them abstain.
bipartisan rule, like if the
Your vote
Republicans did it in another
is neutral.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is like it's already a thing, and if say Republicans did it in another state, and like it came up like ICAO said, right, and they're on the books, there's a law for quorum, right? You have to have a quorum, and you have to have these people here, and if you don't come, you're breaking House rules, and you're also breaking law. So we've established it's a bipartisan thing across like states. I mean, now whether or not it actually is one thing, but like just for the sake of this thought exercise, okay, and now you've been elected, and you choose to leave. Is there something to be said to that being like not a trend we want in politics if the goal of these laws is to avoid people interacting with our government in this manner? Like, because it feels to me that's why we have those laws in the books, is because we want the people there to argue about the policies,
right? Like a lot of these rules, a lot of the like gerrymandering or pork in legislation that were a part of like before the good government movement, that were kind of like a way to get legislation passed, or people running away from their state to try and stop a vote from occurring. That these things did not occur to the same degree in the past. They did during certain periods of our history when we were more when we were in similarly politically tribal times as we are today. But by and large, because there was a culture and socialization, and there was people that would be like, oh, this politician doesn't do his job, he's a piece of shit, it doesn't matter whether or not he's a Democrat or Republican. Now we live in a world where you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want, and so long as you have the right letter next to your name, and I think Trump went full speed ahead with this idea that so long as you have the right letter next to your name, we don't really give a fuck what you do so long as you have the right letter. And like and so some of these rules that like may have been made in the past, right, to avoid problems, have now just become loopholes to be abused, because we don't live in the same culture that we used to live in. The laws
it's kind
are
of
the
a
same, but the culture is
catch-22.
different.
It's kind of a catch-22 on this, because if you think about what happened in 2003, this same scenario happened in 2003 in Texas when lawmakers who were Democrats fled the state. They went to Oklahoma. They had to be
a couple of times,
basically pressured to come back in, because back then there were much more swing districts in not only in Texas but across the country. Now what gerrymandering is basically done, not even from a federal level but state level, has entrenched Democrats even further in, so their politicians are even more extreme. So now it's going to be even harder to get Democrats to come back to the state like they have in the past. So it's kind of one of those things where the more you gerrymander it, the worse it's going to get. And now you're not going to have the chance for Democrats to even
what does it
come
make
back.
the difference if it's gerrymandered to get the people back?
Right?
Right?
So
So
you
like,
live in a 60-40 district, right? Then you don't need to be a center left neoliberal. You can be like a part of the squad. It doesn't matter because you're a Democrat and your district is 60% Democrat. So even if there are center left people that like choose to vote Republican, it's still not going to make a difference. You're going to get elected. So the more gerrymandered, but the problem that I have with that is that gerrymandering. The problem that I have with that is that that's not necessarily true. It does the exact opposite. It creates places that are 55-45 instead of 60-40.
You guys are arguing over this. I want to talk about the repercussions of getting rid of this policy. Let's say you get rid of this policy, you can just run a vote with however many people you have in the House at that current moment, because there's no restrictions on it. Then you have the party in power with 6 people in the House run a vote and pass something when the vast majority of people aren't in. The base minimum.
Why would they not be there?
They might not
Well,
be
in
there
the
because
case,
there's
in the case of
give them notice.
It's North Carolina,
yeah, like I said, give them like a 48-hour notice.
Was because of the 9/11 memorial. They attended the 9/11 memorial like people in that legislature had done every year, but this time around the Republicans secretly stayed in town so that when the Democrats went to the memorial, they could hold a vote that was not announced. And it was
this is
because
like-
quorum there. They had a quorum.
This is
but it was-
silly. I brought up a point that
quorum
like
there was
any
too small.
rational American would recognize that this is a loophole that people are using to
Right.
gridlock the government, and then people are like, but what if, and it feels like some of you guys are arguing just to fucking argue.
Let me speak.
It was a loophole
I just
that
like,
we used
like
in
sure,
order to.
maybe we need
in
a
order to-
72-hour
in order
fucking.
to override
This is
There are
a
quite a
silly-
few
the debate
loopholes.
has turned into something off topic because you guys
Well,
just want to argue.
Let's go to Katya. here.
Answer
Go
to
ahead.
your question, which was why do we have quorum?
Let's say, yeah. Let's go. Go ahead, Katya. Go ahead.
No. He can finish and then I'll go.
That's all. It was a direct answer to your question, which was why do we have quorums? And we
I'm
have
not asking for the
quorums.
historical reason. I'm asking why is this a necessary thing?
Historical
It's
happened in
not.
2019.
We talked about it.
Yeah, it happened in
What
2019.
Scott
You don't
is saying
accept
is that
it, but we talked
you know,
about
what Scott is phrasing a proposition in the form of a question here, which is like, why do we even need this thing? Let's just replace it with you don't need quorum, but we give like a 72-hour notice, and if you don't show up, you're not doing your job. Which is a pretty, you know, when someone says what's the deal with airline food, they're not actually asking for like the history of airline food. They're saying
it also requires a
But that's how we answer this question.
Right. Constitution.
Well, I understand that's how you're answering it.
Let's go to Katya. Go ahead,
That's how we
Katya.
answer the question.
Weirdly enough, the libertarian is the only. Weirdly enough, the libertarian is the only non-autistic
There are so many
person.
holes, guys.
You're all being fucking
There are
autistic.
many
except
holes.
me.
Hold on. Go ahead, Katya. Go ahead.
There are so many loopholes, right? There are plenty of different loopholes, and like every single way that you try to slice it and dice it, for the most part, it's either going to have a loophole or we're going to have another consequence. I prefer the quorum loophole over the backdoor loophole, where people do like secret votes and do something. Even if you give notice, I mean, people
Then the
get around
loophole
that.
that I immediately said we would
problem
not do. You're just adding a new problem so that you can protect the current loophole that is favoring your politics. And you're so transparent, and it's such bullshit.
It's favored other people's politics in the past, but my point is, it's better that loopholes don't allow a vote to happen than potentially allow a vote to happen that is, some secret unfavorable shit, because it's harder to undo it than it is to redo it later.
Totally depends what the vote is, right? A lot of
If
us
we're going to
sometimes
talk
do
about that, we also have we don't want people to just because if we're talking about divide and cultural problems, if people can get arrested and people are getting arrested, I feel like that'll just exacerbate cultural problems if people's legislatures are getting arrested.
Except I'm the one saying we shouldn't do that. You're the one in favor of that system.
Let's talk about everything you mentioned.
Stop trying to always fucking interrupt when my side's winning. All right, let me get this out. The Republicans, they passed legislation, okay? And the legislation says no healthcare for all trans associated healthcare is illegal in this country or in this state, right? Hormone replacement therapy is illegal in the state of Tennessee. We're getting rid of it, right? Tennessee is one of those states that really likes to go hard on the trans issues, right? So they do that, and then there's an election, and then Democrats have the majority, a slim majority, and then all the fucking Republicans leave, and they say, "Fuck you, you can't vote now because," and this law has to stay on the books that deny HRT to all trans people. Your position would immediately fucking change. You're being a transparent sack of shit right now.
How do you know that? Nope. Because what did I say? Go arrest them?
I'm gonna let Katya respond. Then let me ask.
The current system is that Trump may have to arrest them.
Okay,
because it's a law and it's a dumb one.
Because people will roll up eventually. Just wait on it.
Well, okay. So this is kind of what I'm looking at, right? I think it's kind of adjacent to. Hold on, we'll come back. I just want to end this kind of.
What if they don't?
Hold on, I want this concluded with the.
I'm sorry, I made the panel go in a different direction because these people want to argue on dumb shit.
No, this is fine. Actually, I do want to answer.
Scott, I actually agree with you on the other side.
I do want to answer this because I feel like you are touching on something pretty heavy here that's adjacent to what you're saying, right? It seems like we've established in several states, at least. I don't know if every state's got it, but you brought up the example. I brought up the example when it happened with the Republicans. They had quorum laws and it was a problem, right? And we've established that Texas has quorum firearm laws. It seems like we've established that we don't like this if this is not a loophole. We actually have a law in the book to stop this from being a loophole, right? I was wondering, I guess, is if maybe we should go the opposite way with it and make the legal consequences greater, because we want to encourage this not to happen at all, because we want legislation to happen. Is that something that would be, and there would be more bipartisan across the board?
Because then Democrats and Republicans could use this to make themselves look like political martyrs. They'll make a whole photo op of them getting arrested and getting punished. When what we really should do is be like, hey, you have 72 hours on this vote. If you don't show back up, then your vote doesn't count. And then they don't get to have this whole photo op where they got arrested.
What about they're doing that anyway to some degree.
That's what I said, and you said you disagreed with it.
We're gonna go to Grid, then we're gonna Prime, and then we're gonna go to Vigilante, and then we'll Tyler. All right, so go ahead, Grid.
And actually, I really want. I was gonna let Scott finish and earlier, and then you guys took it almost in a different direction and came right back around. Yeah, we already kind of allow Scott. We already have kind of what you're talking about go on, but the reality is that the enforcement of it is not what it should be, right? We have, and actually in the absent, in the opposite, right? So when if you look down the list of congressional votes, you'll see who abstained, or who wasn't present, or whatever, and they're just basically like giving themselves an excuse so they don't have to. Their feet can't be held to the fire politically later, and I think that's irresponsible for a politician, because you got elected to take stands on these issues. You got elected to represent your constituents on those issues, and so I would go even further and say that if they, honestly, if they didn't show up for a vote, then sure, man. If I don't show up for court, there'll be a warrant listed for my arrest. And a congressional vote or a House vote or whatever is far more important than me going to traffic court. I don't understand why we don't have warrants listed for politicians who miss votes.
I think that's the FBI going after them.
U.S. Marshals, actually.
So
it should be a state problem.
Interesting comparison you just made there, Grid. We see Congress, like federal congressmen and senators, like miss out on votes, like House votes all the time, right? And it's like, you guys can just do that. You guys can just like fuck off, like not even bother. They still have enough for quorum, but like lots of them just don't show up. So what if there was a consequences attached to it? I'd have to think about it to see if that's something I want to support. But I think it's interesting just to say that
we'll stop Ted Cruz from going on bullshit vacations.
When we are trying to, when we're supposed to perform our civic duties as normal citizens, right? We're under the threat of arrest if we don't. So I have to think about what you said to see if I want to support it or not. But I think it's super interesting. And which way, Scott? What about emergency votes? Right. So we got to schedule an emergency vote.
What would be an example of an emergency vote at the state level?
Whatever.
We literally have one going down right now with the redistricting. They're doing, that's literally one right now.
Why does that? It's a
special session.
Why can that not be done in 72 hours?
I don't know why it's an emergency.
That's what they're doing.
Hold on, pause. I'm assuming your critique is, what if we need to vote on something right this second, right? That's your critique. So what example would require the state legislator to change the laws of its state within a period quicker than 72 hours? Because I can't think of one that isn't just straight up something scary and fascist.
Newt goes off Washington, D.C., everybody's wiped out, somebody's got to legislate.
You got people sitting in their rooms, you'd let them sit there for 72 hours while they fight. I mean, it's a bad political narrative for the people that left, but
I'm asking Prime. I'm asking Prime.
Sure. But we have to free up funds in the case of emergency, especially since, if the idea from the Trump administration is that states should take on more responsibility, or maybe all the responsibility of emergency management responses, right? Like a natural disaster, right?
Like the flooding.
If that's the case, then we might actually have to free up more funds. Okay,
why does that need a new law that can't be passed in 72 hours?
I mean, the flooding's a good example.
Like we can make a law right now in Texas that says in the event hold on, listen, like that example doesn't work. We can make a law right now. We can give you 72 hours, and then in 72 hours we can vote on the law that says in the event of an emergency where such and such 3-letter agency determines the damages exceed, this amount of money, then we take this money out of this department for that, and then that is a power pursuant to that individual, and then if and then we can, within a 72-hour period, when something occurs, we can vote on it differently. Like there's no reason for the state to change the laws of the land, and it needs to be done in an emergency.
I can think of a literal.
Fabian,
I can think of a literal example right here in Texas where this would be useful. Right, would be the flooding we just had, and there's more flooding on the way, and they go, "Oh, it's going to happen within like 24 hours. We know it's more coming, and we need a budgetary allotment, and we can actually have temporary sirens we can put up." Yeah, I know it's all well and good, but
isn't this also an argument against quorum though? Because what if you can't get quorum by the time the emergency happens? Wouldn't this be an argument for getting rid of the requirement?
Because everybody fled the state because there's a flood.
I don't like this emergency.
So it doesn't. This is actually an argument against quorum as well, right? We should just get rid of quorum because in an emergency we got to take the votes we can get, right? Because it's an emergency.
Fucking lawyer.
Well,
that's a good point.
Lawyers do usually
I'd say that in any case, no. But here's the thing: I'd say that to my response to you, Lacto, and I think that's a fair point. My response to you is that what Scott is proposing adds more layers of rules, right? Like it has to be you have to hit more criteria to accomplish this one thing, right? So that it introduces more complexity. I think the quorum system is the
just changes it to a different
way, right? Like it's not that it's a perfect solution, right? Because of the things you just said, right? I don't think it's a perfect solution, but I think the opposite, or the other one, proposed solution, also it just comes with its levels of complexity.
If I could speak on that,
my solution.
Let me speak
It's nonsense.
I've been listening. I mean, I actually agree with Scott a little bit because what it seems like is that here is this problem that I think if we all sit down and think about it, does again sort of like redistricting seem like a little bit bullshit. It feels a little bit scummy, right? If you have this kind of opt-out where it's like, oh, we're going to lose this vote because the people of the state have spoken and have elected the other party, and so we're going to lose this vote, and so we can do this thing to stop the vote from happening by fleeing the state, right?
And call it
and
democracy.
It's like and then call it democracy, and the question would be this to me really just feels like a loophole. And so what does Scott's proposal do? Well, for any kind of state vote, it requires 72 hours notice or 48 hours or whatever kind of hours we want to give it, enough that any sane adult that ideally we'd only be electing sane adults, okay?
Or
that any sane adult would be able that would be able.
I don't do that.
I set you guys up for that one, I know. That would give a sane adult the opportunity to go and do their job. And if they don't do it, then they're simply tallied as absent. I think this is I don't actually I'm very hard to press.
I would even add one more thing.
One last sentence.
I would add one more thing to this.
Can I finish my sentence?
Sure. I mean,
one last sentence.
Sure.
No, Scott, I do it now.
I don't feel like the supposed problems that you guys have suggested don't actually seem like problems, or they seem like problems that a quorum would actually further exacerbate, or even a theoretical problem that you could come up with would be so astronomically rare that this situation would be less common than the current problem, which we already have multiple examples of people fleeing the state to avoid a vote. Which that's kind of fucked, right?
I think we have to bring it back a little bit to just why they're fleeing the state in general. They're fleeing the state because Republicans are doing something that isn't supposed to be happening right now. It happens every 10 years, and they're subjective. Hey, it's an emergency now. Yeah. Because of why? Because it's just totally a partisan way to grab more seats for them. So I don't know why we're talking about Democrats.
I want to say, I'm very disappointed in conservatives.
We got to partisan-proof this shit, right? And that's kind of what our proposal does.
I just got to...
Well, not after Republicans get their shit through.
Hold on. I just want to... We'll go to Vigilante because I haven't heard from him in a while in a second. But I do want to say I'm very disappointed in my conservatives right there. Y'all missed an epic one-liner. He was just they're doing something they shouldn't be doing. And the answer is, winning. That's what y'all should have jumped in. Y'all failed. Yeah. But, okay. Sorry. Vigilante, go ahead. You
Yeah, so I'm actually going to... this is one of the rare instances where I'm actually going to agree with Scott and Lactoid. I actually think getting rid of this is a good idea. I think generally speaking, we should, not just at the state level, but at the federal level as well, we should be getting rid of rules that allow people to just avoid voting. And when I say this, I am including getting rid of the filibuster as well. I think it's stupid to allow people to just fucking use bullshit rules to avoid voting. And this is something that I've argued on in the past, getting rid of the filibuster. And I did it when the Democrats are in power. And I like I said I would whenever I fucking had that panel. I still support getting rid of the filibuster, even though the Republicans are in power.
We'll go to Tyler. I just want to say one thing. I think the filibuster's based, and you want to know why? If you could sit there and talk for 24 hours straight, or how many, bro, you are a BAMF, and you know what? More power to you. If you could just keep talking for that long,
filibuster is, right?
That's a deep cut. I guess nobody got it.
Yeah, but yeah,
we know what Trump term is. Yeah, the racist. You like them. Got it.
All right, let's go to Tyler. Go. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I love
so I guess I'm
great pride.
So, all right, the alternatives that have been offered by Fabian Liberty and Lactoid have been pretty solid. I'm not going to dispute those here. What I'm going to dispute is the end goal, which was to get rid of the partisan grandstanding that comes out of that. So imagine instead we implement your plan where you just strip them of their vote after 72 hours. What headline do you think is going to hit more for Democrats? They took away my job. They took away my ability to vote on legislature, or
no. As opposed to getting arrested? Absolutely not.
And the
headline's going to be...
We're going to grid. All right, we're going to go to grid.
Wait.
It gives the appearance of like a fascist situation, so people are going to get
Let's go to grid. We're going to grid.
Did I say the appearance of?
Wait,
did I say the appearance of?
As opposed to arrest politicians.
That's stop democracy.
That's why I said the word both. That's why I said the word both.
Grid, go ahead, and then we're going to Prime. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we introduced the idea of, we didn't introduce it, but we're accepting of this idea of an emergency vote or emergency whatever. It seems like it should be very rare that such thing happens in politics. Politics is a slow-moving train of discussion and in theory, intelligence, which never happens. I feel like that there should be some mechanism. Again, I'm just going to go back to if I miss court, which is very important, then there's a warrant, and the police go find me, and they bring me back to court so that I can face the judge and get take whatever punishment or merit that I have deserved. And the same thing should be done with politicians when they flee or hide or whatever. So that, I'm not saying arrest them per se, but go and retrieve them from wherever it is they are and bring them back for the vote. It's literally their job. It's what they were elected to do. And if they're not going to do it, that's just part and parcel, right? There's no job that's 100% roses, and it seems like politicians get off pretty light.
I think they fine them $500 a day for however many days.
We're gonna go. Well, hold on. Let's go to Prime. Prime is waiting. I'm gonna get Prime in, then I'll see ICAO, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead. Prime.
Let's go ICAO before me. I've been jumping in a lot.
Okay. All right. Go to ICAO, then Prime.
Yeah. So, first of all, that's already something that we can do, and in fact, they threatened to do that the last time in 2003. The only reason they didn't is because they couldn't find most of them, and then eventually the politicians sort of came back on their own. I think there's no way the Texas politicians are going to be able to hide for a year and a half. So there's really no threat of this vote not happening. It's going to happen. It's just they're just trying to grab headlines by holding out for a couple of months before they eventually end up coming back to town. Anyway, that's number one. Number two is I think there's a more reasonable solution that's along the lines of what Fabian wanted, which was you can just lower the quorum to a majority, because every single legislature in this country has a quorum rule, but they don't all have a 2/3 quorum rule like Texas does. Yeah, so if they lowered it to 51, tactics like this wouldn't be able to work because the majority party would always be able to vote. And it would still stop people from having 5 people secretly vote in the middle of the night and pass something. However, none of that's going to happen anyway because it's in the Constitution. It's been in there since 1845. It requires a 2/3 or 3/4, I can't remember which, vote in order to do a constitutional amendment in Texas. And then if that happens, then you have to have a referendum, a statewide referendum. So I just don't see like that quorum rule changing in Texas just because it's such a high bar to get that sort of thing done. To me, the larger threat of all of this is all of these trigger laws that they're talking about putting in California and Illinois. Maybe we'll get to that later in New York. That says that if Texas does this, then they'll do the same thing. And that's probably the more likely solution to all of this.
So, I mean, aren't a lot of the states threatening this? Real quick before I go to prime, I feel like a lot of the states threatening this are already fairly gerrymandered, though. Like, isn't that like a? I don't know.
California is gerrymandered.
Let me.
Well, like I said, it's
let's
not.
go to prime, but yeah, let's go to prime.
It is.
Go ahead, prime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the status of each individual state, but I guess what I want to ask there is, do you think this? You said this was a threat, Aiko, right? The greater threat is a trigger law. Are you saying that the greater threat you mean to stop the vote from happening in the first place?
The response, yeah. So what they're doing, they've already got maps that'll get them another 5 seats in California, and they want to pass a law that says they will do that, which was going to require that they override the independent districting council, that they will do that in response to Texas. And then Illinois is looking at doing something like that. New York is, Minnesota. And I think if Virginia flips in November, like I expect it to, they could do that too, because they'll likely have a trifecta. So there are other states that would do it. And like I said, I think seats are pretty balanced right now. I think that if a bunch of blue states balance that what the red states are doing, they could end up being balanced again after this. So I'm not as sure that there's that much reason to panic over all of this. But also, if you think California is already gerrymandered, then you won't be for laws preventing it, right? Like you'll be fine with them doing that, right? Because it's just going from one gerrymander to another. Fair enough. Just let it all play out, is what I say.
So yeah, so I guess what I then want to ask the panel then is that I'm not sure if we've answered this yet. Is there any particular reason not to just squeeze out as many representatives you can, squeeze out as many favorable districts for whatever party is in charge? Was there do you have a principled reason against it? I mean, our friend Scott is against democracy in the first place. So
No,
I have
one.
And for the rest of you, I'm curious, as well.
I have one that isn't an anti-democracy argument. Mine is actually a pro-democracy argument, believe it or not. And my argument is that it kind of gets rid. That's great. It kind of gets rid of the whole concept of competitive districts, and it further polarizes everything, and it kind of disenfranchises and makes people kind of have the wind out of their sails if they're not of the party that will win in that district. And I feel like it kind of discourages political participation because I'm in I'm in a gerrymandered district that is now it used to be swaying. Now it's if you're not a Republican and over 70, good fucking luck. Or you don't have enough Botox, I guess. Good fucking luck. So a lot of people who aren't Republican in this area have just checked out completely because it's well, you're not gonna get anywhere, and there's no chance of it.
You're
and even if you are Republican, you check out, right? Because it means that there's no need to vote either way. Because
I would say
I'm in Florida. What? It used to be a purple state.
You're in Florida, Katja, right? And a Democrat, you are effectively locked out of getting anything done, right? So let's say there's 100 legislators, right? 100 districts, 100 legislators. And currently there are 5 Democrats. Okay, those 5 Democrats can't do shit, right? But under a bad Republican plan, you'd have 3 Democrats. Okay, well, you still can't do shit, right? What doesn't matter? I think the Democrats in that state are already traumatized, and they don't. they're already demoralized and don't bother to vote. This happens on both sides, and whenever
It's
state
about
is
a
like
federal election, and it's about representing your district and what district needs are, like, you know, as through the lens of the person of the party that, you know, you are a member of. So if it's only what the other party thinks is a problem, or it's only, you know, they're the only ones representing you to the federal government and the only ones who can. I think state legislature is a different thing right now. We're talking about federal. Then I think it is kind of like a crappy thing to talk about here. And it does encourage people to move away to places where it's like a complete enclave. And then we have the Democrat zone, the Republican zone.
we already had that.
So
Even worse, though.
So what Katya says is actually the exact opposite of reality, right? So when you gerrymander, right, what you are attempting to do is create more districts that are slightly competitive, right? Like the goal is to create, like, so if you're a Republican, you're gerrymandering, what you want is like an 80-20 or 90-10 district, so you can put all the Democrats in one district, right? And then what you want is, instead of having a bunch of 50-50 districts, you want a bunch of 55-45 districts. And so what ends up happening in reality when you attempt to gerrymander that way is, yes, you have one or two districts that are not competitive at all, but you have a lot of other districts that might have been 60-40 or 65-35 that are now 55-45. And so the idea is like, oh, well, there's all of these displaced voters, isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, but Scott, which district has been gerrymandered has ever flipped after it was gerrymandered? I don't think that's ever happened.
It's happened
unless like whole demographics have changed.
I think it's happened.
Like you have to wait for a demographic.
I think it's happened in Virginia, but that's only because Virginia became blue.
It happens in the case,
right? But that has to happen when demographics are like flipping.
So the
but
real
gerrymanders
issue,
only happen
issue,
if you
I'm
have
answering
that
my
10-year
question
gap.
still. So the real actual problem with gerrymandering, insofar as I can see it, is this entire concept of we need districts to be competitive. That is a less democracy viewpoint. And the reason it's less democratic is because you go, oh, well, wouldn't it be better if we can force the map in some way so that everybody has like some say of voice in voting? The problem is that when you elect someone, they're supposed to represent their district. And when you chop up a district to try and make it a competitive district, what you end up having is multiple different cultures represented by the same person instead of a person that actually adequately represents the culture of their district. And so what you should do is you should have geographic regions that are, to the best of your ability, that might be 80% Republican, but that guy is there for those people. He's there for farmers because his district is a bunch of farmers. His district isn't farmers and then part of this suburb and then like this little cutout of the city, and now he has to represent 3 different fucking cultures because his district was made that way so it can be competitive. Like the entire concept of the way that we split up maps is going to piss off somebody and disenfranchise somebody, because politics is a game of violence and it's a zero-sum game. It is inherently a violation of our rights, and there's no right way to do this.
You're saying get rid of how many people are in each district. The only way you'd be able to do that is to get rid of the even split of people in each district, I would have to guess.
That's not true.
I mean, that's why
you'd have giant country districts,
like
right?
Nevada.
And then you'd have suburban districts, and then you'd have a city that has like 3 districts in that small geographic area.
But at some point, with some states, they have really big cities and almost nobody else anywhere. You would have to incorporate the city into some of those, like maybe, or you'd have like Texas, giant oval, 2
There's no
districts.
way to not disenfranchise people either from their district being represented by their culture or by their district not being competitive.
But you're right.
There's no
About the
right
first
way to
point,
do
like,
this. Like it
you're right.
just
Like
isn't.
once you gerrymander, you start making the district more competitive. Like some of your red hardcore districts or blue hardcore districts. I don't think AOC would get elected in a very competitive blue district.
Exactly.
You see a lot of these purple districts.
Maybe AOC
generally
now.
It's moderate.
AOC's like she's gone more to the center these days.
Since
But I get what you're
me,
saying.
Yeah, like these competitive districts have purple moderates on both sides, and they like kind of vote both ways a lot of the times. Yeah, like I don't know. I
so you have a whole bunch of farmers somewhere that have like a rhino representing them because the Republicans wanted the victory and they gerrymandered it, and now they have to appeal to people in the suburbs and the city just as much as they have to appeal to farmers.
Well, so what y'all are also talking about kind of comes back to the second thing that we were talking about, which is the census, right? Because I just saw a map earlier. I wish I could find it. I should have brought it up now, but it's the ADHD kicking in. It showed a map. It was DFW, and it was highlighted, and it was like areas that are with less population than DFW. It was like, I don't know, 30 states or 28 states or something crazy, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, this is less total population. It's like, okay, well, so how would you draw this factoring in population? Well, would you give Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, and like San Antonio, like these cities in Texas that are massive, would you give them just like, I don't know how many, we'll just pick a round number, 100 fucking seats, and we'll give them 50 of the 100, right? Like, just that one city getting 50.
Senators,
like,
man.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the senators thing.
But like,
Madison
created
this is what comes back to what he was just talking about, right? Is are you going to have this map, right, where it's like you get 50 districts in like Dallas, and then you're going to have all this area around the city where it's just like, oh, you have these massive areas where there's like 5 people in a mile, and it's just this map that's like, I don't know, looks like Swiss cheese. I don't know if that's a better solution. How are they going to represent all of that?
That's why we have the Senate. That's why we have the Senate, right? Like, land also votes, right? Like, it's really important. Like, we have a federal system that is not meant to represent one person, one vote. And that is why we have the Senate. And the reason we have that, and that is why we have the Electoral College that favors smaller states with lower population, or maybe states with lower population. Right, because if you are like a city liberal that doesn't understand how your food is grown, you institute a bunch of retarded socialist policies that fuck up your food chain supply and things like that. And so there's a recognition from our founders, because they're smarter than any Democrat, that they understand that large land masses need to have special favor to a certain degree because they're isolated from city politics and because their concerns are important too in ways that aren't this one-to-one democratic process.
If you roll yokel, right, you're easily fooled because you have no way of getting news or like connecting with the people around you.
Yeah,
because you're in a low density environment,
people don't have internet.
Right?
Yeah,
and then you can be taken
fucking
in.
Lori
right?
Lightfoot over here.
You will vote for things that damage the engine of our economies, being the cities, right? Where the people actually work, the people that actually make this country rich, right?
Where the people actually work.
Did you literally just say where people actually work?
No. There's no hate to our farmers.
You know what, Mr. Gibbs, you're right. I should
right?
shut up. You're right. Sometimes you should just
this is the most incredible thing I've
no hate to
ever
our farming
heard.
friends, right? But it's true that like the reason why this country is rich, it was because of the cities, right? It's because that's where our economy actually was, where we actually generate wealth.
GDP number go up. We don't care about the price of eggs anymore, boys.
No, you can keep straw manning that, but like
straw man.
You know what's actually true is that the cities, right, are the most important parts of our economy. Period.
Honestly, I think that if New York City was
I'd send straw man to make fun of you for using GDP as the end all be all metric.
Okay, be delusional.
It's literally
that's
your
right.
argument.
I'm just saying.
What if the world were made of
why
pudding?
would it matter if you took New York City and it just disappeared? Goldman Sachs disappeared. Deloitte disappeared.
That'd be a bad thing.
Why would that matter to the country?
Because hold on. Yeah, maybe not. I can answer this question. I can actually answer this question.
Counterpoint, all right?
No, this
only people in the cities work. Well, what if we got rid of the cities? It's like
no, hold on. I can
there's some truth in the middle here.
No. I can actually answer this question. It's really simple, right? The reason stocks and investing and hedge funds are so important to a productive economy is that they allow individuals that are able to see trends to be able to use investments for future production. And so the farmer, right? The farmer doesn't know how much of their own money to spend on seed or on a harvest, but then a hedge fund comes in and says, I'm willing to buy your corn at this price in the future because they are the ones following the corn market, etc. And that allows the farmer to be able to safely spend more money to produce more corn so that our economy can be more productive, and the hedge fund makes a profit and the farmer farmer makes profit.
Yeah, Scott,
because
I
the farmer
understand
no
why
longer
you
has to
have to
leverage
and
risk.
loses.
Scott,
they're
I
making
understand why you
multiple
answered
bet.
that question that way because, like, Grid asked it in a weird way. He related the cities to the fucking hedge funds, right? Like when I was referring to
That's
cities,
part of the
like,
productivity of cities is technology, it's investments, it's like capital. Like yes.
It's all those other things. Hold on, but I wasn't equating it to that one aspect of our economy. Like, what difference does it make when
I'm not saying you
the
were.
hedge
I was just
fund
answering his question.
I know. So there's not a response to you. I'm just saying it's a weird way to phrase that question to Grid. Instead, I'm there are so many other
please.
dynamic.
I can't wait to hear your answer.
To the original dub question, yeah, you would go into a deep depression if all of a sudden New York disappears, right? Like the amount of
New York
wealth,
Stock Exchange is there.
Yes,
right.
exactly.
Yeah,
that.
Hold on. But all of that information is worldwide now. Hold on. I can prove to you that this doesn't matter. I can prove it. Because when COVID, New York City shut down and everyone fled, and the world did not end.
Everyone fled.
Because we have computers,
working
like you just
from home,
said.
right?
I mean, I happen to know people that work in New York and just simply work elsewhere. They just simply work elsewhere.
We just worked while they ran away.
Nukes coming in and erasing New York City, right? That was the same thing. That's how they are able to restart right after.
New York City. A closer analogy is the one time we got part of what Grid wants, and that was on 9/11. I'm sure Grid celebrated on 9/11. But,
Jesus Christ.
I didn't celebrate.
Yeah, people was running in.
The result was a multi-trillion-dollar war effort that everyone
never forget with a big
way
smile.
that it was phrased is that all of the U.S. is based in these cities, all of the wealth, and that's just simply not true. Now, as Scott said, absolutely, there are brokers out there who invest in
all the wealth,
various forms of economy. There are absolutely ways that that benefit farmers and ranchers. But if the farm fails, right? If the crop doesn't come in, the hedge fund takes a loss, and hopefully it's invested and has enough wealth to cover that loss, and the farmer continues on. But sometimes it doesn't happen that way, and the farms get sold and go out of business, and then we have the effect on the entire country is larger than if money simply changes hands from one person to another.
You get a lot more from cities.
Most of them are owned by conglomerates, anyways.
It's a symbiotic relationship that isn't adequate.
It is a symbiotic relationship.
It's not
a nice
like
idea.
when the left just talks about GDP as a measure of like cities being more productive. It's like government jobs are counted in GDP, right? And all the government jobs are in cities. Like it doesn't necessarily mean.
You did that, not me. I didn't just reduce it to GDP, right? I said it's the engine of our economy, and it simply is, right? It simply is the case that it is. But
so is our
that
food,
doesn't mean
farmland.
Hold on. Oh my God, let me finish, Scott. We've all heard your voice. We got it, right? That doesn't mean that the farms aren't important, right? Like you guys hear that. And you
you're saying their votes aren't as important because I think that's a really bad thing to say.
They play a critical role in our country. Of course, we need to eat. Obviously, no one. I didn't think I had to say that, but apparently,
let it finish. Let it finish.
You're equating stupidity with farmers.
It is true that we need to eat, right? Acknowledged. Okay, I guess now we're all on the same page.
Okay, I think I get where you're going.
Understanding that. Cities are still the engines of our economy. That doesn't change that statement, right? The rural areas,
the engines. You could
make fuel. That's the gasoline.
You can make a case that they're gasoline or they are the controls or something, but without the farms, there is no product.
Oh my God! Why are you saying the stupidest thing? I'm sorry, I won't respond to it.
That is not the stupidest thing. That is literally what you said was stupid.
It's too stupid.
Well, you're stupid. Just to jump in here, I mean, it might be stupid, like kind of like what Grid saying. However, I actually know somebody specifically that is watching this stream right now that has told me before, in regards to relations with Middle East countries, we should just give them a 55. Say, okay, you can keep your oil. We're going to keep our wheat, And whenever you can eat your oil, when we can eat our wheat, we'll see who wins this in the long run. We're not, but like, so that I feel like that is applicable to this kind of like logic, right? Because I'm sure that he's sitting here hearing this, thinking the same exact thing. He's going, okay, well, if the cities are so important, then okay, we're just going to follow all their laws and what legislation all the time. Then we'll just keep our food, and then we'll see how long before they start starving. You know, and like I feel like there are people that think like I'm not arguing this.
Those
farm
combines are running oil.
People are
I heard Middle East. Let's talk about Israel.
No, we're not doing that. But like, listen, I feel like
I'd rather die. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. But like, I think there is a segment of population that this logic appeals to. And how do you convince them that they're wrong on that? Like, when
they're kind of extremists, though. I mean, people who think like that. I mean, let's be honest. This conversation is stupid. Nobody wants Americans to die. Nobody wants a city wiped out. And nobody wants farmers to have less of a voice than anybody else.
But it's an insane statement to say that farmers should have less of a vote or less of a say than people in cities. That's where I'm going. That's
one person, one vote. If there are less people, less people vote.
Equal
Sorry.
Right? What Connie just said, one person, one vote, right? Not 1 square kilometer of land, one vote.
Let me counter argue against your actual point, right? I'm going to try and steel man your position, right? And I believe that your position is that, the concept of giving additional voting power towards less populated areas is unfair or undemocratic, as you see democracy as a value, because why is it fair that certain people have more sway when, as a microcosm, as a whole country, as a whole community, we all have unique differences in knowledge and understanding, and that making one people have more political power diminishes that communal will of the people and that voice and that democratic power. Right? Like, and you're saying that it shouldn't be such that like the Senate and the Electoral College is designed in such a way that it favors less populated states and regions. Is that a good steel man of your position?
Sure.
I understand where you're coming from, right? Obviously, we don't share the same values of democracy, but working within an internal critique and working within the founders' logic, right? The reason that we have this is played out, I think, very well with LA County. And what you have seen over and over and over again in LA County is that because LA County and California has so many people populated in city centers that need water, instead of managing their water properly, instead of having desalination plants, instead of having, especially once they lost bids and certain aspects of like moving water from Colorado, et cetera, one of the things that they did is they instituted laws against farmers in surrounding areas, and they instituted laws on how much water they could collect and what types of irrigation systems that they were able to use, that large corporations, because of advanced irrigation systems, were allowed to better be able to produce, but poor farmers were not able because they did not have the technology that was capable. And I think what the founders were looking at, maybe not this specific scenario, but I think they were looking at the fact that oftentimes population centers, they become, just as much as farmers are isolated from the way city works, city people are often isolated from those other regions of the country. And when the population is so centered there, that it ends up creating this disparity, and sometimes large population centers will vote away and harm other people. And this is a means of rebalancing that power because of that disparity, as well as the second reason that they did this is that they wanted to ensure that politicians did not simply go visit the 3 most populated cities and then not campaign or not do anything for the rest of the country, because all you would need to do is win LA, win Chicago, win Miami, win New York.
Talking about LA or Chicago,
but that's kind of
no. I'm getting the present context. I'm getting the present context, right?
Yeah,
that like politicians might, without this additional power to less populated regions, that what you end up with is politicians that then disenfranchise them because they don't need their votes.
But I disagree with that framing, right?
Yeah, that would only affect the.
That's fair. Like, I'm just trying to steel man here.
Sure. Yeah. So I understand what you're saying, and I think you were trying to say something quite fair. But one, I think, and this is the fact of the matter, that the split that the founders foresaw, right, was city versus rural, right? Like heavy population center versus low population center. But that's not actually, like, at least in our current day, it's not really our cultural split, right? We have a difference between
We have suburbs
liberals
now.
and conservatives. But like, yeah, we do have suburbs, but like like you can have a conservative population center, like you can you can have a liberal ones, right? Like it's not strictly evenly divided between cities and non-cities. So,
Yeah, but I'm not even
right?
talking about Democrat, Republican, or conservative or liberal. I'm talking about regions and why regions have voting power. It's irrelevant.
Hold on. I'm saying the split that they foresaw, right? The founders, right? Like it was true in their time, but it's not true currently in the same way. Now, would you then
How
you
is
brought
it
up
not
the
true?
example?
I don't understand.
One second.
Well,
One
actually,
second.
I think
because of
that's
just what I
your-
just said previously, but whatever.
Right, but that's
And
not
I
an
think
argument.
The split they saw
Hold on,
was
hold on,
landowner
Brent.
and non-landowner.
I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. All right, great. So you talked about how there people in rural California, I believe it was, right, with the water thing, how they were disenfranchised. I think that's valid, right? Like we want these people to be heard, but as you've already stated very clearly, which I do agree, right? Democracy doesn't necessarily enfranchise everyone, right?
Yeah.
Someone gets
There's
screwed
always a
over no matter
loser
what.
in democracy.
There's always a
Democracy is
loser
conflict
in the
inducing.
democracy.
It's a violent system of
And
oppression.
not that I want. To be clear, I don't necessarily want rural individuals or people who run farms to be losers. My point is that any benefits we get from the system are far outweigh from the negatives, where we can't actually address the issues that affect the most people and have the biggest impact to our population because of the Electoral College, because of the Senate, holding all these things back, right? And furthermore, the last point is that obviously, and I think you might agree with this as well, is that the founders didn't give a fuck about fairness, right? Like they had a skepticism toward democracy, maybe equal to yours, or maybe more or less so. Right? But they had a skepticism.
Yeah,
but they have a skepticism towards democracy, right? That's why Electoral College, right? Like are worried about the passion of the masses, right? We want to contain that. Also, you got to be white, had to be landed. Like they didn't give a fuck about fairness. So once we understand that, and if it's a value within our current society that we do want to be fair, the fairest thing is one person, one vote. Done.
But yeah, they didn't.
Well, actually,
they didn't
they didn't
particularly
intend
care
one
about
person, one
fairness.
vote.
Our vote
Also slaves.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like it was never about fairness. It was about governance that was liberty maximizing, right? Like I understand that Democrats and most Republicans no longer have any sense of patriotism or belief in kind of the vision of America, right? But that's what it was. It wasn't about fairness. It was about what can we do to protect people's rights to the maximum degree and still protect this nation.
Because I don't know how does this liberty maximize?
For the very reason that I explained, right, which is that you didn't want population centers that would be able to outvote separate cultures or communities that had less voting power. So they tried to figure out a way to rebalance that with the Electoral College system.
That's also
why we didn't have direct election
but
of senators.
How do you
senators were meant to be appointed by the state.
But Scott, how do you judge more liberty? If it's the case, right? And we're going to like simplify our current conflict, right? If it's the case that there is a small group of people keeping denying the will of a large group of people, right? Like my expression of liberty is that I want these sets of rights, right? I want
agree.
These sets of
I totally agree with you, right? It's a contradiction. Yeah. So is your belief. But they're both contradictions.
But I never said that like mine was liberty maximizing. Though you specifically say this maximizes liberty, but if less people get to express their liberty, right? Their liberty expressed, and I don't know how that's maximized.
I'm not saying that it does maximize liberty. What I'm saying is that the intention was to maximize liberty. So they're trying to find potential pitfalls where what they're trying to avoid is 51% of the population being able to impose their will on 49% of the the population. And so they're recognizing that rural communities or smaller states and things of that nature should not be disenfranchised by large population centers. But at the same time, they're also recognizing that large population centers have more people in them. And so they're trying to balance that power. Their belief system was of checks and balances. Their belief system was like, look, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of the forms of government and we're going to try and balance all of them. So we're going to have a presidency that is very similar to a monarchy. We're going to have a Senate that represents the elite class. We're going to have a House of Representatives that represents the direct will of the people. And then we're going to have a judicial branch of elites that are going to try and keep us within the framing of this document. And all of these things are going to be checks and balances so that no one aspect of this country's government gets too powerful and starts to impose things that disenfranchise other people. That's their concept.
Well, hold on. There's another thing that you have to factor in here. I think, like, just for this though, that is unrelated to the liberty maxing, and I think it has to do with what y'all were kind of talking about earlier, and which was how America's more like a body, right? Prime mentioned that the cities are the engine, while like somebody else mentioned the agriculture is like whatever, right? Like they form different roles, right? And I think this is kind of why I was bringing up the geography thing earlier, and I wanted to see where y'all were going with it. But y'all really haven't touched on this, and it's the I don't know if utilitarian is the right word, but the idea that there's going to be areas that shouldn't be governed by other areas just due to geography, right? Like you wouldn't want the city where they don't understand the needs out here deciding the needs for the people that are going to produce the food or the raw materials that are going to go into the city. You want the people that are the experts in that, the people that do this for have done this for generations to do that. You want them to those people kind of be that. And then when you get to the city, you also don't want these people out in the ag world who don't understand. And there's going to be times where there's a clash, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Then you find a compromise. But I think that was the original intent, because you have to remember the Constitution comes after the Articles of Confederation, right? They've already dealt with some of these kind of things and seen where it didn't work. And I think this is kind of a natural evolution.
Virginia and
I
Maryland
don't think
almost
it's
went to a currency
and so right. So whenever y'all are talking about liberty max, yeah, I think that is a role in this. I think that's part of the checks and balances. But I also think there's the actual function aspect of running a country as a whole, where you're individual parts working together as opposed to
I think there's also
different
one
colors.
last thing,
Madison
then
was more of
you go ahead, Prime. We'll go to Grid.
Just very quick. Something also to remember is that when the Constitution was written, our population distribution was completely different, right? There was a lot more people in those rural areas and being farmers, right? So much more of our population were farm workers, right? This was more even split. I'm curious, right? If the founders are working with our current split, right? Something that looks more like today, if they would have thought the same thing, right?
Probably
because
no.
just like our
they certainly
our friend
would have been a
Gibbs,
one-to-one democracy people, though.
When I
finish,
Gibbs,
we're gonna go Grid.
Yeah, almost done. Very quickly. What our friend Gibbs talked about, right? He said he showed the DFW map, right? Dallas-Fort Worth map, and then he's this out in terms of population, this outranks 30 other states, right? In and of itself. And so when we're dealing with such an extreme imbalance, right? I feel like we would if we're working on a new system created today, there's no way you would design it this way.
For sure.
So
they tar and feather and kill all of you because they did that for people that were doing 3% tax.
Let's go to Grid.
They'd call you all. They'd be with me 100%. They'd be grabbing the guns to make sure.
Well, it's a really interesting thing.
Sorry, Castle. You have your hand I'm sorry. We'll go to you after that. Sorry, Castle. Go ahead.
Yeah, we seem to keep forgetting that originally only people that could afford to vote could vote, right? That's what the founders did. They said you either have to be a landowner or you have to pay a poll tax to be able to vote, because at that point only
poll taxes were introduced later.
That's
true. You're right.
But it was
We're
originally
landowners.
Not just for black.
Hold on.
This isn't true. This is a
hold on.
In some states, it was landowners. Other states let women vote.
Just a housekeeping thing, because I do have a hard out at 9:30. I want to go salsa dancing. So we're gonna just try to go through these people. Let's not interrupt them so we can get through this, because I know we're running close on time. So Grid, go ahead, and then we're gonna go to Lactoid, then Castle, and then we can open up a little from there.
At any rate, the founders didn't intend everyone to vote. They certainly didn't. They certainly were very much concerned about people who lived in the cities being able to vote against the people who lived or supplied their everything from different farms, and they were farmers themselves to some degree. Washington was, and
to some degree, he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, kind of like on the backs of black slaves. But all right.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't want to come out and say it, but but at any rate, I think. Well, I mean, also the indentured servants. We can't forget those guys. And I just think that it's kind of disingenuous to say that even in modern times that, first of all, I don't necessarily believe that everyone should be able to vote, not even citizens. I've come to that conclusion over the years, and certainly not everyone in cities. I've lived in a lot of cities, and I just don't. They're not necessarily all the smart people there. So, anyway.
I mean, there's not necessarily all the smart people everywhere. I mean,
let's go to Lactoid and Castle, and then
I'm gonna say a couple things. I agree with the idea that there's not a lot of, or there are not smart people throughout the world, and the idea that they should have equal say in governance to smart people, I think is pretty ridiculous. So I'm on board with that. Limiting voting through some kind of like IQ tests or other kind of comparable like way of measuring intelligence. I'm okay with that. In fact,
education levels,
poll exams have been actually have gone to the Supreme Court, and they have not been struck down as unconstitutional.
How about literacy tests?
They have not been struck down. They have not been struck down. Now it's been a while.
3 branches of government, so I don't know.
Texas has an opportunity to do the funniest thing right now.
It's been a long time since that Supreme Court just went through the last one. It's been a long time, but as of the last one, you could have some kind of intelligence test.
Educated.
So I'm okay with that. I am a lot more skeptical, actually, of restrictions when it comes to like isolated cultural groups. Or entire demographics of people. I think as America, we should probably be skeptical of that, given that one of our concerns that we had in forming this country was we don't get a say in the parliament. So that's kind of bullshit. So we should be able to leave. So I do think that there is a kind of a valid concern of, a kind of a separate cultural or geographical area who is denied some kind of representation, being upset about that. And I'm more sympathetic to that than saying, well, everybody within all society should vote, because I mean, within any given like area, within any given culture, there's going to be a whole bunch of people who probably shouldn't be having equal say to the top stock of those areas when it comes to dictating policy. But one of the things that that we haven't really gotten around to that I want to talk about, which was kind of the flip side here of this gerrymandering that is sort of taken to, even though it benefits both Democrats and Republicans, depending where you are, generally is seen to benefit Republicans more, is the fact that illegal immigrants are counted on the census. And the census is used to apportion votes, electoral college votes, and other other forms of political representation. Explain to me that, like, this part really doesn't make sense to me, regardless of whether or not you think illegal immigration is really that big of a deal or we should be enforcing it a whole bunch. There does seem to be something odd about giving voting power, essentially, like giving voting weight to a group of people, thus incentivizing something that this country has made illegal, through like legally incentivizing something that this country has made illegal. Why should it be the case that you're incentivized by bringing in as many illegal immigrants as possible?
So just I'll answer this very quickly because I know Gibbs has got to leave, right? Lactoid. I think it's also just as weird to give weight to land, right? Like that's a weird thing that we do within our country, but we give weight to land, right? I'd rather
I was skeptical of that
than anything else. And then secondly, right, is that, well, the reason why this wasn't an answered question within our Constitution is because we didn't have the idea of illegal immigration at that point in time, right? Like this is a brand new concept within our history, right? And so, like, yeah, I'll just go leave it there.
Well, Prime, that's not very convincing because you're sort of appealing to what is as opposed to the normative claim, right? Because we also allowed redistricting, like gerrymandering right now, but I'm guessing you're against it because you say, despite the fact that
I'm not so sure that I am against it anymore. I've heard, actually having
now you're in favor of it.
Let's go to Castle. He's been waiting here. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
we're going to wrap up after that real quick. So go ahead, Castle.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for.
Sure, I'll make it quick. I wanted to get back to your point. So, it was just about the geographical way we could look at things, and I think if you think about the future of the country and the way it's changed over just the last 50, 30 years or whatever, the Democratic, Farm and Labor Party of Minnesota was representing the farmland, and now it's representing more of the cities. So I think we're seeing just a shift of how America is as a country. We're more of a service country. We're doing less farming. The farms are owned by big conglomerates. Same with manufacturing. There are less manufacturing jobs. So more of this country is going to be represented by a service economy. More of those people are going to be moving in the city. So I think as the years go on, you're going to have a dwindling and shifting population in these rural counties that are actually going to be represented by farming or agriculture, and it's going to shift. And I think that's why you have to kind of have it more of a representative democracy based on population, which is what I think Prime is kind of alluding to a little bit. So over the future of this country, we're just going to see less and less farming, a lot of more free trade with countries that do this at a much cheaper rate, which we've done before. And that's kind of the way that the economy is going to keep pushing up and moving up. If you want a more populist kind of government, which is what I think Trump is kind of trying to do, and trying to rebound the labor market that way through tariffs and whatnot. You can try that out. I think we've seen other countries do that, and it doesn't work out so great in the long term. But that's really the only other way you can kind of get around the eventual future of the U.S. I think.
All right. Let's go to Tyler. We'll start us out with outros, and let's make it brief and tell them where to find you with final thoughts. Go ahead, Tyler.
All right, so we heard all the best points tonight that weren't from me. Start with, as Tyler was saying, as always, it is what it is. So, gerrymandering, as long as everyone's got the same tools, whatever.
Anybody say that?
Yes, you did actually as well. And you copied my intro point about gerrymandering making districts weaker, too. So, but
sure. That's okay. You're a plagiarist anyway.
We never got really into illegal immigration, but I have a study that actually uses the highest estimate of illegal immigrants, and it said maybe at best 4 votes are displaced in favor of the Republicans. Granted, they'll gain 4 House seats if they were all not counted in the census, but it's not that big of a deal, I feel like. A lot of this is just because we're kind of in a slow news cycle, and nobody wants to dive into the more complicated political subjects like the inception of Crossfire Hurricane. That's a huge one that it takes hours and days to learn. So now we're arguing about gerrymandering for the 9th time in the last 15 years. I don't know. There's not much that hasn't been said already a million times about it. So everything I said was right. If you disagree with me, I'm sorry that you were wrong. And I just switched over to YouTube. I have a tiny handful of followers and only 4 viewers. So average debate enjoyer on YouTube, hit me up because I need it now.
I follow him, chat, and you should too. Or subscribe, sorry. Quick.
Yeah, I think people made some good points earlier today just about the whole quorum thing and how things that could be changed there. So I think that got me thinking a little bit overall, and based on how gerrymandering is done today, I'm still not really seeing the benefits of it, if there are any. And, I think some of the arguments there worked up until a point. But overall, I just think, and like I said earlier in my intro statement, that we're just leading to more partisanship the way this is going. And I think, if the Republicans do it, the Democrats are going to do it against them just to even things out. Like Cass said, it's, at the end of the day, if everybody's doing it, maybe we just get back to a 50-50 House of Representative popular vote anyway. So might just not make a difference. But yeah, if you want to find me in my socials, Castle Guard YT on X. Similarly on YouTube as well. It's CASSELL Guard YT. But yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate being on the panel with you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fabian.
Yep, I am Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube and X primarily. By those handles, I'm an anarcho-objectivist. Libertarian ANCAP, objectivist philosophy, debates, interviews, things like that. So, I want to say a few things. IQ, you're right. To some of the lefties, you're absolutely right. The IQ is centered in the cities. I would also argue that data seems to suggest that wisdom is centered in more rural areas. I also want to say that landowners being able to vote would probably backfire against conservatives in a pretty major way. The boomers may have voted in this last election 53% for Trump, but they supported Biden in both of the last elections. And, they supported him initially and they supported him when he was the candidate before Harris came in, as well as boomers were the reason that Carney won in Canada as opposed to Pierre Poilievre. It's Gen Z, it's the non-landowners that have been fucked over by the boomers and their policies to try and fuck over the housing market and center all of their wealth on them that have been shifting towards the Democrats because the Democrat policies are designed to maintain the wealth in the corporate elite and to fuck over the small working man. As far as like this concept of like, well, we're seeing less farming, so maybe the rural area is less important. I think that is a misunderstanding of what is meant and understood. It's a very like, I've lived in the city my whole life take, because rural America is not just farming or cattle. It's a completely different culture for a variety of different reasons. And I think maybe that is the future, that more and more people go into the cities. But I think with the housing market, with the ability to work from home, with AI, with increased productivity in labor, being able to predict that is almost an impossibility, especially as this corporate daycare, DEI job bullshit continues. I don't know how long that system is going to last in America, where we just stay this wonderful, everyone works a 9-to-5 job where they don't do anything but answer emails and make tons of money. For the illegal immigrants, maybe we can talk about this some other time, Gibbs, or something. I'd be interested to talk with you about it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't get really into it. I'll just say this. Illegal immigrants are counted on the census, and that absolutely adds towards sanctuary cities and Democrat, strongholds, and gives them more representation in our government that are non-citizens, so that they can get more funding and money, but primarily so they can get more votes. And I worked on the census as a field supervisor for the state of Virginia, northern Tennessee, and most of Appalachia and West Virginia, with the exception of like Nova and Newport News area. I was a quality control census field supervisor, so that was kind of my region. And then I also worked on the Post Enumeration Survey under Biden. And I will say this, when Biden came in, there was a lot of shifty things that happened. They took away our computers. They made us do all our paper. They made us do everything by hand and paperwork and use FedEx so that we could mail things. They did everything they could to ensure that illegal immigrants that don't exist were counted on the census, so that they could go to apartment complexes and then just get numbers of how many apartments there were and then count all of those apartments as filled in the cities, so that we could count more numbers in Democrat-controlled areas. And they did everything they could to stop quality control from being able to function and be able to find out just how much fraud is in the census. So you say it's only 4 seats, but I say from my own experience, having worked on the field, that we don't know how many seats it might actually be, and that there's a lot of fraud in that system, and it's almost certainly maybe 5 or 6 seats. And if it's 6 seats, well, that's more than the entire redistricting problem in Texas, isn't it?
All right, Premier, to you.
Yeah, so if you have any more sources for that beyond your personal experience, that'd be cool, considering, if there were shifty changes back and forth in computers and this and that, there's clearly going to be, more records, more sources, more people talking about this. So if that exists, I'd like to take a look at that. Sure. Other than that,
I don't know.
Sure. Other than that, I'm Premier Katya on X, and also you could just find me around in the politics space on Discord. Yep. Have a great rest of y'all's day.
All right, thank you so much. Lactoid.
Lactoid, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Fantastic. Hi, Cal.
Okay, so I think we can go past a lot of the theoretical points that are being made right now and just say, hey, let Texas do what it's going to do. Those lawmakers are coming back home anyway. Let California do what it's going to do. I just posted an analysis that shows that the map that they're looking at now could flip up to 11 seats in California, actually. And it really only needs to do 5 in order to balance out Texas. But regardless of whatever the outcomes are going, there are Republicans already that don't want this, that don't want all of this to happen. There's Kylie in California who's one of the Republican delegation coming out of California. The entire Republican delegation out of California is trying to figure out a way to stop this. Kylie has introduced his own bill in order to make it illegal to redistrict in the middle of the decade. You can only do it after a census triggers it. And then Lawler in New York is doing the same thing. He's introducing a similar bill that has the support of the New York Republican delegations. So it looks like there's going to be basically blue state Republicans everywhere don't want this to happen. They're very nervous about it. So I think that in terms of the party balance, I think we're going to end up about where we are now. I think everything's going to balance out, but we'll still be way worse off because now there's going to be far more safe districts than there were before. And that's my real issue, is not which party controls those districts so much, but as to how much the people who get elected into those districts fear a primary versus fearing a general. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Grid.
Yeah, so you can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube and Twitch. It's an interesting conversation. I like how that the engine of the country has been losing people for hand over fist since 2020. There's an significant out migration into rural areas, shockingly enough, and I just don't really see how this is going to play out well for the cities in the future. To be honest, I think people are tired of living on top of each other. As far as the gerrymandering and the fleeing, I actually support the use. I came in kind of neutral on this, but I'm okay with the FBI going out, wrangling up these politicians, bringing them back to Texas, and having the vote, and then just catch and release, just let them go. Other than that, obviously we didn't really get into some of the other meat of the discussion I thought we would, and that's okay. As always, been a great time. Thanks, Gibbs, for having me. It's been a lot of fun to sit here and listen to some people talk, and learned a couple of things and made some decisions actually. So always good, always fun. You guys have a great night.
Let's go to Prime.
First, I thank the participants. Thank everyone for coming out, having a fun discussion. So shout out to that. Shout out to people I know, and hello to those I don't know. I hope you guys glad to meet you, basically. And I think it's very lucky that Gibbs invited me because I'm the only one with the tenacity to deal with Scott's overbearing rhetorical strategies. Right? Like, I don't know how we have a conversation here if it's not me actively countering Scott every chance that I get. But thank God that I'm here, right? And lastly,
just name one fallacy I did, buddy.
No, you didn't do any fallacies, though. I'm just saying that you take control of the conversations, and I can deal with you. But lastly, I think it seems that my conservative friends are quite upset over this undocumented immigrants thing, right? And saying that hey, it gives undocumented immigrants give voting weight. And that seems unfair. Okay, I can agree, especially since undocumented immigrants aren't contributing, right? I think they should become documented to solve that. But let's say we didn't want to do that, right? I know you guys don't want to do that. Well, the other way, I think we can come to a compromise, right? I would gladly remove undocumented immigrants from the census, right, and removing their power if we reformed the Senate. If we got rid of the Electoral College, right, reform the Senate to being a smaller version of the House, basically, if we did something like that, that'd be awfully fair, I think. If my conservative friends wouldn't take that bargain, right, then you realize that you'd be losing more than you would gain there, right? You'd realize just how valuable land is and how much the Senate is a massive weight against your political opponents there, right? One that just simply is not matched by undocumented immigrants within the city. So, like, let's consider that. If you don't agree, well, then we know where you stand. All right. Also, Prime Guy. Yeah, find me, Prime Guy, PRMECUIS. Find me, we'll do debates, right? I'll yell at Scott there too, right? And it'll be a lot of fun.
And it's the econ panel next week, right? Then we're gonna actually talk about the trivia. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, and last but not least, but maybe least in speaking time, I gotta say, Vigilante, you were too disruptive. You spoke way too much this whole time. Next time, just quiet down a little bit. All right, just No, I'm just kidding. Tell us who you are. What your final thoughts are. Maybe get a word in now.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I have a problem with being too fucking quiet. Generally speaking, I think we actually heard some pretty good opinions from Scott, which is something I very rarely ever say. Especially when it comes down to the just forcing the votes. Like I said, I heavily agree with that. I also think Lactoid hit on something that would probably be a good idea that I don't necessarily think would go in the way that he thinks it would. I think we should probably use the citizenship test as your proposed test to be able to vote. I just don't think that would go the way that you think it would. On the illegal immigration or illegal immigrants being able to be counted for votes, I generally don't think we should. It's the same reason we really shouldn't have fucking counted slaves for voting power in the past. It's if they can't vote, they shouldn't be counted. And you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
All right. Thank you all so much. It's been a great panel. I'm going to go ahead and raid Grid here so that maybe we can try to get him affiliated. He's on the hunt for affiliate.
I appreciate
help him out,
that.
guys. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
We'll get him there. So check it out. Let's get it monetized everywhere because that way we can all make more money and we're all capitalists. All right, but thank you all so much, guys.
I'm a
It's been great.
capitalist.
We'll see you all soon.
Filthy capitalist.
I'll hit you up about next week and stuff. Thank you all. Have a good one.
Yeah, and to my audience, if you're, because I'm not on Twitch anymore, if you go on Twitch from time to time, make sure you subscribe to or follow. Sorry, Grid.
Yeah, appreciate
I
that.
forgot you're on there. Dude.
What's everybody
What's
going?
that?
I forgot he's on Twitch.
Well, the panel's over, so a lot of people, they're salty from my.
Yeah, I gotta go too, but I was, I like to argue. Hey,
all I've heard thus far is we want to give IQ the conservatives want to give IQ tests and more power to the boomers.
I didn't say that.
And I've never heard. He's Lactoid said IQ tests, and it's and you said boomers, and I'm just like, dude, dude, we're gonna have a Democrat country for the rest of the fucking until it crashes.
Yeah, no, that's why.
It's like we're gonna only give it to high IQ landowners. All right, that's not gonna work for us. It's literally just gonna be Democrat voting landlords.
Like the only true conservative is Grid, though, right? Other than Gibbs.
The only Republican, I would say Grid is the only Republican. Like I would say both myself and Lactoid are conservative. We're just not Republicans, right?
Well, they're definitely not Republican.
Like I believe in order-based politics. I believe in the iron law of oligarchy. I believe in like the entropic law of nature and of man. Like I believe in many of the things that you would say are conservative values. And limited government, especially economically, tends to put me where Republicans pretend they are.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the whole engine of the country thing was like that was weird for me.
Dude, he said he wasn't using GDP, and it's like, dude, you're using GDP. We all know you're using GDP.
But then he literally appealed to GDP.
Problems. So, like, obviously farmers are important. The problem that we come into, though, is like the primarily the food that we grow ends up either being used to feed livestock, or it gets used as like an exporting tool. And we mostly import most of the food that we eat.
Like our dairy industry and meat and dairy industry is an export business. Yeah.
That's why when you somebody brought up the price of eggs. Well, the reason why the price of eggs went up so fucking much recently is because of the fucking tariffs. Because most of our eggs are imported from Canada.
But people that live in cities.
There's a few.
I've lived in both. I've lived in both, right? And I mean, I still have an apartment in New Jersey, right across the river from Manhattan. Like I can see Manhattan from the roof of the building, and it's the.
Oh man, that's such a like a rich man thing to say. I have an apartment that looks at Manhattan. I'd never live in that fucking hellhole. Just close enough to drive there when I need
to. Because of the fucking taxes.
No,
I had an apartment in Manhattan.
Dude, not only that, but fucking. I obviously I was stationed at Fort Drum, and some of the laws in New York are so fucking insane. Like the recycling laws, where it's like you can be fined for not separating recycling, even though it's all going to go into a barge and be shipped to fucking Puerto Rico anyways. Like, you know, it's like, what is happening?
The city can't pick up trash on time.
Like we're all pretending like we're recycling.
We did have an apartment. We were leasing an apartment in Manhattan. Actually, it was a really nice apartment in Manhattan. But the last year we rented in Manhattan, it was 2020, right before the pandemic. We got a tax bill from the state of New York City, or from the city of New York City. City income tax, brother. City income tax. Mm-hmm. I want you to understand. We're already paying federal, state. New York City income tax was $36,000, brother.
That's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily support the multi-layered system that we have, and I think we need to focus more on a federal level system, is because with the way that our system is structured, it basically requires that we have state and local level taxes, because the federal government doesn't do everything that it should, and it's stupid.
Well, the federal government shouldn't be doing any of it.
Hold on, that makes no sense. That's literally just shifting power from local governance to a governance that's more disconnected with people, and it's still going to require taxation. It's just going to be even less efficient and therefore require more taxation. You're just arguing for more taxes for no reason.
Not necessarily, because
I'll hear you out.
Yeah, to a degree, yes, I do think there needs to be more taxes, but I mostly think that needs to be on like the top 1%. That's
I am the top 1%. I am the top 1%.
Yeah, Grid is in the top.
You know, if you make a reasonable salary, you're over the top 1%.
Dude just told you he got a city income tax of $36K, and you couldn't guess that he was in the top 1%. Come on, brother.
He might be like I'm guessing you're probably like around a millionaire or like a multi-millionaire. Maybe.
He's not going to tell you exactly how much money he makes, but all you need to know is this: if you're a doctor or an engineer, you're in the 1% in America. Like, you don't actually need to make that much money to be a 1%er.
When I talk about like raising taxes on like the
you mean billionaires, right?
Yeah, I'm mostly talking about billionaires. Yes, but also like technically, I'm also talking about myself. I make fucking like 60K a year. So like, and I'll be making.
Brother, isn't
the median household income like 57K?
Let me help you out here a minute, okay? And look, and this is, you know, so I think only my chat is seeing, maybe Twitter is seeing, I don't know. For me anyway, Scott's probably still streaming.
I'm still streaming.
My average spend a month on properties, groceries, just living life is $28,000 a month. I spend $28,000 a month. And I don't have a car payment. As a matter of fact, I don't have any vehicle payments at all.
Yeah, the top 1% pay, what is it like 52% of the taxes?
Yeah. It's over.
So the top 1% already pay a majority more. The top 1% pay more than all the 99% combined. Like,
that's only if you don't factor in like sales taxes and stuff. If you factor in sales taxes, for the most part, the lower class pays more in taxes than the rich.
But do you understand the tax burden on someone that spends?
He might be right on that. Hold on, he might be right on that. Collectively speaking, there's a lot of fucking taxes. A majority of all money you make is already stolen by the government. And I don't mean just you. I mean in general, Americans. Like over half of all of your money is taken by the government.
So let me reframe this a little tiny bit, right? So like, let's just say that, for example, in Tennessee,
sales tax, but the marginal propensity to consume is much lower, guys.
If you're a politician in the state of Tennessee and you if you merely mention the idea of a state income tax, you have committed political suicide. Because the entire state, we've never had a state income tax, and nobody wants one. You will commit political suicide if you even really talk.
Generally,
because
speaking,
the state operates at a budget surplus. We operate generically at a budget surplus. Now, obviously, some of that's because we're able to, they have more, they carry more debt than I think they should, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, property taxes are the only constitutional tax, anyways. Like,
yeah, that's true. I mean, I would be happy with a flat tax or a consumption tax. There's a couple of different taxes I think make more sense than the way we're doing it now.
I think we should probably completely get rid of sales tax. Actually.
Wait, why?
Because for the most part, it really only affects the bottom tier earners. Because it increases how much you're spending on something.
Okay. So if I spent just randomly, if I
have less money to spend,
like if I went to say a motorcycle shop and I bought a jacket and a hat and gloves and all that kind of shit, and I bought some stuff for my kid and all that, and I walk out and I pay that sales tax. Everybody has to do that, right?
No, so like this is what I was saying. I think I accidentally wasn't muted. So I can explain this better. I promise you. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just like do a lot of
you're cool.
talks.
I get that you
right,
don't
so
understand
what he's talking about, right, is the marginal propensity to save and the marginal propensity to consume. So you would pay more in sales tax than the average poor person. Right? Because you have so much disposable income that you would buy more things than the typical poor person.
Yeah.
Right. But because the top 1% have a marginal propensity to consume of like 0.4. So relative to their entire wealth, all of the assets and money that they have, right? They're really only spending on like a monthly or yearly basis, like 20, 10, 30, 40% of what they make. Meanwhile, the poor have like a marginal propensity to consume of 1 and sometimes even over 1 if they're receiving government benefits, right? So because they're spending all of their money relative to the money that they're making, they would be more affected by sales tax than would wealthy people, because you're correct. You'd pay more than the typical poor person, but poor people as a category would be pay a lot more than the wealthy. And that's because they live paycheck to paycheck, whereas you're not getting hit with sales tax when you put money in the stock market or buy property. I mean, obviously you're paying all forms of other taxes, right? But like if we're just talking about sales tax specifically, it does disproportionately affect those with a higher marginal propensity of consumption, which are disproportionately poorer.
Right. And just like I use my brother as an example all the time. He's a welder. He makes $28 an hour. He's happy doing that. It's great. It's a good job for him. He'll buy 20? More stuff. Huh?
You said he only makes 20 as a welder?
28.
Oh, 28. I was like, dude needs a new job.
Yeah.
Like,
right. No, he makes $28 an hour as a welder.
Yeah, it's good.
I make $26.45 in entry level tech. So.
Yeah. So he's he's happy with the job. He may make more now. I don't keep up with his salary. I don't watch his pocket, and I hope he doesn't watch mine too much. But he's more likely to go buy something used. He's more likely to go in and get a loan where the sales tax is deferred or minimized in some way. He's more likely to do all of those things than me. I'll go pay cash and I'll just take the hit on the sales tax right up front. I will.
That's an outlier.
It doesn't matter.
That's an outlier because rich people tend to be smarter about that and more frugal.
Yeah, a lot of people use
like
debt.
your brother might
tend
just be
to,
very fiscally responsible. You know what I mean? Like, but most poor people aren't fiscally responsible.
That's true too.
One because it's expensive to be poor, and two because people that are highly
it is
fiscally
expensive
responsible
to be poor.
tend to gain wealth, right? Like they don't tend to stay poor, right? Because like when we talk about quintiles in the economy, almost every single it's an overwhelming majority of people move quintiles in the economy over their life, right? It's only like 20 or 30% of people that are in the bottom fifth of the economy and then stay in the bottom fifth of the economy. Usually when we're talking about the poor, we're just talking about young people. And when we talk about the wealthy or the rich, we're just talking about people that are closer to retirement age, right? Like, because the problem is that nobody is anywhere on that line. Most people are not in that same place their whole life. I mean, like Forbes does a study, right, which I find really interesting, where they look at the top 400, the Forbes 400, and it's an interesting breakdown because what they do is they look at where they came from economically, and of the top 400 wealthiest people, consistently since the 1980s, this has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, where a majority of people that are the 400 wealthiest people in America, and this has been true for almost 20 years now, a majority of them either came from the middle class or poverty. And like a fifth of them all came from severe poverty. It's actually pretty rare that you get wealthy kids they're the lowest, most least likely. Because kids that grow up wealthy don't have that much, they don't have that same drive, that same trauma, that same, like all those things that like drive someone to try and become a billionaire. The billionaires usually come from impoverished families. And so it's like we look at them, it's like, oh, these are the poor. But it's like, you track people over their lifetime. People, I don't know how, I think that's probably changing where there's less mobility because it's so difficult to buy a home. Student loan debt is getting so ridiculous. Wages are so stagnant. For all of the economic concerns that we're facing.
I heard an interesting argument
that's
the other
only
day.
Recently.
I heard an interesting argument the other day. I want to run it by you, and that is that Gen Alpha, and just the end of Gen whatever Zebra or whatever before Alpha are they're more they tend to be more conservative, and they're hungrier than previous generations have been.
110%. So they are not as socially conservative as any other previous generation at their age. They're still more socially liberal. But in terms of government and in terms of finances and economics, they are more conservative than any other generation that we have tracked political ideology at their age, right? So they're still fairly like left wing, right? But the Gen Z males are breaking this mold. Gen Z males are tipping conservative, which is has never happened. Like boomers, Gen X.
So I want to clarify this a little bit because the statistics on this are like kind of screwed up. So like they are statistically voting more towards the Republican Party. That part is true. However,
I was talking about like the even younger than like the Gen Alpha guys. They're still
we don't have good data on Gen Alpha, and it's hard to track that stuff.
But I've heard it. Someone made the argument the other night. I'll finish what I was where I was kind of going with it. That they're more conservative. They're more fiscally responsible. They're hungrier. They, and I'm like looking around, and I'm like, I do notice that, right? I do notice that, and we have.
Gen Z are
in that age group. In that, they're hustlers. In that age group, I see more kids that are like, I'm not going to go to college. I literally just talked to a kid the other day who's like 16, and
They're nihilistic, right? It's some of them. But the ones that aren't nihilistic have grown up in a world where, like, millennials, so my generation, right? My generation was the last generation that grew up with a promise of prosperity. And I turned 18 a few months before the 2009 financial collapse. Okay? And I grew up in a world where it was like, go to college, get a good job, you'll be able to be a homeowner, everything will be great. And then when I hit the job market, right, and I'm 30, almost 35. When I hit the job market, right as soon as I hit it, everyone that I know either went to college to try and escape the financial collapse or was trying to make it out in an economy where we were competing for labor as teenagers with 30 and 40-year-olds. And the housing market has never been right. The housing market has never been viable since I've been an adult. For me, it has only gotten worse and worse and worse for a first-time homebuyer, right? First-time homebuyer in your generation was like, and boomers was like, it was like in 1990, the first-time homebuyer average age was 28. Now it's 39, right? The average age of a first-time homebuyer today is a year away from being 40. It's the same people buying houses 15 years ago that are buying houses now. And it's even worse when you look at multiple homeowners. It's like in the 50s, right? So it's late Gen X and early boomers that are still buying most of the properties right now. Millennials aren't in that job market at all because we just don't have the wealth to be able to afford a home. It's just not a reality for most millennials. But Gen Z watched all that happen as a child. And then they watched apps and things like that create a gig economy, right? Like with Uber and Uber Eats and all that. So the combination of seeing that gig economy and seeing there's no way I'm going to make, they tried to sell them the lie, but they didn't believe the lie that you can just go to college and get a good job and you'll be fine, because that's how they grew up. Whereas we millennials grew up with this lie, and then right as we became adults, the fucking economy collapsed and that whole promise fell apart.
Yeah.
Which is why
so there's an interesting
that goes into what I was going to say. It's Gen Z, typically speaking, is either really far right or they support socialism and communism because like we've just
the system's broken.
Sure, but I'm
so
talking
they want
more
a
like
revolutionary change. That's it.
So which is why you'll see a lot of Gen Z males that aren't necessarily as educated on the policy stuff, like the fucking one dude from Jubilee, that are just straight up willing to say they're fascists.
I mean, you see the same thing.
What I've noticed, Scott, is I've noticed the same thing. I know several young men in the 16 to 18-year-old range that have talked to me about they're skipping college altogether. They're going directly into either some sort of OTEC training, or they're going into the military, or they're going somewhere where they can get skills without paying for it, right? Like they're really they're hustlers, and they want to do that. And so my own son can't, now we do not, we've done a pretty good job, I think, of not really letting our son know how true, what the real score is, right? Like I remember, anyway, it doesn't matter. But I remember about a year and a half, 2 years ago, obviously he's in 8th grade. They're starting to talk about college and all of that. And my son started talking about going in the Marines or going into the Army or something like this, all military all the time. And I thought, okay, that's cool, because we know a lot of military people. And I'm like, hey man, why are you doing this? Because mom's going to ask you, right? And because she's college all the way, right? And he's like,
no, the Chinese mom is college all the way.
Yeah, right.
Who
yeah, that's a shocker. That's a shocker. Yeah. You didn't see that coming.
No.
So my son looks at me and he says, just straight
I gotta pay
up,
for
he's
college.
like, I got to pay for college. I don't want to be a burden to you guys. And I was like, the fuck did this kid say?
Right, and you're like, oh shit, he doesn't know how wealthy I am. He doesn't realize that this wouldn't be a burden.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he's got like,
as long as his grades are good.
I mean, he's obviously he's a little older now. He knows, but but he doesn't. He had. He's. Just,
I mean, yeah.
For him, it's like
I went into the Army to pay for college. You know what I mean? It was the same thing. Like it was like, how the fuck am I
tried.
going to college? You tried? What does
he's
that
like.
mean?
So now
you got booted out at MEPS.
No, yeah, well, yeah. I have spina bifida, so I got told no.
Well, yeah. You can't join the Army with spina bifida. You can't do the duck walk, my guy.
One of my chatters is like, I don't know, Grid.
That's the
he
test
knows
where they
score,
test to make sure your knees and hips and back are correct. When they make you like crawl on like your little thing, like.
Oh no, I fucking. I literally passed everything at MEPS, and scored high enough on my ASVAB to do anything in the military. Where I got kicked out was like whenever they fucking reviewed my medical records and stuff, because I forgot to cover up my scars. Because I'm one of the few people with spina bifida that can actually like walk properly and everything, and like has no side effects except for pain.
Yeah, well, you'd have been fucked when you got shark attacked, anyways, and you'd have been stuck at like you. That's all fine and dandy until you have to do a 16-mile ruck march. You'd have been fucked, anyways. Like you wouldn't have worked for you, buddy. No offense.
So, one of my chatters says about my son, he says, I don't know, Grid. He knows the score because how many people got planes in their yards with Christmas lights on them? That's a fair statement. Have you not seen? Hang on, I'll see.
How is that so simultaneously redneck and wealthy at the same time? I went to go get my car inspected today, and I saw that there was these the place that I got my car inspected had like merchandise, and I was like, fucking mechanics are selling merch now? Like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, how much money do you have to have, and how redneck do you have to be to buy your favorite mechanic's T-shirt? And then it just popped up. It's you. You're that guy. You're that guy. It's like, I like this fucking people. I'll get a shirt that is a cool shirt.
Yeah.
I love you, Grid.
Yeah,
I'm teasing.
It's awesome. I think Gen Alpha is I think they're, at least in my son's group, they're very reserved. They're not like super flamboyant. They're not real, and they're, of course, there's a very specific reason why it is that way, but so my son's target now is he wants to go to West Point so that he doesn't have to pay for school and he gets paid to go to school while he's there.
That's the way to go, so that he doesn't have to do lower enlisted, right? Like you graduate West Point, you go do your 6 years as an officer.
Second lieutenant, yeah.
Well, I mean, you start off as a butter bar, but I mean, going to West Point guarantees, if you can get into West Point and you can graduate West Point with honors, then your commission is probably going to be the pick of the litter, and you're also going to be on a fast track to captain, even if you don't want to re-enlist and you just want to stay that way. Like the Naval Academy, West Point, like that's kind of the way to go. I would, if someone's going to join the military.
That's his whole focus now.
Also, I'm not, now I'm not really pro military. I understand it's a good option for a lot of young men, but I mean, anarchist now, so obviously I'm not super pro going into the Army.
Right.
I mean, it did a lot. I have to admit that it did a lot of good things for me. As much as
you can admit that something's good for you and not support it.
Not completely. Morally good.
I don't know. I know a lot of very good military people, so I know
a lot of good military people. My roommate is a good military person. My roommate with PTSD that went and fought wars for some other people and now has psychological trauma, and nobody could give a rat's ass about him other than a platitude, because that's what we do is we send young men to die for other people's wars so corporations can get rich. West Point grad kid, probably not going to happen to him. But, I know it was good for me. I don't know how good it was for him. Flip of the coin there.
Yeah, that's actually my problem, right? Is that I don't like. That's one of the reasons why I don't think everybody should be able to vote anymore, because people vote literally to send other people to war, young men, and those young men are fed into this machine to keep going.
I mean, unfortunately,
we shouldn't do that.
I mean, like, while I agree with you, unfortunately, that issue isn't that we don't really have any options on that. Like, if you look at the last election, no, Harris was fucking pro helping Israel and Ukraine and all that shit, and so was Trump. Oh well, at least Israel. He's fucking over Ukraine, but like when it comes down to it, like we really don't have.
Hold on. Did you just be like, we don't have an option? How dare people be pro-war? And then immediately just 180 your position and be like, but Trump's not doing enough for the war in Ukraine. Like, are you pro-war or anti-war, my guy? Like, fuck Ukraine, fuck Russia, fuck Israel, fuck Palestine.
Yeah,
fuck them all. I'm anti-war.
I'm a very nuanced opinion on it. I think it's okay to help people who are defending themselves from outside invaders. So like
the Ukrainians were the aggressors. Do you not understand that part?
No, they weren't the aggressors.
Come on.
No, hold on. No. Listen, I'm right there with a lot of tankies and conservatives. Okay, I know a lot about the issue. I know a lot about Ukraine, and I can absolutely say that U.S. and NATO and Western imperial powers certainly did things to provoke Russia. That doesn't mean that Russia's invasion is somehow fucking a response to aggression, or that it is in any way justified. Right? That doesn't make Ukraine the aggressor.
I'm not saying that what Russia did was a measured response or a considered, like equal response, but you can't say that Ukraine was an innocent lamb and Russia just, decided to.
No, I would never say that. Yeah, like that's why I said fuck Ukraine, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that they were aggressors against Russia.
I said that from the day one. Matter of fact, I have a friend of mine, a good friend of mine who's a Ukrainian. And he was all like, he was absolutely like, you have to stand with Ukraine.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I don't stand with Ukraine at all. I think Ukraine is, just as guilty as Russia. While I obviously it's terrible to see their country getting destroyed. Why did they do that? That's and honestly,
you know what I mean? Like, why did they become a puppet of the United States? Because they had to choose to be a puppet
partially,
or a puppet of the United States. They had to pick one.
Yeah, but it was
the winning side.
There's a lot that went into that, right? Like the teasing of NATO and all of this nonsense,
or the fact that
it's not
the
just
2014
and honestly, we can't just blame
that
U.S.
was backed by
we have
U.S.
to blame
and CIA and Western powers.
Yeah,
or the fact that their government got a whole list of policies that they needed to do. Like, fuck Ukraine. Ukraine is just a bunch of corrupt warmongers. Fuck them.
We weren't the only ones. I don't care. England, France, they all wanted it too. So,
Well, I say Western imperial powers, right? But the U.S. is the big player there. Yeah. I agree with you, right? It's not like it's everybody that's part of the Five Eyes program and and things of that nature. Yeah, like I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just saying
we should not have
to my buddy Vigilante over here. You can't be like, we didn't have a choice for war, and then immediately be like, but Trump should be supporting Ukraine more. Like, come on, man. You're either anti-war or you're not.
Well, no. For the most part, hold on. I mean, I would be more okay with it if he was at least morally consistent and cut off funding to Israel as well.
Okay, but that's not a principled position at all. Like, why would your opinion change about what happens in one country if the president had a different policy for one country or the other? If you're principled, you should want the same policy for both, and you should either celebrate where he's doing it in one country and not the other, or vice versa. Like, you just admitted that you don't have a principled position.
No, I do. Like I said, I would be more okay with the way he's doing things now if he cut off funding for both. Now, personally,
but he hasn't cut off funding for the Ukraine. They just approved another aid package to help them through the.
And he did that mining deal, right, so that they could get
it's to help them through
raise
this negotiation period, right? We just literally like. Trump did not. Now obviously you can't.
I mean, he did whenever he first.
You can't say. All right, look, I can agree with you in one aspect that no, Trump himself did not help Ukraine. Right? It was Congress and there's a bunch of people that pulled those strings to get the Congress to pass it. But Trump didn't not sign it. He went along with it.
He also hasn't stopped selling weapons to Turkey. And where did all those fucking weapons go? Where did all those drones come from that fucking hit Russia? They came from fucking Turkey. Where'd Turkey get those fucking drones? We did.
Well, they're not
right?
making
But
them.
that's how we funnel weapons to
mean,
other countries and
for the
pretend like
most
we're not
part-
funneling weapons to them. He hasn't really changed his position on
fair-
Russia from the last administration.
A majority of the fucking weapons that Europe gave them in the first place came from us, anyways.
Yeah.
Sure, but so I again, I don't think it's a consistent position. I would prefer that he just absolutely walk away from the table and both of them tell them both to go to hell and let the dust settle where it settles and be done with it.
That is where I would, like I said, I would be okay with that.
But the problem is that he can't
do it
do
with
that
Israel.
because
You just can't. Our entire U.S. economy collapses if Israel doesn't if Israel collapses. The entire U.S. economy is done.
How?
Because of the U.S.
How?
petrodollar. Because our dollar is tied to our dollar. Nixon created a deal with Saudi Arabia right after he took the U.S. dollar being
true.
backed by the gold standard and said that
That's
what we're
the
going to
IMF.
back. What we're going to back. Well, the IMF was much older than that. That was like Dexter White, who was a communist spy, confirmed by multiple sources, the Venona Papers and Joe McCarthy and several other and the Pumpkin Patch Papers from Whitaker Chambers proved that the IMF was started by KGB asset in the Treasury Department under Truman. So Nixon takes us off of the gold standard, and this is Europe obviously is pissed because we had all these loans and backings after World War II with the Warren Plan, right? So we have to tie the dollar to something or we're going to have runaway inflation because we have fractional reserve banking and we have all this inflation that is existing. So what we do is we tie it to the petroleum dollar. And what it says is that OPEC, or OPEC Plus now, right, can only sell and buy oil to other countries in US dollar. So right now there's about 2.9 trillion US dollars that other countries, Europe, France, Australia, other countries that buy oil from OPEC have to maintain US dollars so that they can buy oil when they import oil. Now, why is this important? What this means is if the US dollar inflates because of banking or bad policies in America, other countries
and the
that are
IMF
holding,
purposely
the
IMF will
yeah,
purposely go into a country and
This is
devalue
separate.
their currency.
This is you're right. It's
Which
part of the picture, but it's not as important for the U.S. petrodollar. But you're correct. Read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Great book on the IMF, but and how it actually works and how dirty it is, or how it used to be. It's way worse now. And so what happens is, let's say you're a country, you're France, right? You've gone off the franc and you're on the euro. Well, you have to buy oil in US dollars. So what oil is the beginning of production for almost all of a productive economy. It's used in shipping, it's used in manufacturing, it's used in everything. So if the US dollar inflates, by virtue of them having US dollar in their country, the euro inflates and other currencies inflate. This makes it, along with, as Grid is saying, the IMF, the standard currency for the whole world. Well, see, there's a little bit of a problem though, because in the 1990s, Saddam Hussein wanted to sell to Europe in euros. And see, Iran wants to sell to China in yen. And see, Syria wants to sell to Russia in their own currency as well, because they're establishing a new banking system, because a more conservative, more capitalistic person starts bringing in Bashar al-Assad, says he wants to be less socialist than his dad and wants to be more capitalistic. And so he starts bringing in foreign banking investment and propping up his currency and trying to get away from socialist policies. But where he fucked up is that he did not abide by that. Israel is the power player, along with our wars in the Middle East, where we can topple regimes and fuck up countries if they try and trade oil to other countries other than the currency. Why in the fuck would Israel and Saudi Arabia always be working together? And this bullshit narrative of, well, there's Salafism versus Wahhabism or Sunni versus Shia. That ain't the real player. The real player is oil, and we don't fight wars for oil. We fight wars to ensure that oil is traded in US dollar. Well, here's a funny little thing. In 2024, that deal ended. There's no longer a treaty with Saudi Arabia that forces them to use US dollar. And you see BRICS in places like Brazil and, China and Africa trying to make deals for, the Belt and Road Initiative, along with Saudi Arabia's, one of the Saudi prince's plans. And he is one of the major power players that wants to switch over to using local currencies instead of the US dollar. Israel starts shit for us and destabilizes nations, and we destabilize nations to ensure that all of the oil that comes out of the Middle East is traded in US dollars. Because the thing is we could drill all our own oil here. We have enough oil for what we produce here 10 times over. We have fuck tons of oil here, but we don't do that because it would weaken the US dollar, because we need the US dollar to be traded in that currency. So the problem is you can't simply defund Israel, because if you defund Israel and you start making Israel an enemy, or at the very least not aiding them, then what could end up happening is Israel could become isolationist and stop starting wars on our behalf, and then other countries might start selling oil other places. And what happens then is that 2.9 trillion US dollars goes back into the American economy. And what is the true definition of inflation is not a rise in prices, it's an increase in the money supply. And if $2.9 trillion or more, that's what we estimate, it could be, it's probably higher, enters the US economy quickly and rapidly, what ends up happening is hyperinflation. We go into another depression. Without a doubt, we will see the Great Depression occur again if we stop funding Israel and letting Israel bomb people for us. Yeah, I mean, that was the reason for the OSS and the CIA, in part, ever since the Eisenhower Doctrine with Saudi Arabia.
And it's an interesting thing, because you had, when Russia, China, and Venezuela met to have their own petrodollar, basically, that's when all the talk about Taiwan started back up, because obviously nobody wants that to happen. Well, not really. So, and when we were drilling, or when we were fracking in the northern United States areas, North Dakota, Wyoming, that sort of thing. When we were fracking and we drove the price of oil down below, it was below $50 a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
The Saudis were screaming, and what they were going to do is they were going to break the treaty. They were going to be like, "Fuck you guys, we're not their biggest customer," and yet.
What they did is they started holding on to oil reserves. They started increasing their strategic reserves to drive up the price of oil.
Yeah.
So it goes a lot deeper than just like Israel is a democracy, man. It's one of the few things where me and communists will like sit together and be like, we both see how the world works, and everybody else is like, you're crazy.
Well, the one thing that I will say is that I'm one of the people that honestly hopes that it does crash and reset, right? Like I would rather have that. I'd rather pull the Band-Aid off and go through the short term effect of that and let everything stabilize back out.
Somebody like
it'll
Trump
hit hard for sure,
because he's too much of an ego. He's too much of a narcissist to intentionally cause the U.S.
The problem is we'll
to
never
collapse,
get a politician that'll do it. We'll never get a straight up politician to do it. It's going to be some ambassador that nobody even gives a shit about is going to fuck up and create a situation where we end up destroying the petrodollar.
Or China beats us, right? I mean, China's a paper tiger, but at this point, the petroleum dollar is kind of weighing on a scale to see who wins economically, BRICS or the U.S. and our partners.
And being an isolationist, again, I would rather have the short-term pain of the hyperinflation and the depression than have another 50 to 100 years of this constant back and forth all over the world.
It's also why I was saying be careful with these assumptions of this U.S. service-based economy, because the fact that we don't produce anything is made possible by the fact that we can export our inflation. All these fucking email, banking, tech jobs, all these office jobs where they don't actually produce anything tangible or material, it has value. I don't discount that. But there's a reason that we have these fucking email jobs and all these, GDP number go up, and you have all these companies that are producing nothing and somehow still gain in wealth constantly. It's because our entire economic empire is based around the false evaluation of the productivity of companies, and it's all about, part of it is DEI and shit. Conservatives overblow how much of that is actually affecting it, but it is an effect, right? Stakeholder capitalism from the World Economic Forum, getting your ESG, your environmental social governance, goals, sustainable developmental goals, 2030 plan from the UN and coming in, and NGOs. And we have an entire fake economy that is backed up by the US petrodollar. We don't produce that much. And this is why I get so mad when people are like, oh, but look at the cities and look at GDP and shit. It's like, GDP is a fake fucking number because we have a fake fucking economy that's a house of cards. And we currently $37 trillion in debt. And before COVID, the Congressional Budget Office projected that we would be $120 trillion in debt by 2050 if the trend stayed the same. And now 14% of all taxes, federal taxes, just go to paying off the debt.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think about the credit?
Is welfare. It's 74% welfare and debt.
What do you think about?
We're also forgetting about the military budget. The military budget is over 50% of our taxes.
No, it's not. It's literally less than 10%. It's 9%.
Yeah.
Welfare, entitlement spendings, and debt account for 74% of the U.S. federal budget.
It's true.
Everything else, military, education, infrastructure, all of that is housed in that 26%. The shit that Congress, now what you're citing, right, is non-entitlement spending. So what you're citing is what Congress votes on when they do omnibus bills or they do spending bills. You're correct, but it's a Mott and Bailey kind of situation, right? It's a Monty card problem, right? It's a little switcheroo because they don't count entitlement spendings like Social Security, Medicare, like treaties are counted in that, so you might not necessarily call that welfare. Like there's some aspects of that aren't technically welfare, but it's overwhelmingly welfare. And of course,
Scott, let me ask you a couple of things. First, are you coming to DebateCon?
When is it?
It's November.
I just got my car straight.
November the 15th.
That's how poor I am.
And 16th.
If I don't have the kids that weekend, then I will. But like my baby mama isn't always that flexible.
Bring the kids. It'll be fun.
I have an autistic toddler and another toddler. No.
Oh, you have toddlers. That's not it. I mean, I have a 4-year-old, but that's I
have a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old. And one of them is nonverbal. You know what I mean? Like it's a little different. I have to be careful bringing him to events and stuff. He can only handle like an hour or two before I have to like dip out.
So we're gonna have if you do come, plan to show up early Friday morning, which is the 14th, because we're gonna have a get together and it's gonna be basically all day long. And I'm trying to get this really amazing venue, but we're gonna do live IRL debates, live podcasting. We'll do some interviews. There'll be people in and out all day mingling. We'll have some food. I'm sure we might cater lunch and maybe dinner as well. I'm trying to rent the place from 10 in the morning until 10 at night, and the Crucible is going to be involved. So Andrew may or may not come by, it's going to be a great.
I like Andrew more than any other Christ Nat ortho bro on the entire internet. But I'm worried that if I hang out with Andrew, I'm going to keep making ugly faces at him because he smells like cigarettes. And like, he's going to think I hate him.
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's cool.
Like, I've been in Tennessee. I if I can go, I'm going to go because, I mean, my family
it's in Nashville.
Moved from Appalachia to, Gatlinburg, Sevierville and stuff. Like, I mean, like in a part of my roots are Tennessee as much as I'm a Virginian. Right. Yeah. That is kind of my family and my roots to a certain degree. And so if I can go, and I haven't been to Nashville in forever. So I definitely want to go if I can.
So the debate con itself is from noon until like 9 o'clock. I don't know why the hours are that way, but then on Saturday there's going to be a get together at Low Places, Friends in Low Places. It's a bar downtown, and it's going to be a lot more informal. And then Sunday, same debate, 12 to 9. I'm not really sure what the card is yet. I'm not involved with that part of it. I'm actually going to Chicago tomorrow, and driving down to Indiana to be at the modern day debate, IRL debate with Andrew and somebody. He's got 5 debates.
Yeah, but it's only like maybe like a 9 or 10 hour drive from me right here in Richmond.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not that
Sure.
bad. I mean, because I've made the drive to Memphis plenty of times because I got family out in Memphis, and that's nowhere near as bad as Memphis.
Yeah, so I'm hosting the event on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
That's me, and for my audience, and for the Crucible, we're going to combine it. And then I have the modern day debate is Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday.
I could probably if I do have the kids that weekend, my mom has been like trying to get me to trust her to watch the kids, and I might be like it's just like
Here's your shot.
I mean, it's just like I'm protective of them, and I know how much energy my son takes, right? Like it's an hour or two is fine, but like I like he can be, if you're not prepared to deal with a nonverbal kid, because it's a constant, like he needs constant attention, and not necessarily like you can let him do his own thing, but you have to constantly be aware of where he is, what he's doing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like because he'll eat something, stick a fork in something in a heartbeat. But I might, if I have the kids that weekend, I might just be like, "Hey, Ma, you said you really wanted to take care of them. Like, I got a thing."
Yeah. So Monday, for anyone that's still here and hasn't bugged out Sunday night, because I thought if debate's gonna end at 9 o'clock, I don't think anybody's like getting on a plane or driving home at 9 o'clock. So for whoever's left over, I think we're thinking about doing maybe a range day, just go shoot a bunch of guns and hang out and be dudes.
That'd be fun.
And then have another round of IRL until people have to catch their flights and do all that. So there's going to be, I know Rob Knorr is going to be part of that. He's going to be hanging out with me and the crowd. We've got some other reasonably good debaters coming in. Jake Viopod is coming in. I'm not really sure who on the left is going to show up. I've been trying to taunt people, but the left have proven very taunt-proof lately. They don't like to show up. But I am supposed to. Anyway. So I thought I'd throw that out there.
I will argue with any right winger.
I know. You're an equal opportunist asshole, so that's great.
All you got to do to taunt the right is just go, "Yeah, you're a fucking socialist," and then we're on. We're ready to go.
Yeah. Well, I've heard some people lately. Literally, so I was I forget what panel I was on, and I was talking about how my local power company is privately owned, but it's membership based co-op sort of thing. And forget who the girl was, but she's like, "Oh, so you're embracing communism? That's great." And I'm like, "The fuck is communist about a fucking co-op?"
Yeah, dude, I love. I think co-ops are.
Communist is probably the worst way of phrasing it. It is technically socialist, though. The whole idea of co-ops comes from social.
No, it's not. It's a privately owned business.
Right, like it's
for profit,
like,
by the way.
Is it?
Even ESOPs.
Let me clarify a little bit.
Not, like, no.
Is it when you say co-op, you're talking about worker ownership, right?
No.
Well, that's what a co-op is.
Well, it's a cooperative, which means that the client, the customers, in theory, have some small ability to make decisions, but we don't. It's a privately owned industry entity. All of the money goes into it.
Probably misunderstood then, because when we're
you know what a farmer's co-op is, right? You know what a farmer's co-op is?
No.
Well, like there's a bunch of laws, for example,
you guys
against
mentioned
dairy.
like the city person.
Yeah. So like for example, there's like raw milk laws, right? And so it's illegal to sell raw milk because liberals that live in cities are retarded.
It's legal in Tennessee.
Right, but in most places it's illegal. And so one way that you can get around that illegality is you can create a farmers co-op where you're all part owners of the cow. And now all of a sudden your membership fees allow you to be a part owner of a cow, so you can show up to your farmer co-op and then you can get your raw milk that you're allotted or have the right to purchase milk there as a member, as a part owner of this cow. So technically the fruit of the cow, the milk, is now no longer being sold. Rather, you're a part of like a co-op. And so therefore you can get your raw milk, because raw milk has like a ton of probiotics in it. It's got a ton of things that
it's
are
really good for you.
It's really good for you. What's not really good for you is transporting raw milk any level of distance. The moment you put it in your car and drive more than 20 minutes and it starts heating up is the moment where you get fucking sick as a dog. And that's why we have pasteurization. But if you live out in if you live near the cow, there's absolutely zero fucking reason that you can't drink raw milk. And it's way better because it's got all kinds of good biotics. The protein count is higher, etc. And that's a co-op too.
That would be a little bit closer to what that would be a little bit closer to what we're talking about when we talk about co-ops. What Grid was talking about is not.
So a farmer's co-op
they're both co-ops.
is.
It's just
Yeah,
you're
a
using
farmer's
the word
co-op
to mean
is
one
where
thing.
a bunch of farmers get together, and they form a business to buy farm equipment, feed, supplies, all of these things.
That's another co-op farm co-op,
and get a lower cost on it. We we used to call those group buys, right? In the 80s and 90s. But they basically it's Sam's Club. Basically it's Sam's Club, but it's a bunch of people who privately own it. That's my wife, which means I'm going to have to go.
Yeah,
I'm almost done. I was just on the panel debate and I stayed a little later, so I'll be right out.
I'll be honest, I was literally
all right, love you, bye.
I was only staying here because you were still streaming on Twitch, and I didn't want you to have to get out because I wanted to help you get your
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not Twitch smart, so I got to figure all that out, but I've got to go pack for my trip tomorrow. I got to be on a plane at 8:00. So
I'm one of the few leftists that's not scared to sit and just chat with right wingers, so
yeah,
you can DM me whenever, brother, if you want to set something up or a debate or a discussion on anything.
Do not debate Fabian one-on-one. He will destroy you.
Dude, one-on-one, if I'm talking, I don't debate one-on-one unless there's a moderator. I just have a conversation.
That's true.
Because I'm going to be honest with you, I prefer doing interviews and conversations. The only reason I do debates is because
do a conversation.
It's an easy way to get viewers.
Way better.
And it's
Way
an
better
easy
plan.
way to attach to other people. You ever see me sitting at 300, 400 viewers consistently? You know what you're going to see? A lot of fucking interviews and discussions. You're going to see a lot less debates from me. I'm a good debater, but I'm a better interviewer. It's what I prefer to do.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go. I'll see you.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
Peace.
Later.
It was nice meeting you as well, Vigilante. I'm going to get out of here, eat some food, relax. But yeah, DM me whenever.
Yeah. Also, we've debated in the past. This has been a fucking while.
I mean, I've seen you on a panel before.
Wix
We've never done
times.
like a 1v1.
Oh yeah, there's that.
I mean, panels are. I treat panels very differently. Panel is. The goal of debating on a panel is to be able to capitalize the majority of the conversation, either by the things that you say becoming the conversation or by speaking. It's not about debating the actual topic. I hate it, but I'm going to play the game. But in a 1v1 conversation, it's different.
I need to fucking do panels more often again, because I used to be really good at fucking controlling the conversation. Now I mostly just fucking sit out of it for the most part.
Someone in my chat said panel equals verbal mosh pit. It kind of is, yeah.
Oh yeah, but
That's why I throw elbows, boys. If you fuck me up in the mosh pit, I throw elbows. Oops.
My favorite thing to do is to get people to say stupid shit. Like if you remember the panel Wick did on demonizing abusers, I was the one that fucking got Smith to say he thinks it's You don't remember that shit? Oh,
I
well, I
got
got smacked.
dude.
this thing thinks it's okay to be,
I've done probably 2,000 or 3,000 panels.
fair.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't remember. Like I do a panel every Monday. I often do 2 a week. I've been doing this for 3 years. Like I used to do when Hippy Dippy was a thing. I was on Hippy Dippy all the time. I was the Hippy Dippy Rumble champion, the 3rd one, and I never got you know what I mean? Like I've done a retarded amount of panels.
Fair enough. I'll go on like fucking VK and shit every so often, but I like as a socialist, fucking going on VK is fucking cancer sometimes.
What is VK? I don't know that panel one.
Verbal combat. It's speakeasies, fucking open panels.
Oh, yeah. I don't do open panels anymore. I don't do that shit. I don't have to do them anymore because like I can schedule enough content to not do them. I was like, maybe I could. Maybe it would be a good idea to hop in one every now and then. Send me the link. I might hop in one time.
I mean, he has one tomorrow. He should at least. He doesn't every Friday.
I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming Saturday. I got editing to do tomorrow.
Yeah, he does them every Friday. I'll go. I mostly use it as practice. I've like only been going on every so often lately, mostly because I was out of debating for like 6 months. Mm-hmm. So I just like used it to get back into the fucking swing of debating.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, like I said, you know, if you want to chit chat about a particular topic or you're interested in something, you know, DM me. I'm always open and willing to schedule talk. I don't get to talk to the left that often. Especially not ones that are like willing to have a a conversation. So I appreciate it.
There's not very many leftists on fucking Twitch and YouTube that are willing to sit and have a calm conversation.
Although I was like, huh? Like I was like, what are you talking about? It's predominantly the left, and then you were like willing to have a calm conversation. I was like, oh yeah, fair enough. All right, man, I'm gonna get out of here. Peace. All right, boys. I'll see you guys Saturday. Like, share, subscribe. Join the Discord so you can get the Go Live notifications. Follow me on Twitter to watch me be toxic or hear my shower thoughts. Discord will let you know when the notifications go out. Yeah, I gotta grab like a little bit of something to snack on and relax. And I should be back Saturday, one way or the other. I'm trying to schedule something with Rob Noor, but he hasn't responded yet. And trying to schedule something with somebody else. I got something else scheduled for Tuesday. So yeah, we got some stuff coming up. I love you boys. Even if I don't get anything scheduled for Saturday, barring something happening, like I get sick or something, then we'll probably react to that Michael Malice debate with angry cops or something. Should be fun. Deuces.